One of the cleverest surgeons of the time, Jules Cloquet, had just performed an operation on Madame PL for cancer in the breast without her feeling the least pain, she having been put into a trance by mesmerism. One word about mesmerism. Let us leave actualities and turn to abstractions. Madame PL, upon whom this strange experiment had just been made, was between 64 and 65 years of age. She had been a widow 10 years and had suffered for 2 or 3 years from glandular swellings on the right breast. Dr. Chapp was her medical advisor. He had practiced magnetism for some time and found himself apt at it. He attempted to apply it to the cure of Madame PL, but the disorder had gone too far, and he decided to try if it might be possible to lessen her pain while the operation was being performed. Jules Cloquet was consulted, and it was proposed that he should operate on the sleeping patient. He consented, welcoming the opportunity of seeing for himself a phenomenon concerning which he was skeptical, and also, at the same time, glad to be able to spare the patient the suffering inevitably connected with one of the most painful of surgical operations. Dr. Chapp magnetized Madame PL and rendered the whole of her right side completely insensible to pain. The ablation of the breast began by an incision 11 inches long, followed by another 9 inches long. By means of these two incisions, they could get at several glands under the armpit, which were carefully dissected. During the operation, which lasted 10 minutes, the patient gave no signs of sensibility. To use the surgeon's own words, it seemed as though he were operating on a dead body. Save that, when the operation was over and the patient's wound was being bathed with a sponge, she twice cried out, without coming out of her state of trance, "Be quick and finish, and do not tickle me like that." When the operation was over, Madame PL was brought out of her trance. She did not remember anything, had not felt any pain, and showed profound astonishment that the operation was over. The dressing was done in the usual way, and the wound showed every symptom of quick healing. At the end of a week's time, Madame PL drove out in a carriage. The suppuration was decreased, and the wound was making rapid progress towards healing, when, about the evening of the 15th day, the patient complained of feeling great oppression, and swellings began to show in the lower extremities. All this is nothing but the simple truth. Now comes in the marvelous. Madame PL had a daughter who came from the country to nurse her mother. Dr. Chapp, having seen that she had a very clear mind, put her into a magnetic sleep and consulted her about her mother's condition. At the first attempt she made to see, her face grew troubled and tears rose to her eyes. Then she announced that the peaceful but inevitable death of her mother would take place the next morning. When questioned upon the internal state of her mother's chest, she said that the right lung was quite dead, that it was empty, suppurating on the side nearest the lower portion of the spine and bathed in serous fluid, that the left lung was sound and alone supported life. As for the abdominal viscera, the liver, according to her, was whitish and wrinkled, but the intestines were sound. These depositions were taken down in the presence of witnesses. The next day, at the given hour, Madame PL died. The autopsy was made in the presence of deputies from the Academy, and the state of the body was found to conform precisely with the description given by the mesmerized girl. This was what was reported in the papers, stated in the official return, related to me and confirmed by Jules Cloquet himself, one day when we were talking together, before the discovery of chloroform, of the great mysteries of nature which baffle human intelligence. Later, when I was preparing my book Joseph Balsamo, being interested to fathom the often debated question of the power or impotence of magnetism, I decided to make some personal experiments, not relying upon those produced by foreigners interested in accrediting magnetism. So I studied magnetism firsthand, and the result of my investigations was as follows. I was endowed with great magnetic powers, and this power, as a rule, took effect on 2 out of every 3 persons upon whom I experimented. Let me hasten to state that I never practiced it except upon young girls or women. This power in connection with physical phenomena is incontestable. A woman who has once submitted to magnetic sleep is the slave of the man who sent her to sleep. Even after she has waked, she remembers or forgets what passed during her sleep, according to the will of the magnetizer. She could be made to kill someone during her sleep, and if he willed that she should be totally ignorant of having committed her crime, she would never know anything about it. The mesmerizer can make his victim feel pain of any kind in any part. He has only to touch the place with the tip of his finger, the end of a stick, or the end of an iron rod. He can cause a sensation of warmth with ice, a sensation of cold with fire. He can cause drunkenness with a glass of water, or even with an empty glass. He can put an arm, a leg, or the whole body into a state of catalepsy, and make it hard and rigid as a bar of iron or as soft and supple as a scarf. He can cause insensibility to the prick of a needle, to the blade of a bistoury, or the smart of cautery. I believe all these things come under the domain of physical phenomena. Even the brain can be impelled to such a pitch of excitement as to make an ordinary being a poet. A child of 12 possessed the ideas, feelings, and manner of expressing them of a person of 20 or 25. In 1848, I made a tour in Burgundy. My daughter and I were in the same coach with a very charming lady of 30 to 32. We only exchanged a few words. It was 11 o'clock at night, and one of the things she had told me was that she never slept when she was traveling. 10 minutes later, she was not only asleep, but asleep with her head on my shoulder. I waked her up. She was extremely surprised to find she had fallen asleep, and fallen asleep in the position in which she found herself. I renewed the experiment 2 or 3 times during the night, and my strength of will was sufficient, without my needing to touch my neighbor, to be successful in every instance. When the coach stopped at the posting house and horses were being changed, I woke her abruptly and asked her what time it was. She opened her eyes and tried to pull out her watch. "Never mind that," I said to her. "Tell me the time by your watch without looking at it." 3 minutes to 3 o'clock, she replied immediately. We called the postilion, and by the light of his lantern, we verified that it was exactly 3 minutes to 3. These were nearly all the experiments I tried upon that lady. They yielded the results I have just related, and, with the exception of the time being told without looking at the watch, they all appertain to the order of physical phenomena. At Joigny, I made an official call on M. Laurin, the Procureur de la République, whom I had never met before. It was just about the time of the publication of Balsamo, which had made magnetism quite the rage. I rarely entered a salon at that period without being questioned about this great mystery. At Joigny, I replied, as I always did. Magnetic power exists. It can be practiced, but its scientific basis is not yet known. It is in a similar condition to that of air balloons. We can send them up, but no means of directing them have yet been devised. Doubts were then expressed by persons present, and especially by women. I asked one of these ladies, Madame B., if she would allow me to put her to sleep. She refused in such a manner as to convince me that she would not be overweeningly angry if I did it without her leave. Nevertheless, I assumed an attitude of submission to her. But 5 minutes later, having got up as though to look at an engraving hanging above her armchair, I summoned to my aid all my magnetic power, and for 5 minutes I persistently willed her to go to sleep. At the end of that 5 minutes she was asleep. Then I began a series of extremely curious experiments on this lady, who was a total stranger to me, in a house which I had never entered before or have since re-entered. Madame B., in spite of her will, obeyed both my expressed mandates and also my mute wishes. Every ordinary sensation in her was reversed. Fire felt like ice, ice like fire. She complained of a bad headache. I bound her forehead with an imaginary bandage which I told her contained snow, and she immediately experienced a delicious sensation of coolness. Then, a moment later, she wiped away from her forehead the water from the imaginary bandage, as though the heat of her head were melting the supposititious snow. But soon, her handkerchief was not enough. For the operation, she borrowed a friend's. Finally, the demand for a handkerchief was followed by that for a serviette. Then, her dress and the rest of her clothes being damp, she asked to be allowed to go to a room to change everything. I let her feel this sensation of cold till she shivered. Then, suddenly, I gave the order for her clothes to dry themselves, and they dried themselves. The whole thing, of course, was in the imagination of the lady mesmerized. She had an extremely fine voice, of a fairly wide range, but which stopped short at the Ionic Sea. I ordered her to sing as high as Re. She sang, and gave the 2 last notes perfectly, an impossible feat for her in her ordinary state, and one which she tried in vain when I had wakened her from her magnetic sleep. A woman was working in the next room. I put a paper knife in the somnambulist's hands and made her think it was a real knife. Then I ordered her to go and stab the workwoman. Thereupon what free will she had left in her revolted. She refused, writhed, hung back on the furniture, but I had only to will and to point in the direction I wished her to take, and she obeyed and went up to the workwoman, utterly stupefied, the knife raised. Her eyes were open, and her face, which was a very lovely one, assumed an admirable stage expression, as beautiful as that of Miss Fawcett when she is acting the sleepwalking scene in Hamlet. The Procureur de la République was terrified at the thought of such a power, which could urge a person to a crime in spite of herself. When I had willed Madame B., back to calmness, I tried to make her see things at a distance. When Colonel S-1000, who was a friend of mine, had been staying in Joigny with his regiment, she had made his acquaintance, so I asked where the colonel was at that hour and what he was doing. She replied that Colonel S-1000 was in garrison at Lyon and at that moment at the officers' café, where he was standing talking with the lieutenant colonel near the billiard table. Then, suddenly, she saw the colonel grow pale, totter and sit down on a bench. He had just been seized with rheumatics in his knee. I touched her on the knee and willed that she should feel the same pain herself. She uttered a cry, grew rigid and shed many tears. We were so alarmed by this fictitious grief, which showed every symptom of real trouble, that I woke her up. As soon as she was awakened, she remembered what I wished her to remember, and forgot the things I commanded her to forget. Then began another series of experiments on the woman when she was awake. I enclosed her within an imaginary circle, which I drew with a stick, and I left the room, forbidding her to quit the circle. In 5 minutes' time I came back, and found her seated in the center of the salon, waiting my permission to regain her liberty. She sat in one corner of the room, and I placed myself at the opposite end. I told her to do her utmost to resist coming over to me, and at the same time I commanded her to come to me. She clung tight to her armchair, but, drawn by an irresistible force, she was obliged to release her hold. Then she sat down on the floor to resist the attraction, but the precaution was useless. She came, dragging herself along. When she was at my feet, I only had to stretch out my hand to her head and slowly lift my hand. She rose obediently, and in spite of her efforts, she stood before me. She asked for a glass of water. She tasted it, and it was really water. Then, before she had put the glass down or it had left her hands, I told her the water was kirsch. She knew perfectly well it was not, and yet, at the first draught she swallowed, she cried out that it was burning her mouth. Poor woman, she was a charming young creature who has since experienced an even profounder mystery, that of death. I wonder whether she remembers or has forgotten what happened when she was on the earth. I have not yet done with the subject of magnetism. On the contrary, I have another most extraordinary incident of this kind to relate which took place in the presence of 12 to 15 people. What follows is a simple recital, drawn up in the form of a legal report by two of the witnesses and signed at the time by us all. During my stay at Auxerre, I was received into the house of M500. He had two children, a boy of 6 and a girl of 11 years of age. Marie was the name of the daughter, and she was a lovely child, like an angel, for her cheeks were pale and her eyes were black and almost austere. She was an exquisitely delicate creature, but of course, she only possessed the intelligence and qualities usual to a child of her age, and I had, accordingly, paid very little attention to her, beyond remarking to my daughter that she was very pretty. And my daughter, who agreed with me, made a portrait of the child awake. One day we were dining in a room which opened out on the garden. We had reached dessert. The two children had left the table and were playing amidst the shrubs and flowers. We were discussing the everlasting question of magnetism, a subject the constant recurrence of which bored me the more, because the usual doubts were expressed which I could only confront with facts. Now, as these facts had nearly always taken place in a different locality from that in which the discussion was being held, I was obliged to choose from among those present a subject whom I guessed might be easily hypnotized, and, whether willing or not, to operate on this subject. Now, anyone who has ever practiced the hypnotic art knows that the exercise is as fatiguing to the hypnotizer as to the hypnotized. I related several of the incidents I have just recorded in the preceding chapter, but they were received with the utmost incredulity. I should not believe in mesmerism, Madame 500 said to me, unless, for instance, and she tried to think of the most unlikely subject she could find, unless you could send my daughter Marie into a trance. Call Mademoiselle Marie and let her sit down to her usual place at the table. Give her a biscuit and some fruit, and while she is eating I will try and put her into a trance. There is no danger, is there? Of what? It will not injure my daughter's health. Not in the least. Marie. They called the child, and she ran up. They put some greengages and a biscuit on her plate and told her to eat them where she was. Her seat was near me, on my left. While everyone continued talking, as though nothing were going on, I stretched out my hand behind the child's head and was the only one to keep silence, my well-being concentrated on making the child go to sleep. In half a minute, she had stopped every movement and seemed absorbed in the contemplation of a greengage which she was just going to put into her mouth. "What is the matter, Marie?" asked her mother. The child did not reply, she was asleep. The thing had come about so rapidly that I could hardly believe it myself. I made her lean her head against the back of the chair without touching her, just by my power of attraction. Her face looked the picture of perfect peace. I made some passes with my hand, up and down in front of her eyes to make her open them. She opened her eyes, her eyeballs lifted skywards, a light iridescent film appearing beneath them. The child was in a state of trance. When in this condition the eyelids do not flinch, and objects can be brought quite close to the pupil without causing the slightest movement. My daughter drew her portrait, while she was in this trance, as a companion to the other. There was such a striking likeness in the second portrait to that of an angel that she added wings to it, and the drawing looked like a study after Giotto's or Perugino's lovely angel heads. The child was in a trance. It now remained to find out if she could speak. A simple touch of my hand on hers gave her her voice. A simple invitation to get up and walk about endowed her with movement. But her voice was plaintive and toneless. Her movements were more like those of an automaton than of a living creature. Whether her eyes were closed or open, whether she walked forward or backward, she moved with the same ease and sense of safety. I began by isolating her from others, so that she only heard me and only replied to me. The voices of her father and mother ceased to reach her. A simple wish on my part I expressed by a sign, changed her state of isolation, and put the child again in touch with whatsoever person I chose to select as her interrogator. I transmitted several questions to her, to which she responded so accurately, so intelligently, and so concisely that the idea suddenly came into her uncle's head to say to me, "Question her upon political subjects." The child, let me repeat, was 11 years old. All political questions were therefore perfectly unknown to her. She was equally ignorant of politics and of political personages. I will put down an exact account of the proceedings of that strange cross-examination, without putting the least faith in any of the predictions the child uttered. They were predictions, I confess, which I should be extremely sorry to see fulfilled, and I can only attribute them to the feverish state into which the hypnotic sleep had thrown her brain. I will devote the following pages to the dialogue, and give the exact terms in which it was conducted. In what social state are we at the present time, my child? We are a republic, monsieur. Can you explain to me what a republic is? It is the sharing of rights equally between every class of people of which the nation is composed, without distinction of rank or birth or circumstances. We all stared at one another, amazed at this beginning. The answers had come without any hesitation, and as though she had learnt them beforehand. I turned to her mother. "Shall we proceed any further, madame?" I asked. She was almost struck dumb with astonishment. "Oh, heavens," she said, "I am afraid it will exhaust the poor child too much to answer such questions as those. They are far beyond the range of her age and understanding. The way she answers them," added the mother, "terrifies me." I turned again to the child. "Does the hypnotic sleep tire you, Marie?" "Not in the slightest, monsieur." "You think, then, that you can answer my questions easily?" "Certainly." "Yet they are not the usual questions that are addressed to a child of your age." "God is willing that I should understand them." We again looked at each other. "Continue," said the mother. "Go on," all the rest of the company exclaimed, in eager curiosity. "Will the present form of government continue?" "Yes, monsieur, it will last for several years." "Will Lamartine or Ledru-Rollin be its bulwark?" "It's neither the one nor the other." "Then we shall have a president?" "Yes." "And after this president, whom shall we have?" "Henry V." "Henry V, but you know quite well, my child, that he is in exile." "Yes, but he will return to France." "How will he return to France, by force?" "No, by the consent of the French people." "And where will he re-enter France?" "At Grenoble." "Will he have to fight to gain an entry?" "No, he will come by way of Italy. From Italy he will enter Dauphine, and one morning it will be reported, Henry V is in the citadel of Grenoble." "So there is a citadel at Grenoble?" "Yes, monsieur." "Can you see it?" "Yes, on a height." "And the town?" "The town is low down in the valley." "Is there a river in the town?" "There are two." Are there waters of the same color? No, one is white and the other is green. We looked at each other in still greater astonishment than at first. Marie had never been to Grenoble, and they did not think she even knew the name of the capital of Dauphine when she was in her ordinary senses. But are you quite sure that the Duc de Bordeaux will be at Grenoble? As sure as though his name were written here, and she pointed to her forehead. What does he look like? Come, give us a description of him. He is of medium height, rather stout. He is auburn. His eyes are blue, and his hair is fashioned in the same way as that of the angels drawn by Mademoiselle Marie Dumas. Well, as he passes before your eyes, do you notice anything peculiar about his gait? He limps. And where will he go from Grenoble? To Lyon. Will they not oppose his entrance at Lyon? They will try to do so at first, but I can see a number of workpeople going before him, leading him in. Are there no shots fired? Oh yes, Monsieur, several, but not much harm is done. Where are those shots fired? On the road from Lyon to Paris. By which suburb will he enter Paris? By Saint Martin. But my child, what will be the good of Henry V becoming King of France since he has no children? I added hesitatingly, and they say that he cannot have any. Oh, that is not his fault, monsieur, it is his wife's. It comes to the same thing, my dear Marie, since divorce is not permitted. Oh yes, but something will happen that is now only known to God and myself. What is it? His wife will die of consumption. And whom will he marry? Some Russian or German princess, I suppose. No, he will say, I have returned by the will of the French people, so I will marry a daughter of the people. We laughed. Divination was beginning to intermingle with prophecy. And where will he find this daughter of the people, my child? He will say, seek the young girl I saw at number 42 in the Faubourg Saint Martin, where she had climbed up on a street post. She was clad in a white dress and was waving a green bough in her hand. Well, will they go to the Faubourg Saint Martin? Certainly. Will they find the young girl? Yes, at number 42. To what family does she belong? Her father is a joiner. Do you know the name of this future queen? Leontine. And the prince will marry this young girl. Yes. He will have a son by her. He will have two. What will the eldest be called, Henry or Charles? Neither. Henry V will say that these two names have brought too much misfortune to those who have borne them. They will call the boy Leon. How long will Henry V reign? Between 10 and 11 years. How will he meet his death? He will die of pleurisy, contracted from drinking cold water from a fountain, one day, when he is out hunting in the forest of Saint Germain. But remember, my child, that you are making this prophecy before 12 to 15 people. One of us here may warn the prince, and then, if he is told that he will die if he drinks cold water, he will refrain from drinking it. He will be warned, but he will drink it, all the same, for he will say he has eaten many an ice when he was hot, so he can surely drink cold water. Who will warn him? Your son, who will be one of his intimate friends. What, my son, one of the intimate friends of the prince? Yes, you are well aware that your son's opinions differ from yours. My daughter and I exchanged glances and burst out laughing, for Alexander and I are eternally squabbling over politics. And when Henry V is dead, Leon I will succeed to the throne. Yes, monsieur. What will happen during his reign? I cannot see any further, wake me. I made haste to awake her, but she did not remember anything when she was awakened. I asked her a few questions about Lamartine, Ledru-Rollin, Grenoble, Henry V, and Leon I, and she burst out laughing. I passed 2 thumbs across her forehead to will her to remember, and she remembered instantly. I begged her to begin the story over again, and she repeated it faithfully, in exactly the same terms, so that the person who had written down my questions and her answers while she uttered them was able to correct the first narration by the second. I have since, upon several occasions, carried out other experiments on this child, There seemed to be no limits to the power which mesmerism had in, or rather upon her. I could make her dumb, blind, or deaf at will. And by a word, I could give her back all her faculties and excite them to a degree of perfection which seemed to exceed the limits of mortal knowledge. For instance, if I sent her to the piano, asleep or awake, it mattered little. She would begin a sonata. Some person present would hum in a low voice to me an air that the child was desired to play, instead of the sonata. The sonata would instantly cease, and directly I stretched out my hand towards her, the child would play the required tune. We tried this experiment a score of times before the most incredulous people, and she never failed. Marie's father's house was built on the site of an old cemetery. Several burial inscriptions could be deciphered even on the stones of the garden wall. And, because of these, when night fell, the poor child dared not stir out, but trembled with fear. The night I left, Madame 500 spoke to me of this terror, and so great was my influence over the child that she asked me if I could not do anything in the matter. I was so accustomed to working miracles that I replied that nothing could be easier and that we would at once make the experiment. So I called the child, and putting both my hands on her head, willing that all fear should be taken away from her, I said, "Marie, your mother has just given me some peaches for my journey. Go and fetch me a few vine leaves from the garden to wrap them in." It was 9 o'clock at night, and very dark. The child went out and returned singing. She brought back the vine leaves which she had gathered from the very spot where the tombstones were which caused her such terror by day. From that hour, she showed no hesitation in going into the garden or to any other part of the house, at any time of the night and even without a light. I returned to Auxerre 3 months later. I had not announced my journey to anyone. 2 days before my arrival, they wanted little Marie to have a tooth drawn. "No, mother dear," she said. "Wait. M. Dumas will be here the day after tomorrow. He will take hold of my little finger while they take out my tooth, and then I shall not feel the pain." I came on the day, she said. I held the child's hand in mine during the operation, which was accomplished without her feeling the least pang of pain. If I am asked for an explanation of the phenomena I have just related, I cannot give any. I simply state what has happened. I am not an advocate of magnetism. I only use it when people compel me to do so, and it always fatigues me excessively. I believe a dishonorable person might put magnetism to evil uses, and I doubt whether a well-intentioned person does the least good by the practice of it. Magnetism is a pastime. It has not yet become a science. Chapter 4. Fresh trials of newspaper editors. The Mouton in rage. Fontaine heralds witticism concerning him. The Fils de Elham before the police court. The author pleads his cause in verse. M. Gillibert's prose. Prison charges at St. Pelagie. Embarrassment of the Duc d'Orléans about a historical portrait. The two usurpations. We left the government busy imprisoning Beranger for 9 months, about the close of the year 1828. We now find it in July 1829 prosecuting the Corsair at the police court and sentencing M. Vremiot, its manager, to 15 days imprisonment and to a fine of 300 francs for an article entitled Sottises des Duparts. The same month it prosecuted Fontaine for an article in the album called The Mouton in Rage, and Barthélemy for his poem Fils de Elham. As both these trials made a great sensation, and as it was the general opinion that, by making it unpopular, they took part in the fall of the government, we will go into the matter more fully. On 20 June 1829, Fontaine, who had had a tragedy called Perkin Warbeck acted at the Odeon a year or two before, published in the old album, edited by Magallan, an article entitled The Mouton in Rage. The public minister believed this article was meant as an insult to the person of the king and referred the matter to the police court. The following passages are those particularly specified in the accusation. Picture to your imaginations a pretty white sheep, combed, curled, and washed every morning, with goggle eyes, long ears, spindle-shanked legs, the lower jaw, or in other words, the lower lip, heavy and hanging down, in short, a true Berry sheep. He walks at the head of the flock of which he is pretty nearly the monarch. An immense meadow is his pasture land, and that of his fellow sheep. Some of the acres of this meadow devolved upon him by right, and here grew the tenderest grass, and he waxed fat upon it, which delighted his soul. What a nice thing it is to inherit an estate! Our sheep is called Robin. He responds with gracious salutations to the compliments paid him, and shows his teeth as evidence of his pleasure. In spite of his gentle appearance, he can be disagreeable when roused. He can then bite like any other animal. I have been told that a ewe which was related to him bit him every time she met him, because she considered he did not govern his flock with sufficient despotism. I tell you this under the seal of secrecy. Poor Robin Mouton is mad. His madness is not apparent. On the contrary, he strives his utmost to conceal it. If he feels a fit approaching, and a longing to satisfy an evil thought, he takes good care to look first to see if anybody is watching him. For Mouton Robin knows the lot that is destined for animals touched with this malady. He lives in dread. Of bullets does our Robin Mouton, and besides, he is conscious of his weakness. If only he were a bull, how he would use his horns, he would soon let you see. How he would insist upon his prerogatives among the sheepfolk of his acquaintance. He might possibly even be brave enough to declare war against a neighboring flock. But alas, he comes of a stock that is not very fond of fighting, and however alluring the amenities of conquest may be to him, he arrives at the bitter conclusion that he has but the blood of a sheep running through his veins. This fatal idea makes him desperate. Never mind, Robin, you have not much to complain of. All you have to do is to lead a luxurious life of idleness. What have you to do from morning to night? Nothing. You eat, you drink, and you sleep. Your sheep faithfully carry out your commands and satisfy your smallest caprices. They leap to do your bidding. What more can you desire? Believe what I tell you, and do not attempt to quit your state of animal tranquility. Crush these vast ideas of glory, which are too great for that narrow brain of yours. Vegetate in the same way your fathers have vegetated before you. Heaven made you a sheep, die a sheep. I tell you frankly, you would be quite a charming quadruped if in petto you were only sane. Fontaine was condemned to 10 years' imprisonment and a fine of 10,000 francs. The sentence was rather too severe, and it caused a great outcry. It will be admitted that the article was not good enough to deserve this severe treatment. The result was to raise Fontaine to the height of a martyr. And Fontaine, who was of an energetic and headstrong character, made no attempt to justify himself before his judges. Messieurs, he said simply, whether or not I intended my article to bear the interpretation you put upon it, I have the right of withholding any explanation of the subject. I allow no man to examine the inner sanctuary of my conscience. I wished to write an article about a mad sheep, and I did it. That is the only explanation I ought or desire to give you. I used to know Fontaine very well at M. Villeneuve's house. He was a great friend of Theodore, an unpolished sort of man, who nevertheless did not lack some poetic feeling. He was unclean to the point of cynicism, and less aristocratic than Schaunard in the Vie de Bohème. Instead of having one pipe for continual smoking and a finer one when he went out, he had but one cutty pipe which never left his mouth, which smelt vilely when alight and between his teeth, but which smelt far worse when it was extinguished and in his pocket. This condemnation made Fontaine's name notorious. I believe the Revolution of July found him at Poissy. He reappeared amidst a certain measure of popularity, but it was only the transient popularity of persecution. Harrel, who was the manager of the Odeon, quickly conceived the notion of turning this popularity to account by asking Fontaine to write a play for him. Fontaine complied and wrote Jean La Folle, but it was a failure, or, at any rate, only a partial success. Harrel came up to me after the representation and said, "Unmistakably, I have been deceived in Fontaine. There is more of the prison about him than of talent." This was, unfortunately, true. Poor Fontaine died quite young and left nothing remarkable behind him. He published a volume of poetry and saw 2 or 3 dramas or tragedies put on the stage. Barthélemy's sentence was less severe. He had 3 months' imprisonment and was fined francs. We will give the reasons that led to his trial. We have already entertained our readers with the debuts of Barthélemy and Murray. They are aware how these two poets came together, and how the Villelade, the Parinade, the Corberade, and a host of other pieces were concocted, which kept public attention spellbound for a couple of years. The most important of these poems was Napoleon and Egypt. It took tremendously, and ran into 10 editions in less than 6 months' time. Murray, who had pined for sunshine, had gone to find warmth and sea breezes, those two opposing elements which are, however, admirably combined at Marseille. Barthélemy, left alone, conceived the idea of going to Vienna to offer a copy of a poem to the young Duke of Reichstadt, wherein his father figured as the hero. To use Benjamin Constant's words, as the father had been allowed to die of political cancer, so the son was by way of being allowed to die of a disease of the chest. A charming dancer and a beautiful archduchess were the 2 strange doctors that Austria deputed to follow the progress of the prince's malady, which, 3 years later, became simply a matter of history. Barthélemy's journey was, of course, useless. He was not allowed to approach the prince, and he brought back his poem without having been suffered to offer it to him. but Bartholomew's Odyssey had furnished him with the subject of a new poem entitled the Fils de Elham, and this was the poem that was denounced by the law. Bartholomew proclaimed beforehand his intention of defending himself in verse. Of course, such a proclamation as this filled the police court where this poetical trial was to be held, from 8 o'clock in the morning. Bartholomew kept his word. Here are some of the lines of that singular pleading, which is without precedent the annals of justice. Messieurs, he began. Voilà donc mon délit sur un fable poème. La critique en simar appel Elenassim. Et ces vers, ennemis de la France et du roi. Témoins accusateurs, si dressent contre moi. Hellas, durant les nuits dont la paix me conseille. Quand je forquais mes yeux à soutenir la veille. Et quesul, aux lueurs de dumurants flambeaux. De si pénible écrit, j'ai assemblé les lambeaux. Qui emut dit quoi cette œuvre, en nascent édouffé. 500 gref criminal deplorable trophy. Appellerate unjour sur ces banks ennemis. Ma muse, virge en cor desarets de themis. Puditre aig faili, mais credule victim. Moi-même, j'ai bien pu m'avugler sur mon crime. Puisque des magistrats, vio medier des lois. 1000 ant juge, non coupable une première fois. Aussi gielivere, la fouder inattendu. Du haut du firmament amis pides descendu. 500 moinder stupor ut frappe mon esprit. Quelle soir-ci, funest a mon liver prescrit. Au d'un pouvoir jaloux, les sombres émissaires. Si montrient en écharpe amis pales libraires. Et craignant d'adjourner leur gloire au lendemain. Churchient le fils de Elham, un mandat et la main. Toutefois, j'y rends grâce au hasard tutelaire. Qui, sauvant un ami de mes torts solidaires. Sur moisule de la loi, suspend l'air fatal. Triste plus que moi-même, au rivage natal. Chapter 49, Attend aujourd'hui el hura de la justice. Est-il ut present, il serait mon complice. Eternals compagnons dans les mêmes travaux. Forts de notre union, frères et non rivox. Jusqu'ici, dans l'eren a nos forces permis. Nos du noms en laces enurant qu'une devise. Et jamais elundanus, reniant son appui. Enut vulu dun laurier qui enut et qualui. Toi ens, on intendit notre voix populaire. Harceler les gens assis au minister. Toi ens, sur les élus du conseil souverain. Nos bras ont, agite le fouet alexandrin. Et jamais l'ennemi, froisse de nos victoires. Enarita nos élans par des requisitoires. Mais, des leger venjuro, captive longtemps. La fouder du château, grande sur les titans. Suspendant tout à coup ses longs philippiques. Notre muse plus fier, oscent des chants épiques. Evoque du milieu des sables africains. Les soldats hasard du des temps républicains. Et montre réunis en faisceau militaire. Les drapeaux lumineux du thaber et du care. De nos cœurs citoyens la fut le dernier cri. Notre muse citot et tandis que mourit. Allait sous le solo de la ville fausse. Ressusciter un corps usé par la pensée. J. Osse, vers le Danube égarant mon esser. A la cour de Pyrrhus, churcher le fils de Hector. G. portais avec soin, dans mes humbles tables. Ces dans quoiques pides, des rois de posent les poets. Et poet, J. allez pour redire son fils. 50 histoire d'un soldat, aux plains de Memphis. Voilà tout le complot d'un long pèlerinage. Un pouvoir soupçonneux repousse mon homage. Et moi, loin d'un argus querine en avait fletche. G. repasse le Rhine, imprudement franche. The above was his defense as regarded facts. When he had defended its theme, Bartholomew went on to its form. He complained of the method of interpretation, which judges of all times have pushed to extremes, so that they persecute whether under the elder or the younger branch of the Bourbons, whether under M. Cavaignac or under M. Louis Bonaparte, he said. Portant voilà mon crime, un songe une elegie. Me condamne, moi-même à mon apologie. Partout sur si velen, je frisson de voir. Des vers siditia solines d'un trait noir. Le doigt accusateur laisse partout sa trace. Et je suis criminal jusque dans ma préface. Ah, du moins il fallait, moins prompte me juger. Pour me juger, tout liar et tout interroger. Chapter 49. Fallait surmontant les ennuis de l'ouvrage. Jusqu'au dernier feuillet forcer votre courage. Et, traversant mon livre un scalpel à la main. Avancer hardiment jusqu'au bout du chemin. Certes, si comme vous en de peccate un livre. Combien plus d'écrivains serient dins de vivre. Quan pourrait aisement trouver de noirs de scenes. Jusque dans l'Evangile et les ouvrages saints. Ma prose est toujours près de disculper ma muse. La note me defend quan le texte m'accuse. 500 un tissu régulier pourquoi romper le fil. De quel droit venez-vous, annotateur subtil? Dédainant mon histoire, attaquer mon poème. Prendre comme mon tout la moitié de moi-même. Et, fort de ma pensée already au milieu. Divisor contre moi, l'indivisible à vous. Mais j'ose plus encore, fort de mon innocence. Arme du texte seul, j'accepte la défense. Seulement, n'allez pas, envenement mes vers. 500 un sens clair, et précis extraire un sens pervers. Gardez-vous de chercher, trop savant interprète. Sous ma lucide phrase, une énigme secrète. Ainsi, quand vous liars, quamis you éblouis. La gloire à dérobe les fils de Saint Louis. Quavuglement saumis aux droits de la puissance. Je ne me doutais pas, dans mon adolescence. Que el héritier des lies, exil de mito. Regnate chez les Anglais dans un humble château. Et que, depuis 20 ans, sa bonte paternelle. Redigit pour son pupil une charte éternelle. Lyses de bonne foi, comme chacun milit. Pourquoi vous tormenter a flairer un délit? A tourner ma franchise, en coupable ironie. Avoir un seul coat de mon double genie. Voulez-vous donc, me lire aux lures du fanal? Don't la Sainte Gazette escort son journal. Et, serent vos dieu, mains a noger interesses. Exprimer du poison, and tordant mes pensies. Those are certainly the well-turned lines of a very clever versifier, if not of a great poet. At Athens, before the Areopagitica where Aeschylus pleaded his cause, M. Bartholomew would have been acquitted. But what could he expect? We are not Athenians, and our judges are by no means archons. The poet proceeded, nevertheless, although it was easy to read, in the frowning faces of the judges, their want of sympathy with the defense of the accused. Again, let us listen to Bartholomew. Jusqu'ici, elan aimez-vous, d'un tranquille visage. Conquérir pour ma cause un facile avantage. J.I. venge sans effort, dans mon livre sems. Quelques vers, quelques mots par themis decimes. Redoublons de courage, un grand effort nous reste. Abordons sans pâlir si passage funeste. De Ellen, a eloter bout chard de sombres croix. La, sapent par mis voix le palais de nos rois. Ebrenlant de eletet la base legitime. 500 un, sang usurpateur j'appelle le régime. J invoque la discorde aux bras ensanglantes. Est-il vrai, suis-je donc si coupable, écoutez. Il sait donc désormais, il en a plus à connaître. Si quil est, si quil fut et si quil pouvait être. Oh, que tu dois souvent te dire et repasser. Dans quel large avenir tu devise te lancer. Combien dans ton berceau fut court ton premier rêve. Doublement protégé par le droit et le glaive. Des pupils recherches espoir consolateur. Petit fils d'un César, et fils d'un empereur. Légataire du monde, en nascent roi de Rome. 2. Enes plus adjurdurin quella fils de elham. Portant, quel fils de roy conter si nom obscur. Enachindrate sun titter et sun scepter feuder. Mais qua, content dun nom quivout undiadim. Ni vuturin, unjour conquerir par toimim. La nuit, quan dus fois ta pendula fremi. Quacun brute, ni sort plus du pallian dormi. Etque, sul o milieu d'un appartement vidi. Tu ve, obsed par ta pensi avide. Sans doubt que parfois sur ton sort of venir. Un demon familiar t vient entretenir. Oui, tant que ton aerol, sur ton adolescence. De sa noble tutelle, étendre la puissance. Les jalou archiducs comprimant leur orgil. Du via tout puissant imiteron el actuel. Mais qui pute garantir set paix fraternel. Putetre en si moment la mort leave son ale. Tot au tard, au milieu de ses gardes hongrois. El mettre la folks sur le dien des rois. Alors, il sera temps d'expliquer si problem. 500 unsort, mystérieux ignore de toimim. Fils de Napoleon, petit fils de François. Introdu avenirs il faudra faire un choix. Puisses tu, domaine par la sang de ta mère. Banner de ta pensée, un vain chimer. Et de l'ambition, éteindre le flambeau. Le destin qui ti, resta est encore à ses beaux. Les rois ont grandement console ton jeune age. Le Dutch de Reichsted est un rich apanage. Et tu pourras, un jour, colonel Alemend. Conduire à la parade, un noble regiment. Quasi but désormais ton jeune cœur aspire. Born la tes desires, ta gloire et ton empire. Des rignes, imprévus ni gardens plus l'espoir. Si quan vit, une fois ni doit plus si revoir. Not so, O poet, we shall never see again what we have seen. The phantom child which you have invoked from its premature grave was only to be seen by history as a pale spectre held up to view in a dim poetic distance, as is Stianax or Britannicus. The days that have been we shall know no more. But the future was reserving a still more extraordinary vision for us, which was to confirm the words Dr. Schlegel said to me in 1838. History has been invented to prove the futility of the examples she sets before us. Meanwhile, Barthélemy was being sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment and a fine of 1,000 francs, in spite of, or perhaps because of, his pleading. But if the prisoner had not done with justice, neither had justice done with the prisoner. Barthélemy was hardly inside the prison before he received the following letter from M. Gilibert, registrar. Paris, 6 May 1830. Monsieur, I had the honor of asking you in my letter of 22 March last to settle the fines and expenses which you were sentenced to pay by order of the Royal Court on 7 January last, amounting to invoice francs, fine 1,000, 10% 100, legal expenses and appeal ditto 8145, total 1,180,145. I repeat my request, as I made a mistake in my first application, for 1208 francs 95 centimes. I beg you to discharge these payments by the 10th instant, to avoid the putting into execution of legal methods according to Article 52 of the Code Penal. I have the honor to remain Gilibert, Registrar. And M. Gilibert, who would have been as polite to any prisoner but would, undoubtedly, not have been so punctilious with him if he had not been a poet, had the complacence to put that 52nd article of the Code Penal, to which he alluded so delicately, in a postscript. This is the article which, I suppose, has remained unaltered under the government of King Louis Philippe I, and under that of M. Bonaparte. Article 52. Distraining for fines, restitutions, damages and interest, and for costs, can be enforced by means of imprisonment. To this letter Barthélemy replied, on 9 May 1830, by an epistle entitled La Bourse au la Prison. But in comparison with Fontaine and Magellan, Barthélemy had nothing to complain of. He was lodged in a palace. The palace was rent-free, but he gives us the tariff for the cost of furnishing it. Francs. Ordinary bed, 2 mattresses, sheets, 1 blanket, and Bolster 450. For every extra blanket 650. One pillow 950. One chair 650. One table 650. Total 3350. And it was by these actions that the government was alienating itself from the people by the scandalous trials of Carbonneau, Planes, and Tolleran successively. From the army by the executions of Bories, Réal, Gaubin, and Pommier. From the high military aristocracy by the assassination of Brune, Ramel, Ney, and Mountain Duvernay, from the middle classes by the dissolution of the National Guard, and was alienating a race far more dangerous still, namely poets, journalists, and men of letters, by the sentences which struck successively such men as Paul Louis Courier, Cauchois-Lemaire, Magallan, Beranger, Fontaine, and Barthélemy. Now, a government which has the people, the army, the middle classes, and literature opposed to it is in a very bad way, and this government was therefore in a very bad way on 31 July 1829, on which day it pronounced its sentence on Barthélemy. Exactly a year later to the day, it was defunct. Finally, an anecdote I am just about to relate will prove that I partially foresaw the trend of coming events. My new position in the library of the Duc d'Orléans, a post which, as I have already pointed out to my readers, was more honorary than lucrative, possessed the great advantage to me of affording me an immense office, where I could carry on my literary and historical researches nearly as well as, and far more comfortably, than in the Bibliothèque Royale. So I was more regular in my attendance than either of my two conferrers, Vathout and Casimir de Levine. Accordingly, one day when the Duc d'Orléans came in, humming a tune from one of the masses, a habit of his when he was in a good temper, which, I must say, he nearly always was, he remarked, "So, are you by yourself, M. Dumas?" "Yes, monseigneur." The Duc d'Orléans took 2 or 3 turns round the library, still continuing his singing. Then he went on, a moment later. "Neither Vathout, nor Casimir, nor Taulencourt." "Vathout and Casimir have not come, monseigneur, and Taulencourt has gone out." Twice again he perambulated round the library, still humming to himself. He evidently wished to enter into conversation, so I ventured to ask him, "Does monseigneur want anything I can do in the absence of the other gentlemen?" "No, I wanted to show Vathout an historic portrait and to ask his opinion." "Unhappily, as monseigneur needs advice, I am afraid I am no substitute for M. Vathout." "Come with me, nevertheless," said the Duke. I bowed and followed the prince from the library to the picture gallery. Upon an easel rested a portrait that had just been brought back from the framer. It was waiting for the name of the original to be painted on the frame. It was a portrait of the emperor, painted by Manzès. To find, in 1829, a portrait of the emperor in the palace of the first prince of the blood royal was such a novel species of boldness that I could do nothing but wonder at it. "What do you think of that portrait?" asked the Duc d'Orléans. "I am not very fond of the paintings of M. Manzès, monseigneur." "Ah, true, I forgot you were a romanticist in painting and in literature. You admire the painting of M. Delacroix." "Yes, monseigneur, also of M. Delacroix, M. Scheffer, M. Granit, M. Decamps, M. Boulanger, M. Eugene de Viria. Oh, we allow a wide margin." "Excellent, I am aware you know all about these gentlemen, but that is not to my present purpose. This is a portrait which I have just had painted for my gallery, and there is nothing wanting, as you see, except the insertion of the name. Ought I to put Bonaparte? It would look like affectation only to recognize the first consul. Ought I to put Napoleon? It would seem an affectation to call him emperor. That was the point on which I wished to consult Vathout. But, I replied, it seems a very simple matter to me. Put Napoleon Bonaparte, monseigneur. Yes, but that still implies the emperor. Napoleon, if my memory serves me correctly, was unjust to your family, and you have no love for him, I believe. Monseigneur, I must confess that where that great man is concerned, I share Madame Turrenne's opinion of him, that of admiration. He was a great man, but there were 2 terrible blots on his character. One was a crime, the other a fault: his assassination of the Duc d'Enghien and his marriage with Marie-Louise. Does Monseigneur pardon his usurpation? I did not say so. Monseigneur knows the medicine malgré lui. Yes, I admire it immensely. Well, in the medicine malgré lui Escanoril remarks that there are faggots and faggots. Meaning, I presume, that there are usurpations and usurpations. Bah? Yes, Monseigneur. I do not understand your meaning. I mean to say, and you who are so fair-minded, Monseigneur, will readily understand me, that there is a usurpation which substitutes one dynasty for another dynasty by the instrumentality of violence, breaking up all the roots of the old dynasty throughout the country, all the interests connected with it, leaving raw, open wounds for long enough among the aristocracy and the middle and lower classes, which are slow to heal. And there is the usurpation which purely and simply substitutes one man for another, a green bough for a withered branch, and popularity for unpopularity. That is what I mean, Monseigneur, by my two usurpations. The Duc d'Orleans laughingly lifted up his hand as though to stop me, but he let me finish all the same. M. Dumas, he said to me, that is a somewhat subtle question, and one which, if you must have it answered, should be referred to a council and not to a prince of the blood. However, you are right about the portrait. I will put Napoleon Bonaparte. I bowed and withdrew to the library. The Duke remained in the picture gallery, lost in thought. Chapter 5. The things that are the greatest enemies to the success of a play: the honesty of Mademoiselle Mars as an actress, her dressing room, the habitués at her supper parties, Vatout, Denny, Becquet, Mornay, Mademoiselle Mars in her own home, her last days on the stage, material result of the success of Henry Roman III. My first speculation, the recasting of Christine, where I looked for my inspiration, two other ideas. At the 35th representation of Henry Roman III, Mademoiselle Mars was obliged to take her holiday. She did her utmost to persuade the Comédie Française to compensate her for this holiday. She gave them every possible facility, but the Comédie Française would not listen to anything. The success of Henry Roman III served certain interests but wounded certain amour-propres. At the Comédie Française, one suffers from a peculiarity unknown, or very nearly so, in any other theatre. The author whose piece is being acted makes enemies of all the actors who are not taking part in it. Towards the close of the run of Henry Roman III, I noticed Monrose, an excellent comedian whose talents should have raised him above the paltry jealousies of those of lesser genius, come into the green room, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming gleefully, "Ah, we have taken 500 francs less tonight than at the last representation." I was present. He had not perceived me at first, and when he caught sight of me, he pretended not to have seen me and went away. Mademoiselle Mars was on the point of renouncing her holiday, so reluctant was she to interrupt the success of the run. Mademoiselle Mars was an exceedingly straightforward, honest actress, I nearly said an honest man, and punctiliously accurate. Everyone did his duty when connected with her, because she did hers as carefully as a pupil during her first year at a boarding school. Once only was she a few minutes late at a rehearsal. "I beg your pardon for being a quarter of an hour late," she said as she came in, "but I have just lost 40,000 francs. Let us be quick and begin." And she rehearsed as though nothing had happened. Once, when she was going on the stage, she had a sort of apoplectic fit, but instead of interrupting the play as any other actress would have done, she sent for leeches, and between the first and third acts she took advantage of the second act, in which she did not have to appear, to apply them to her chest. When I entered her dressing room after the play, she was covered with blood down to her slippers. Mademoiselle Mars had a very large room, the same that Mademoiselle Rachel now has. At the end of each performance, the room was always filled with people. Mademoiselle Mars did not trouble herself in the least about her visitors being present. She would undress and take off her paint and rouge with a modest dexterity quite remarkable. She had in particular a way of changing her chemise while talking, without showing anything of her person beyond her fingertips. That was a tour de force. When her toilet was complete, those who wished to accompany her home went with her and found a supper ready. The regular attenders at these suppers were Vatout, Romeo, Denny, Becquet, and myself, among men, and Julienne, her lady companion, a character, the beautiful Amigo, the fair Madame Myra, and sometimes an old lady named Fusel. Mornay called every evening to conduct Mademoiselle Mars to the theatre, or saw her safely home. My readers are acquainted with Romeo. I introduced him in company with his friend Rousseau, so as I have nothing fresh to tell about him, I will pass him over. But I have hardly as yet described Vatout. Madame Valmore took him off well when she dubbed him a butterfly in top boots. Vadout was full of small defects and great qualities. He would superciliously hold out a finger to you if you offered to shake hands with him, and he put on the airs of a grand seigneur without ever succeeding in being mistaken for a grand seigneur. He had a good heart in spite of his uppish manners, and a charming mind behind his awkward appearance. He had a way of saying certain things that did not sit at all well on him. One of his monstrous affectations was to try and resemble the Duck 500 Orleans. I have even been assured that, in confidence, he let people draw conclusions about this resemblance. The Duc d'Orleans was very fond of him, and when king, maintained his friendship with him. At the Cour Citoyenne they quoted his quips and sang his chansons. There was one in particular about the mayor of EU which became the rage. Will our modest readers allow us to insert it here? For, to our way of thinking, it constituted his worthiest claim to the Academy. Do not let us do injustice to poor Vadout. Le Maire Dieu. Their affair. 50 ambition, se despotizes. Ka vous rend triste et saucia. Mais, dans la via manoir disguises. Qui ni serait ambitia. Torment du besoin de faire. Quelque chose dans si beau lieu. J.I. brig elhanor detramer. Et elan emanam merdieu. Notre origine en est pas clair. Roland nous gouvernajadis. Mais César fut-il notre pire. O descendants nous de smarties. Dans l'embers de ma pensée. Un mot put tout concilier. Nous sommes isses de Percy. Voyez plutat mon moblier. Genie sways pas forta mon aise. Ma mary est un petit coin. Et mon trône une simple chaise. Qui me cert en cas de besoin. Mes habits ni sentent pas l'amber. Mon equipage brille pew. Mais que m'importe un pot de chamber. Suffit bien pour un merdieu. En vent partout ma police. Si quan fate ni m'échappe pas. A tous G rens bon justice. J observe avec sointous les cas. On ni pute ni manger ni boire. Sans quetout pas sous mes yeux. Mais c'est surtout les jours de foire. Quan me voit souvent sur les lieux. Grace ox roses que elan recule. Dans mon labor employ. G prefer mon portefeuille. A celui des agents du roi. G brave les orders sinisters. Qui brise leur pouvoir tout net. Et plus puissant que les ministers. J enter en tout temps au cabinet. G me complay dans mon empire. Chapter 49, Ni me cause aucun sauce. Moi, J aime l'air que elan y respire. En voit en sent la merdice. Partout l'essence et le bien-être. Ma vie est un bouquet de fleurs. Aussi J aime beaucoup mieux être. Mère Dieu que mère des lors. Beau château bâti par les guises. Mer dazer bainant le tréport. Lou au lazun fit despotizes. G sways a vous jusqu'à la mort. G vieux sous l'écharpe francaise. Mourir en senator ramen. Commis et tranquille sur ma chaise. Tenant mes papiers à la main. Vadout was also the author of the famous mot said to an official who, accompanying the king down a by street which the latter was determined to penetrate, made excuses at each step for the obstructions they encountered. Many hens had laid there of the type of which Henry Roman IV had remarked, "Stop, stop, mother. I much prefer to see the hen than the egg." "Oh, sire," said the poor fellow, "oh, sire, had I only known your majesty intended passing this way, I would have had them all cleared away." "You would not have had the right to do that, M. le Maire," Vadout gravely remarked. "They have their papers." Between 1821 and Vadout wrote a book which was an enormous success. It was about the adventures of La Charte and was entitled Histoire de la Fille d'un Roi. Later, he wrote Idée Fixe, which was scarcely read, then some sort of a novel called The Conspiration de Célimare, finally, various publications about the royal chateaux. In all, nothing very striking, but nevertheless he was consumed with the desire to become an academician, scribe urging him to it. He reached his goal, poor fellow. but in the interval between his nomination and his reception, being as faithful to the royal cause during its exile as he had been in the heyday of its powerfulness, he went to pay a visit to the exiles at Claremont, where he was taken ill after dinner and died 24 hours later. He died without having had the joy of sitting once in the academy. Poor Vathout. No one, I am sure, did him greater justice or regretted him more than I did. I obtained Hugo's vote for him with much difficulty. The whole of Parisian society knew Denny, ex-ordinateur general, who, man of wit and pleasure-seeker as he was, talked as though his mouth were full of nutshells, and told a host of stories and anecdotes, each more strange and amusing than the last, with such a defective pronunciation that they acquired a convincing air of originality. He worshipped Mademoiselle Mars, who was very fond of him in return. If 3 days went by without Denny being seen at her house, one asked what had become of him, for nothing but illness or an accident could, it was supposed, account for so long an absence. Becket was as well known as Denny. Perhaps he was even better known. He was one of the weekly contributors to the journal Des Debats. He was exceedingly clever, but as he got drunk regularly once a day, his intellect gradually became dulled. Two often quoted sayings of his will serve to illustrate the sort of respect and filial affection he had for his father. Once when Becket the elder took his son to task concerning his unfortunate habit of drunkenness, saying to him, "See, you wretch, how it is aging you. You will be taken for my father, and I shall outlive you by 10 years." "Ah," Becket languidly retorted, "why do you always say such disagreeable things to me?" Becket possessed another habit, that of contracting debts. He owed money to everybody, and this widespread indebtedness reduced his father to despair. "Wretch," he said to him on another occasion, this was old Becket's usual term for his son, sometimes used as an adjective, at others as a substantive. "Wretch," he said, "by God and the devil, I cannot conceive how you can live like this." "Stay, father," Becket replied, "you have just mentioned the only two powers to whom I do not owe anything." The day his father died, it is sad to relate that it was a festival day for Becket, who made merry in heart and purse. He dined at the Café de Paris and ordered his menu like a man who is regardless of cost. But when it came to the wine, he called the waiter. Some doubt had probably arisen in his mind, and he wished the opinion of an expert. "Waiter," he asked, "is the Bordeaux in mourning?" 2 hours later, they carried Becket home. One night, I met Becket in one of those marvelous states of intoxication that he alone could carry off in such lordly style. It was on the 21st of January. "What," said I to him, "drunk on this day of all days, Becket? May I ask if there is, perchance, any day on which a man may not be drunk if he likes?" asked the author of Memoir Blue in amazement. "Certainly, I should have thought there was, especially for you who are a royalist, it being the anniversary of the death of Louis Roman XVI. Becket seemed to reflect for an instant over the gravity of my observation. Then, placing a hand on my shoulder, "If they had not cut off the head of good King Louis Roman XVI, do you suppose he would be dead now?" "It is more than probable." "Well then," said Becket, carelessly snapping his fingers, "how can you say anything to me?" And off he went with the aplomb of the drunkard, who, from long practice, has learnt to be superior to the general run of drinkers in being always able to walk straight when intoxicated. It was when dead drunk, after having left the house of Mademoiselle Mars, that Becket wrote the famous article for the journal Des Debats which concluded with the following words, and which overthrew the monarchy. "Malheureux France, malheureux roi, unfortunate France, unfortunate king." Becket died of drink and died whilst drinking. For the last 6 months of his life he was never sober. His eyes became dull and expressionless. His actions were involuntary and instinctive. His hand mechanically felt for the bottle to pour wine into his glass, which he had not sufficient strength to empty. To the last moment, Mademoiselle Mars received him with the wholehearted friendship that was one of her finest virtues. When Becket died, she had not the heart to regret him, although she shed tears at the news. Mornay formed a singular contrast to all those of whom I have been speaking. Mornay was elegant and aristocratic, he was the gentry personified, and, in addition to all these qualifications, he had as much wit as all the rest of us put together. When Mornay was appointed plenipotentiary, and left first for the Grand Duchy of Baden, and afterwards for Sweden, Mademoiselle Mars lost the brightest star of her salon. There are minds which possess the qualities of well-seasoned tinder, and set fire to all around with whom they come in contact. Mornay was one of these. The rest of us served him for flint. When, perchance, he happened to be too fatigued to use his own wits, he counted on our supplying his deficiency. Mornay had no fortune, but Mademoiselle Mars left him an income of 40,000 livres per annum at her death. He took down a portrait of her, which he carried away with him, remarking, "That is the only thing to which I have a right here," and he left the 40,000 livres per annum to the heirs of Mademoiselle Mars. Mademoiselle Mars at the theater and Mademoiselle Mars in her private home were two quite different beings. On the stage, her voice was entrancing, almost like a song, and her looks were endearing and soft, full of bewitching charm. At home, her voice was harsh, she looked almost hard, and her movements were brusque and impatient. Her theatrical voice was acquired, an instrument on which she had been taught to play, and which she played marvelously well. But she rightly mistrusted it when she had to express great crises of passion, or to give effect to great heights of poesy. She was afraid then of straining her gentle notes, and she almost envied Madame Dorval her hoarse, raucous voice, which enabled her to utter piteous cries that went straight to the heart. I never knew anyone who was more modest about her talents than was Mademoiselle Mars. She never spoke of herself, her triumphs, or her creations. She admired her father, Mouvel, profoundly. She was his pupil, and it gave her evident pleasure to talk of him. She was also a great admirer of Mademoiselle Cantat, and it was odd to hear her confessing her inferiority to this great actress in regard to certain points of art. I cannot say if all the tales told about the age of Mademoiselle Mars be true, but I know she never concealed a week of it from her friends. She had a marble sculpture by Boule in her salon, which had been given by Queen Marie Antoinette to her mother, because they had both been confined on the same day. Therefore, Mademoiselle Mars must have been exactly the same age as the Duchesse d'Angoulême, who was born on 19 December 1778. When Mademoiselle Mars liked, she could be charming, for she possessed a great fund of humor. Her voice was just the voice that could imitate, and when she criticized the members of the Comédie Francaise, from Mademoiselle Plessy to Ligier, it was tersely but capitally done. She showed much kindness towards and interest in persons whom she thought to possess talent, and would help them with her advice, her talent, and her influence. She once rescued a clown who was performing in the square at Metz, and never rested until she had found a small position for him. She recommended him to me in 1833 or 1834, but I had no opportunity of giving him a part for 15 or 18 years, when I entrusted him with the role of Lorraine in the Barrière de Clichy. The man's name was Patinel, and he was one of the best writers at the Cirque. In common with Talma, Mademoiselle Mars saw her reputation go on increasing to the very day on which she finally left the stage. Her last creation, Mademoiselle de Belle-Isle, was one of her happiest performances. I was her latest supporter at the theater, and in all probability, I had the good fortune of prolonging her career for 2 or 3 years. The latter days of her period at the Comédie Francaise were tinged with bitterness. One day, at an extra performance, someone threw a crown of immortelles at her feet, such as are placed upon tombs. It had been put together in one of the very boxes of the theater, and I could, if I chose, mention in whose. When she left the stage, the same thing occurred as after the loss of Talma. Everyone believed himself capable of replacing Talma, and everyone hoped to replace Mademoiselle Mars. They attempted it in their old roles. They invented new ones. Managers and papers did their part by puffing and praising budding reputations. They had Turrenne's money. Had they even the money of Mademoiselle Mars? Although Henry Roman III did not bring any very great wealth to our household, it had nevertheless produced a considerable change. First and foremost, it had freed us from debt. It had repaid Porcher and M. Laffat. It had permitted us to quit our humble lodgings in the Rue Saint-Denis and to hire for my mother a set of rooms on the ground floor, with a garden, at number 7 Rue Madame. She had been recommended to have air and exercise, and I chose that street and quarter so as to be close to Mesdames Villeneuve and Waldor, who from family reasons had left their house in the Rue de Vaugirard and taken a suite of apartments at number 11 Rue Madame. I had hired a separate room for myself, on the 4th floor, at the corner of Rue de l'Université and the Rue du Bac. And, as my new position brought me visitors from among the ladies and gentlemen of the Theatre Francaise, I made this room as pretty as I could afford. As I had learnt from past experience never to trust too much to the future, I had compounded for my food for 1 year, paying 1,800 francs in advance. Or, to be more exact, I paid for 365 breakfast coupons and dinner tickets, wine not included. Unluckily, a month after I had made this arrangement, the Café Desmares went bankrupt, and I lost my year's payment and meals. It was my first speculation, and it turned out badly, it will be seen. Meanwhile, I had been receiving reproaches from an exceedingly charming young lady at the Theatre Francais, who grumbled because, after having had an insignificant part in Henry Roman III, there was none at all for her in Christine, for I still flattered myself with the hope that my Christine would yet be played at the Theatre Francais, in spite of the delay owing to M. Brault, who had died meanwhile, and now the Comédie Francaise was not in a hurry to take up either. Her reproaches went home, as they were deserved, and I felt I owed her a double reparation. I therefore replied, "Set your mind at rest. I will recast Christine in order to make it more dramatic and up to date, and something shall come out of the transformation that will, I hope, satisfy you." The mind of a worker is often full of singular prejudices, which are sometimes odd enough to border upon mania. At times he imagines he can only conceive his schemes in such and such a place. At others, that he can only write his play on some special kind of paper. I got it into my head that I could only evolve a fresh Christine out of my old Christine if I took a short journey and was rocked by the motion of a carriage. As I was not yet rich enough to go in a carriage, I chose a diligence. It did not matter where the diligence was going, provided I had the coupe, the inside, or the rotund to myself. I went to the Cour des Messageries, and after a couple of hours waiting, I found what I wanted, a coach with no passenger in the coupe. The diligence was bound for Havre. This was, indeed, a chance for me, for I had never been to a seaport, and I should be killing two birds with one stone. In those days it took fully 20 hours to go from Paris to Havre. This, again, suited me well enough. Inspiration would have plenty of time to work, or it would never come at all. I set off, and as imagination, naturally, plays a principal part in works of art, when my imagination had what it wanted in the way of external conditions for working, it began to work. By the time I reached Havre, my play was recast. I had divided the scenes between Stockholm, Fontainebleau, and Rome, and the character of Paula rose out of this fresh genesis. It meant a complete overhauling and rewriting of the entire play, and very little was left of the original one. Although I was in great haste to set to work, I did not start back again to Paris before I had seen the sea. I stayed at Havre just long enough to eat some oysters, to have a sail on the sea, and to buy a couple of china vases which I could have got cheaper in Paris, and then I got into the diligence. In 72 hours I had been my journey and reconstructed my play. I have spoken of the strange prejudices which imperiously impose certain conditions under which work shall be fulfilled. No one is less of a maniac than myself. Nobody who acquires the habit of working incessantly, as I did, could work with greater ease than I. And yet, 3 times, I have felt absolutely compelled to obey a caprice. The first occasion I have just related. The second was over the composition of Don Juan de Marana, and the third was connected with Capitaine Paul. I was possessed with the notion that I could only conceive my fantastic drama to the sound of some music. I asked for tickets from my friend Zimmerman, for the Conservatoire, and, in the corner of a box together with 3 strangers, my eyes closed as though I were asleep. Soothed into semi-unconsciousness by Beethoven and Weber, I composed the principal scenes of my drama in 2 hours. It was different in the case of Capitaine Paul. I needed sea, a wide horizon, clouds scudding across the sky, and breezes whistling through the rigging and masts of ships. I went a voyage to Sicily and anchored my little boat for a couple of hours at the entrance to the Straits of Messina. In 2 days' time, Capitaine Paul was finished. On my return, I found a letter from Hugo. The success of Henry Roman III had inspired him with the desire to write a drama, and he invited me to go and hear it read at the House of Deveria. That drama was Marion Delorme. In Chapter 6, Victor Hugo, his birth, his mother, less Chassaboeuf and less Comet, Captain Hugo, the signification of his name, Victor's godfather, the Hugo family in Corsica, M. Hugo is called to Naples by Joseph Bonaparte. He is appointed colonel and governor of the province of Avellino. Recollections of the poet's early childhood. Fra Diavolo, Joseph, King of Spain. Colonel Hugo is made a general, count, marquis, and majordomo. The Archbishop of Tarragona. Madame Hugo and her children in Paris. The convent of Feuillantines. We will now devote a few pages to the author of Marion Delorme, Notre Dame de Paris and Orientals, for we deem he is well worth the digression. Victor Hugo was born on 26 March 1803. Where and under what conditions, the poet himself tells us on the first page of his Feuilles d'automne. Si siècle avait duens, Rome remplacate Sparte. Déjà Napoléon percate sous Bonaparte. Et du premier consul, trop jeune par le droit. Le front de l'empereur, brissait le masque étroit. Alors dans Bisenken, Ville Villaspagnol. Jeet Camela Grain, Ogri de l'air qui vole. Naquit, dun sang Breton et Lorraine à la foise. Un enfant sans couleur, sans regard et sans voix. Si debile, quil fut, ainsi qu'un chimer. Abandon de tous, except de sa mire. Et que sunku, ploi comme un fril roseau. Fitfair en mime temps, sabier et sun burso. Si t enfant, quel avait effacate de sun liver. Et qui en avait pas mime, un lendemain à vivre. 100 est moi. The child was, indeed, so weak that, 15 months after his birth, he could not even hold up his head on his shoulders. But, as though it were already weighted with all the thoughts of which it only possessed the germ, it persistently fell forward on his breast. The poet continues. Je vous dirai peut-être quelque jour. Quel late peur, que de soins, que de voix, que d'amour. Perdigues pour mauvais, en nascent condamné. 1000 Aunt Fate, du fois le fils de ma mère obstiné. His mother, of Breton blood, who persevered in battling with death for the life of her child, like a true mother and a Breton, was the daughter of a rich shipowner of Nantes, and granddaughter of one of the leaders of the bourgeoisie in that land of opposition. Furthermore, she was cousin german to Constantin Francois, Count of Chassebeuf, who renounced that grand feudal name, reminiscent of the barons pasteurs of the Middle Ages, for that of Volney, which would merely remind one of the name of a provincial comedian, if the gentleman who had the strange fancy of taking that name had not made it famous by putting it at the beginning of his voyage en Egypt and at the end of his ruins. She was, besides, cousin of another imperial celebrity, Comte Cornet, who was less literary in his tastes than political. Comte Cornet, whose name is now, perhaps, forgotten, was deputy for Nantes and one of the Conseil des Cinq Cents. He took part in the doings of the famous 18 Brumaire, which changed the aspect of France for half a century. Instead of defending the privileges of the Assembly, he supported Bonaparte's pretensions, and Napoleon, on of gratitude, made him senator, the usual reward for such services, then count, and so that he should possess everything, in quantity if not in quality, that the members of the old nobility possessed who had rallied round the empire, he gave him a coat of arms. But, through one of those pleasantries which a crowned soldier sometimes permits himself, this coat of arms, which recalled the somewhat plebeian origin of the person whom it was intended to ennoble, was azure with 3 cornets argent. Madame Hugo's name was Sophie Trebuchet. She had, as we have seen, 2 peerages in her family, that of Comte Volney and that of Comte Cornet. Please remember this fact, for we shall have occasion again to refer to it. The Lorraine blood of which the poet sings came from his father, Joseph Leopold Sigisbert Hugo. From this side noble descent was quite undoubted. It sprang from an ancient German source. His grandfather, Georges Hugo, was captain of the guards to some Duke of Lorraine, and had been ennobled in 1531 by letters patent dated at Lillibon, in Normandy, by this duke, who bestowed on him as coat of arms on a field azure au chef d'argent 2 martlets in sable. 3 martlets are, as is well known, the arms of the House of Lorraine. So the duke could not have done more for his captain. Another martlet, and he would have put him on the same level with himself. But those who wish for fuller details than we give on this subject, and a greater authority, should consult Hosier, Register Roman 4, under the heading of Hugo. However, as we believe in the magic of names, we will give some information that Hosier does not give, namely, that the old German word Hugo is equivalent to the Latin word spiritus, and means breath, soul, spirit. The feebler a babe is, the more need there is for haste to baptize it. Major Sigisbert Hugo, in command at that time at Besançon, which was the depot of a Corsican regiment, seeing his 3rd son was so delicate, looked round and selected Victor Fainau de la Horie for godparent, who was shot in 1812 for being the instigating spirit of the conspiracy of which Mallet was the active agent. And from him, the poet received his Christian name of Victor, which, added to his surname, no matter whether it precedes or follows it, can be translated in no other way than to mean conquering spirit, triumphant soul, victorious breath. The poet never thought of calling himself by any other name than the accident of his birth had decreed, as had his maternal cousin Chassebeuf, and we shall even see later that, when the addition would have been useful to him, he declined to call himself Hugo Cornet. Victor's father was one of the rough champions bred by the Revolution. He took up arms in 1791, and did not sheathe his sword unt others kept theirs in use unten, but it was rarely that it brought them good fortune. In 1795 he was a lieutenant and fought in the Vendian War. It was his company which formed part of the detachment, led by Commandant Muscar, that took Charette in the forest of La Chaudière. By a strange coincidence, it was Colonel Hugo who captured Fra Diavolo in Calabria, and General Hugo who took Juan Martin, otherwise known as the Empecinado, on the banks of the Tagus. They were the three principal leaders of that great period of wars, which lasted more than a quarter of a century. Of course, it will be well understood that we do not compare the noble and loyal Charette with the Calabrian brigand or the Spanish bandit. Charette was shot, Fra Diavolo hung, and Juan Martin garroted. After the peaceful settlement of La Vendée, the lieutenant got his captaincy, left the Loire for the Rhine and civil war for foreign campaigns, and became attached to the general staff of Moreau, with whom he made the campaign of 1796. He next went into Italy to serve in Massina's army corps. In connection with my father, I have mentioned what an antipathy Bonaparte felt towards officers who came to him already distinguished by their actions in the armies of the West and the Pyrenees and the North. Captain Sigisbert Hugo was yet another instance. At the Battle of Caldero, he was commanded by Massena to hold the head of the bridge with his company, and he was the pivot on which the fate of the whole battle turned. Massena accordingly expected to be able to recompense this magnificent feat of arms by obtaining Captain Hugo his majority, chef de bataillon. But he had not reckoned for the general-in-chief's hatred. Bonaparte asked whence Captain Hugo had come, and when he learnt that he had belonged to the army of the Rhine, he cancelled the nomination. King Louis-Philippe did pretty much the same injustice to the general as Bonaparte had to the captain. The name of the Battle of Caldero is on the triumphal arch at Ettel, but that of General Hugo is not there. The poet avenged this strange oversight in the last line of his final stanza on the Arc de Triomphe de Ettel. Quand ma pensi ainsi, violescent tanatique. Ti fate de l'avenir un pas magnifique. Alors, sous ta grandeur jimi curb effray. J'admire et filspia, passant que l'art animé. Je ni regret rien devant ton mer sublime. Que Phidias absent, et mon pire oubli. However, as Captain Hugo was not among the number of those who are beaten in their career, he obtained his majority at last, but under what circumstances I am not aware. However that may be, he was a major, and happened to be in garrison at Luneville when the conferences for the ratification of the Treaty of Campo Formio were begun in that town. At these conferences, Joseph Bonaparte, who was later King of Naples, then King of Spain and the Indies, was plenipotentiary of the Republic. I knew this King of Naples and Spain well at Florence. His disposition was more gentle than elevated, more placid than bold. Like his brothers Louis and Lucien, and we might even say like his brother Napoleon, he had had at first a passion for literature. The others had written memoirs, comedies, and epic poems. He had written novels. His daughter, Princess Zenaide, who is now Princess of Canino, was, I believe, named after one of her father's heroines. Joseph Bonaparte, as plenipotentiary, became intimate with Major Hugo, who, as we have mentioned, joined the depot of the Corsican regiment at Besançon when the conferences were concluded. And we have also stated that it was there the famous poet was born of whom we are now writing. Some months after his birth, the depot of which his father was in command received orders to undertake garrison duty on the Isle of Elba. And on that island, where Napoleon began his decline and fall, the author of the Ode à la Colonne, or rather of the Odes à la Colonne, began to grow strong. The first tongue that the child, who was predestined to be so celebrated, learnt to talk was Italian, and the first word he pronounced, after those two words with which all human voices, lips and tongues begin, papa and mama, was an apostrophe to his governess, Cadeva. He called out one day, before anyone knew he had learnt the meaning of the word. Perhaps it may not be generally known that Cadeva means naughty. Of the Isle of Elba, the child remembers nothing, and nothing of his early sojourn among his fellow men, nothing of this earliest halt on the threshold of his existence has remained in his memory. In 1806, the plenipotentiary Joseph was made King of Naples. He then remembered his friend the Major of Luneville. He inquired what had become of him, learnt that he was living on the Isle of Elba, and that he had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel, or, as it was still called in 1806, Gros Major. He wrote to him and proposed he should come and join fortunes with him, and aid him in the establishment of his throne in the beautiful city, which all ought to see before they die. and leave in order to die as soon as they have seen it. But no one dared venture on such military escapades without the permission of the master. Lieutenant Colonel, Hugo asked leave of the Emperor Napoleon to attach himself to King Joseph. The Emperor Napoleon condescended to reply that he not only authorized this change of service, but that he should be pleased to see a French element in his brother's armies, which were only the wings of his own army. Frenchmen never take service in a foreign army without certain feelings of regret, but this army was destined to be one of the wings of the national army. And to ameliorate so far as he could the hardships of this exile, the newly made king promoted Gros Major Hugo a colonel, made him an aide-de-camp, and appointed him governor of the province of Avellino. When installed in his governorship, the husband sent for his wife and children, whom he longed to have near him. So, in 1807, Madame Hugo and her 3 sons set out for Naples, and the child continued the life of wandering which had begun in his cradle, and which, continued through his youth, was to be his lot to the threshold of manhood. It is to these long journeys taken in his dawning days that the poet alludes in the following lines. Infant, sur un tambour ma crèche fut posé. Dans un casque pour moi ello saint fut puissy. Un soldat, embragent d'un bellicu face. De quelques via lambeau d'une bannière usée. Fit les langes de mon berceau. Parmi les chars poudreux, les armes éclatantes. Une muse des camps emporta sous les tentes. G dormis sur l'afut des canons meurtriers. J aimait les fiers coursiers aux crinières flottantes. Et l'eperin froissant les rocs étriers. Avec nos camps vainqueurs, dans l'Europa servi. J ere, G parcouris la terre avant la vie. Et tout infant en corps, des vias recueillies. 1000 écoutants, racontant d'une bouche ravie. Mes jours si plus nombreux et déjà si remplis. G visitai cette île en noirs debris fécond. Plus tard premier degré d'une chute profonde. La haute senis, dont illegal aim les rocs lointains. Intendit de sun enter o l'avalanche grande. Says via glackens crier sous mes pas infantins. Vers l'adage et l'arno, G van des bords du Rhône. G vis de l'Occident, l'Auguste Babylone. Rome, taugers vivante au fond de ses tomo. Réunis du monde, encore sur un débris de trône. Avec une pourpre en lambeau. Puis Turin, puis Florence aux plaisirs taugers prit. Naples, aux boards imbombs au le printemps esserit. Et que vesuv en feu couvert d'un deus brûlant. Comme un guerrier jaloqui, témoin d'une fête. Jet au milieu des fleurs sun panache sanglant. Happy, 100 times happy, is the man who is able to embroider the web of his life with such magic characters. I too have had recollections similar to those of my literary brother, but I have expressed mine in humble prose, and I rejoice to find them expressed again in his splendid and sonorous poetry. Thence ascend the earliest recollections of the child, indelible recollections, which still shine clearly when extreme old age has come upon us, as a mirage reflects a vanished oasis. Hugo, who had only once been across beautiful Italy, often talked to me about the grand pictures of it that remained on his memory. They were as present to his mind as though he had been my companion during my 15 or 20 journeys therein. But he never remembered things in their normal conditions. They always recurred to him in connection with some momentary incident or accident that happened to have changed their ordinary aspect. Thus, Parma was remembered as surrounded by a flood. Aquapenden's volcanic peak stood out lit with the lightnings of a storm, the Trajan column in connection with the excavations that were being carried on round it. And yet his recollection was as exact as it could be. Florence, with its embattled inns, its massive palaces, its granite fortresses. Rome, with its leaping fountains, its obelisks which make it look like a town of ancient Egypt, and its colonnade of Bernino, twin sister to that of the Louvre. Naples, with its promenades, its Posilip, its Rue de Toledo, its Bay, its Isles, and its Vesuvius. The 3 children had amused themselves on the long journey by making crosses with straw and putting them in the cracks between the glass doors and the grooves they ran in. When the Italian peasants, especially those who lived in the neighborhood of Rome, saw these simple Calvaries, faithful in their worship of images, they would kneel down or at least make the sign of the cross. The young travelers had been much terrified at the sight of bandits' heads stuck on poles by the roadsides, shriveling up in the sun. For a long time, the poor children refused to believe they were really human heads, and persisted that they were bewigged masks like those hung outside all hairdressers' shops at that period. But when they were taken down and shown them, in all their hideous reality, they remained very deeply engraved on Victor's memory. In the case of a man like Hugo, a genius out of the common run, who has already played and will still play a great part in the literary and political history of his country, it is the duty of those who knew him to depict him for his contemporaries and successors, in the light and shade which formed the character of the man and the genius of the poet. Let us hope that the genius of the poet will stand out flawless throughout our narrative. The character of the man will speak for itself by his line of conduct and his accomplished actions. A home for Madame Hugo and her sons was not prepared for them at Naples, but at Avellino, capital of the province over which Colonel Hugo had been appointed governor. This home was in a palace of marble, like most palaces in that country, where marble is more common than stone. But this palace possessed a strange peculiarity which was certain to attract the attention and to remain in the memory of a child. One of those shocks of earthquake which are common in the Italian peninsula had just shaken Calabria from end to end. The marble palace of Avellino had been shaken like the rest of the buildings. Yet, being on a more solid foundation than they, after oscillating and trembling in the balance for a moment, it kept upright, but remained cracked from roof to base. The crack extended diagonally across the wall of Victor's bedroom, so that he could see the country through this most original opening almost as plainly as through his window. The palace was built on a sort of precipice, lined with great nut trees, which produced the enormous nuts called avellines, filberts, from the name of the district in which they are grown. When these nuts reached maturity, the children spent their days wandering among the trees, hung over the abyss, to gather the bunches. No doubt this taught Hugo that familiarity with high places, that scorn of precipices, and that indifference to empty space, which he possessed beyond most men, and which filled me with admiration, for I turned giddy on the balcony of a first story. About this time, one of the bitterest enemies of the French was Mitchell Pezza, nicknamed Fra Diavolo, about whom my confer scribe composed a comic opera, although the life of the original was a most terrible drama. Fra Diavolo had begun as a brigand chief, something after the fashion of Cartouche, but with more cruelty. He practiced that romantic profession, until Cardinal Ruffo, another brigand chief, only in a higher sphere of society, conceived the idea of reconquering Naples for his beloved sovereign Ferdinand I, who had abandoned his capital, disguised as a lackey, in consequence of the French invasion, which was provoked by his insolent proclamations. Everyone knows the terrible story of the two Sicilies, the orgies of blood presided over by two courtesans, in which a whole generation disappeared, and in which, in order to prevent the ruin of the state, they were obliged to give fixed salaries to the executioners, who had been having 10 ducats per execution. Fra Diavolo joined his band to Cardinal Ruffo's army, with which he marched upon Naples, recapturing it in company with the cardinal, and finally being made colonel, and even count, so I understand, by Ferdinand I. Nevertheless, Ferdinand I returned to Sicily later, not only a fugitive before the French invasion, but also before a brother of the emperor. And Fra Diavolo, with his rank of colonel and his title of count, started afresh his guerrilla warfare and his brigandage. Colonel Hugo was commissioned to take him, and the price of 20,000 ducats was put on his head. He had already escaped once through a prodigious feat of audacity and address. He was pursued, hounded out and hemmed in on every side, with 250 to 300 men, the remnant of his band, but he hoped to be able to escape by a defile that he believed was known only to himself. So he had directed his course towards this defile, but to his great surprise, he found this final way of escape guarded like the rest. His last hope had vanished. He had no means of turning back. They had tried every gorge and found a wall of bayonets barring the way. "Come along, then, we have but one way left us," exclaimed Fra Diavolo. "Perhaps they may let us take it. Bind me hand and foot to a horse. You have taken me prisoner, and are leading me to the French colonel to obtain your 20,000 ducats, the price of my head. Leave the rest to my lieutenant and do as he does." They had to hasten, for they were within sight of the French detachment, which was growing uneasy as to who the troop of men might be. Moreover, they were accustomed, especially in desperate circumstances, to follow Fra Diavolo's instructions with blind obedience. In a second he was strapped and bound down, like Mazeba, on a horse, and the cortege continued its way, making straight for the French detachment. This detachment was composed of 500 or 600 men and was commanded by a major. When they saw the troop marching to them, the French battalion marched to meet it, and the two corps came to close quarters. The Calabrian troop halted within 100 feet of the French, and only the lieutenant, clad like a simple peasant, stepped forward out of the ranks and advanced towards the major. "What is your business, and who is the man you have strapped there?" demanded the major. "That strapped man is Fra Diavolo," replied the lieutenant, "whom we have caught, and we want the 20,000 ducats promised for his head." Instantly, the name of Fra Diavolo was passed from mouth to mouth. "You have taken Fra Diavolo?" exclaimed the major. "Yes," the lieutenant went on, "and as proof, there he is, bound hand and foot and strapped to the horse." Fra Diavolo's eyes flashed fire. "How did you take him?" asked the major. The lieutenant invented a fable, to the effect that Fra Diavolo, hunted, pursued, hemmed about, had sought shelter in a village which he believed to be friendly to him. But he had been arrested, seized, and bound during the night, and the whole village had formed his escort for fear he should escape. "Bandits, wretches, traitors!" exclaimed Fra Diavolo. The explanation was all sufficient for the major. Besides, the chief thing was that Fra Diavolo was caught. Any accompanying explanations concerning the capture were mere questions of curiosity. "Very good," he said, "hand me over your bandit." "Certainly, but first hand over to us the 20,000 ducats." "How is it likely I should have 20,000 ducats with me?" retorted the major. "In that case," said the lieutenant, "no money, no Fra Diavolo." "Humph," said the major. "Oh, I am well aware that you are the stronger force," remarked the lieutenant, "and that you can take us if you wish. But if you do take us, you will have stolen 20,000 ducats from our pockets." The major was a logical soul, and he realized the justice of the reasoning. "Very well," he said, "take your prisoner to the headquarters. I will give you 100 men to accompany you." The lieutenant and Fra Diavolo exchanged a sly glance, which implied that the major had played into their hands. The 100 men of the escorting party and the 250 Calabrian peasants set off for the headquarters 6 leagues away. But the headquarters never received news of Fra Diavolo, and the 100 men of the escort never reappeared. When a defile was reached, the 100 Frenchmen were slaughtered, and Fra Diavolo and his 250 men regained the mountains. Colonel Hugo meant to go on with the pursuit, and from henceforth there was a constant series of outwittings and marches and countermarches between him and the Calabrian chief, which ended in Fra Diavolo being defeated. Taken a second time, Fra Diavolo was sent to Naples, where his trial was to take place, and the 20,000 ducats were immediately paid over to those who had taken him. One morning, Colonel Hugo learnt that Fra Diavolo was condemned to be hung. Hung, the word sounded odd to French ears. Colonel Hugo at once started off for Naples and obtained an audience of the king, from whom he wished to solicit a commutation, not of the penalty, but of the manner of execution. He asked that, as Fra Diavolo had been a soldier, he might be shot. Unluckily, Fra Diavolo had been a bandit before he became a soldier, and he had served his own ends before enlisting in the services of Cardinal Ruffo and Ferdinand. The documentary evidence shown to Colonel Hugo by King Joseph was so crammed with willful crimes, murders, and incendiary fires that Colonel Hugo was the first to withdraw his proposition. Consequently, Colonel Mitchell Pezza, otherwise Fra Diavolo, and Count of I know not what title, was summarily hung. In 1808, Napoleon having declared that the Bourbons of Spain had ceased to reign, Joseph Bonaparte passed from the throne of the Two Sicilies to that of Spain, where Colonel Hugo followed him. Upon his arrival in Madrid, Colonel Hugo was made brigadier general, governor of the Curs de Tagus, first majordomo and first aide-de-camp to the king, a grandee of Spain, Count of Cogaludo and Marquis of Cifuentes and of Sigenca. These were high proofs of favor, but there was one among them all which Colonel Hugo accepted with some aversion, and that was the title of Marquis. "Sire," he said to Joseph, when the King of Spain condescended to announce his intentions towards him, "I thought that the Emperor had abolished the title of Marquis." "Not in Spain, my dear Colonel, only in France." "Sire," insisted the new general, "if the Emperor has only abolished it in France, Molière has abolished it everywhere else." And General Hugo contented himself with using the title of Count, and never bore that of Marquis. But in spite of this, he was none the less bemarquised and bemajordomoed. Among the privileges which accompanied this latter office was that of presenting people to the king. On one occasion, the new majordomo had to present to King Joseph the Archbishop of Tarragona, who had come to profess his allegiance to the king. The Archbishop of Tarragona had a reputation for ugliness, which left far behind it that which General Hugo's son later bestowed on the bell ringer of Notre Dame. So, when the majordomo looked at the worthy prelate and recognized that his ugliness had not only not been exaggerated, but that it was, perhaps, even worse than people had said, ignorant that the archbishop could speak and understand French, he could not refrain from adding, after he had pronounced the all-important formula in pure Castilian, Sener, presento of Ustra Majestat el C. Sener Arzobispo de Tarragona, the following words in French: "The most villainous-looking brute in your majesty's kingdom." The archbishop respectfully saluted the king. Then, turning to the majordomo, he said in the purest French with a faultless accent, "I thank you, General." In the precarious state of unsettlement through which Spain was then passing, General Hugo felt it to be out of the question, when he left Naples, to bring his family with him. So Madame Hugo, Abel, Eugene, and Victor returned to France. Directly Madame Hugo returned to Paris, she took an old convent that had belonged to the Feuillantines. For, during the 2 years spent in the Palace of Avellino, she had learnt to appreciate the effect on the health of her children of an airy residence, where they had room to run wild and play at liberty. We shall see, later, in connection with this convent, what recollections its large garden, its glorious sunshine, and its cool shade left on the mind of the poet. Here the 3 children were allowed full liberty, as I had been allowed in the great park of Saint-Tremaille whose splendors I have described. Here Hugo managed to avoid going through the university treadmill, and learnt his Latin fairly well and his Greek scarcely at all, thanks to the care of a married priest, an ex-oratorian named La Riviere. Il savait le Latin très bien, très mal le grec, his pupils said of him, in a scrap of verse yet unpublished. Madame Hugo dwelt in this retreat, which sheltered her fine brood. Fro unt in the early part of 1811, she received a letter from her husband. The government of King Joseph seemed settled, and therefore it became necessary to go to Madrid, where her 3 children could be attached to the court as pages. Chapter 7. Departure for Spain. Journey from Paris to Bayonne. The treasure order of march of the convoy. M. du Salient, M. de Catadilla, Uran, Ernani, Salinas, the battalion of Eclopse cripples. Madame Hugo's supplies of provisions, the 40 Dutch grenadiers, Mondragon, the Precipice, Burgos, Celadas, Alert, the Queen's Review. As we are about to see, it was then a great business to travel to Madrid. First, there was France to cross from Paris to Bayonne. This was merely a question of time. A century ago it took 5 weeks, and 40 years ago it took 9 days, to cover a distance that, later, was accomplished in 50 hours, and now is done in 15 or 18. One used to sleep at Blois, at Angoulême, and at Bordeaux. Then there was Spain to cross, from Bayonne to Madrid. In due course, we shall see what an uncomfortable business it was to cross Spain from Bayonne to Madrid in the year of grace 1811, in the 7th year of the reign of Napoleon. Madame Hugo hired the whole diligence to take herself, her children, and her servants across France. Diligences at that time, and during the whole of the period, bore the emperor's livery. They were large coaches, painted green. The interior held 6 and the cabriolets secure 3 seats, a total of 9 places. The whole of the luggage was put behind and above. 6 persons only occupied the vast ark, which started on its journey at the accustomed hour and rolled heavily away towards the frontier. At Poitiers, 2 passengers wished to take their seats in the coach, a Frenchman and a Spaniard. They were told that the whole diligence was taken by a French lady. But they appeared to be so disappointed that Madame Hugo offered both of them seats on condition that they did not pay anything, and they accepted her offer. Madame Hugo kept the interior of the coach for herself. Abel, Eugene, the servant, and her chambermaid. Victor declined to be dispossessed of his seat on the cabriolet, and he stayed there with the 2 strange passengers. He kept an ineffaceable recollection of one of the travelers whose name was Isnel, because he stuffed him and his brothers with cakes and sweetmeats the whole of the journey. At last, on the 9th day, they reached Bayonne, but there they were obliged to stop. They could not go into Spain with what was called treasure. This is a curious bit of history. Joseph was king of Spain, but his sovereignty was confined to Madrid and to those parts occupied by the French army. All the remaining portions of the country were in a state of insurrection. When any army corps entering the country made an inlet through the insurrectionary forces, the latter, after opening before it, closed up behind it again, and the army became a sort of floating island. A delos, constantly buffeted by the waves of revolt. There are no means of levying contributions under such circumstances. So the King of Spain and of the Indies, who, in reality, was no more in possession of Spain than of the Indies, not only was unable to maintain the splendors of his court, but would even have died of starvation at Madrid if Napoleon had not sent this prefect of the empire his income 4 times a year. King Joseph's income was 48 million francs. Therefore, every 3 months they sent him a consignment of 12 million francs, and this was called the treasure. Of course, it will be readily understood that this treasure trove was lovingly coveted by Spanish guerrilleros, and a strong escort had therefore to accompany it to keep these gentlemen as much at a distance as possible. Travelers who had to go to Madrid put themselves under the protection of this escort, just as pilgrims to Mecca put themselves under the protection of caravans. But in spite of every precaution, and the escort of 2 or 3 thousand men, the treasure and the pilgrims were not always safe. The preceding convoy had been attacked, pillaged, and slain at Salinas with frightful atrocity. General Lejeune, if I remember rightly, painted a picture of this attack, which was exhibited in the Salon of 1824 or 1825. Notwithstanding this, however, it was much safer to go with the convoy, and our party therefore waited nearly a month for it at Bayonne. It arrived about the end of April. Meantime, Madame Hugo had had plenty of time to complete her preparations. She had purchased a carriage, the only one, moreover, there was for sale in Bayonne. It was one of those large trunk-like conveyances only to be seen nowadays in the drawings of Piranesi, and also, perhaps, occasionally in the procession of a pontifical gala in the streets of Rome. Picture to yourself an enormous chest, hung between 2 poles upon colossal straps, with steps united to these poles, so that you began to climb over the pole and ended by descending into the carriage. This vehicle had one advantage, however, since, at a push, it could be converted into a fortress, its sides being shot-proof and only destructible by bullets or grape-shot. Before starting, grave dispute arose concerning the course to take during the march. There were about 300 carriages and 500 or 600 passengers waiting, like Madame Hugo, for the reassuring escort. And it was no easy matter to enforce rules of etiquette in such a crowd as this, composed, besides, almost exclusively of men or women attached to the highest offices in the state or members of the oldest families of Spain. Casting a glance over the order of the march, it will be seen that the desirable places, concerning which everyone put forth his own special claims, possessed a value which make the persistency with which they were quarreled for excusable. This is how the march of the convoy was arranged, with its escort of a detachment of 3,000 men. First, at the head as advance guard, marched 500 men with loaded arms. Next came the wagons containing the treasure, 25 or 30 carriages, surrounded by 1,000 men placed 5 deep. Then came the travelers, according to their rank, title, grade, and especially, according to the seniority of their titles to nobility. These travelers who, as we have said, might easily number some 600, filled 300 carriages, some drawn by 4 and some by 6 mules, forming a line a league in length. This line could not be defended so energetically as the treasure. It would have needed 10,000 men instead of 3 to protect it. So the carriages were only guarded by a single line of soldiers, instead of 5 abreast. Finally, the convoy was completed by 500 more men dragging a piece of cannon forming the extremity of this immense reptile, which could bite with its head and sting with its tail. The consequence of this disposition was that, to be properly guarded, you had to be quite sure you were of that portion of the convoy which was immediately behind the wagons containing the treasure. Therefore, it was not simply a question of etiquette, who came first, second, or third, but a matter of life or death. Madame Hugo, who had to protect herself and her 3 children at the same time, advanced her claim not as a fearful woman, but as an anxious mother. Several grand ladies of Spain of very old family, and among them the Duchess of Villahermosa, had a right, if they had chosen to enforce it, of taking precedence over Madame Hugo. But as Madame Hugo was the wife of a French general, aide-de-camp to the king, she took precedence of all others and went first, in spite of the protests, recriminations, and complaints of the grandees of Spain, male and female, her superiors. She had also been wonderfully helped in her claim by the arrival at Bayonne of an aide-de-camp from her husband, M. le Marquis du Salient, son of that sister of Mirkbau, whom the famous orator loved and held in sufficiently high esteem to acquaint with his political sayings and doings, in one of the most curious letters he has written. The escort was commanded first by the Duc de Catadilla, a man of noble name, great fortune, and huge appetite, who had thrown in his lot with Joseph, and secondly by Colonel de Montfort, a young man of 30 who looked charming in his hussar's uniform and belonged to the race of curled darlings who were nevertheless brave young colonels, amongst whom were Colonels Lefebvre, Bessières, and Moncey. all sons of marshals who had been left killed or mutilated on the battlefields of the empire. Colonel Monsey was, probably, the only one who survived that 10 years tempest of shot and shell and saw the restoration. The Duke of Cottadilla and M. de Montfort produced a very different impression on the youthful imagination of the future poet. 20 years later, we find a reminiscence in Claude Gueux of the impression made by the Duc de Cottadilla's appetite. Claude Gueux was a great eater. It was a peculiarity of his constitution. He possessed a stomach made in such a fashion that the food supply for 2 men was hardly sufficient to last him one day. M. de Cottadilla had a similar appetite and laughed at it. But what may be a matter of mirth to a Grand Duke of Spain who possess 0 sheep is a burden to a working man and a misfortune to a prisoner. There is no other mention either before or after this paragraph of the Duc de Cottadilla in Claude Gueux. So we see that this illustrious Spanish grandee left a very special mark on Victor Hugo's memory. I do not know whether Hugo has anywhere spoken of Colonel Montfort, but he will do so, some day or other, for the earliest memories of childhood are bound to break forth sooner or later. The Marquis du Salient was a man of 50 or 55, who loved taking life easily, always courageous, but bravest of all if anyone disturbed him at a meal or during his sleep, since nothing being more disagreeable to him than to be disturbed, he thereupon did his very best to make the enemy suffer for disturbing him. Well, at last the huge cavalcade was set in motion and crossed the Bidasoa in view of the Isle des Facins, the famous political and matrimonial island. The first night they slept at Urun. The child's mind was vividly impressed by the fresh style of architecture, strange manners, and different tongue. He ever remembered that halt at Urun and revisited it in his poetical dreams, as well as the towns of Burgos, Vitoria, and of Valladolid, noted in other ways. 50 Espagni mi montrait ses couvents, ses bastilles. Burgos sa cathédrale aux gothiques aiguilles. Urun ses toits de bois, Vitoria ses tour. Et toi Valladolid tes palais de familles. Fiers de laisser ruler, des chains dans leurs cœurs. Mes souvenirs germient dans mon âme échauffée. J'allais chantant des vers d'une voix douce. Et ma mère, en secret observant tous mes pas. Pleurait et souriait descent, 100 est une fille. Qui lui parle et qui n'y voit pas. The manner of traveling, too, made a deep impression on the brain of the child, who, as a man, was to possess the descriptive faculty in the very highest degree. How well one can picture the 500 men who formed the advance guard, the 1,000 escorting the heavy, noisy wagons, the great carriage with its gilding half worn off, that came next, drawn by 6 mules, reinforced, in difficult places, by 2 and even 4 oxen, led by a mayoral, escorted by 2 zagals. Think of the burning sun, the parching dust, the arms sparkling in the glowing atmosphere, of villages laid waste and the hostile and threatening populations, the unspeakably terrible and bloody recollections, which seem to belong rather to the isles of the Pacific than to a European continent. And we shall have some idea of scenes which we cannot attempt to describe, which only Hugo himself could relate. The first day they went 3 leagues. The second day they halted for the night at the village of Ernani. In the poet's recollections, the name of the village is changed to that of a man. Everyone knows the romantic bandit, lover of Dona Sol, adversary of Charles V, and rival of Rai Gomez. On the third day, a curious spectacle met the traveler's gaze: a battalion of eclopes. A battalion of eclopes was a gathering of soldiers of all arms, the debris of a score of combats, or, maybe, of a single battle. For in those days, battles were barbarously conducted. Often, 2, 3, or 4 regiments were wiped out. As many as 1,000, 1,500, or 2,000 wounded would be picked up from the field of battle. A leg would be cut off here, an arm there, bullet extracted from one, splinters pulled on of another. All these would go to the rear, and when cured, or nearly so, from the debris of 4 or 5 different regiments would be formed a battalion of eclopes, cripples, which was sent back to France and left to defend itself on the way thither. The poor fellows had to extricate themselves from the terrible game of war as best they could. Our cortege, then, met one of these battalions at Salinas. It was composed of light infantry, cuirassiers, carabineers, and hussars. Not a man among them but had lost an arm or a leg, a nose or an eye, but they were gay, and sang and shouted Vive l'Empereur. The children were particularly struck by the fact that every man carried a paraquet or a monkey on his shoulder, or at his saddlebow. Some even had both. They had come from Portugal, where they had left their limbs behind them, and whence they had brought this menagerie. At Mondragon, 2 or 3 leagues before Salinas, thanks to the devotion of the soldiers, they escaped a very serious danger. By they, I mean Madame Hugo and her 3 children. But a slight explanation will be necessary before giving an account of this incident. The soldiers received their rations every 3 days. According to their usual custom, they consumed the 3 days' rations in the first 24 hours or flung away what food burdened them, so that the whole cortege usually fasted 1 day, at least, out of 3. This fast was the more painful to bear, especially in the matter of liquids, which were not thrown away but usually consumed prematurely, as they journeyed over arid plains, under a burning sun and in suffocating air. They started at break of day, to avail themselves of the cool air, halted at noon, to eat and drink, and then they set off again and traveled till nightfall. The soldiers camped round the wagons, the officers and travelers lodged in the villages or towns on billet. Madame Hugo was generally lodged with the alcalde. There her distribution of rations was made her every night. It was the same allowance as that given to her husband when he was on campaign, namely, 20 rations. Now these portions were very large. Great mountains of bread and meat and more wine than she could possibly consume were piled up before her every night. The soldiers who marched to right and left of her carriage, by the side of the 6 mules and the immense chariot, amounted to about 40 men. They were Dutch grenadiers, for the French army, at that time, like the Roman legions of the time of Augustus, was a mixture of all the nations of Europe. These 40 men shared the rations of Madame Hugo, who had no need of 20 portions of bread, meat, and wine for herself, her children and her servants, since she and they were nearly always supplied with meals by the host with whom they lodged. Neither did the mayoral and the 2 Zagels need any, since they lived on a glass of water, a piece of bread smeared with garlic, and the smoke of their cigarettes. The 40 Dutchmen were accordingly deeply grateful to Madame Hugo, and their gratitude found expression on 2 occasions. We will relate the first at once. The second will come in due course. Mondragon is left by a dark and steep tunnel which forms the gate of the town. The roadway through this tunnel takes a sudden turn on the right, by the side of a precipice. Some slight palings were placed at the edge of the roadway to give any vehicles being carried over the abyss a last chance to pull themselves up, if they happened, by chance, to knock up against one of these barriers. Whether the mayoral and Zagels were unacquainted with the geography of the district, or whether they were unable to control the heavy coach, when the vehicle came out of the dark tunnel, it was advancing at a rapid pace, carried away by its own weight towards the precipice, when the Dutch grenadiers, perceiving Madame Hugo's danger, rushed to the heads of the mules, and, forcing them quickly to turn round, stopped the carriage just as one of the wheels had begun to roll over the edge of the precipice. For one instant, the travelers were literally suspended between life and death, but life gained the day. 2 or 3 soldiers were nearly flung off by the shock, but some of them clung to the traces and others to the poles. And, as it happened, the only injuries were a few bruises and sores, which did not prevent them making merry that night with Madame Hugo's distribution of rations. The Duc de Cottadilla, who was very gallant in spite of his 60 years, and who cantered by Madame Hugo's carriage door throughout the journey, added some bottles of rum to that distribution, and there was a regular feast. After about 12 or 14 days' journey, they reached Burgos. They had had frequent alarms since they left Bayonne, but had often found that what they took for guerrilleros were only quiet mule drivers, united into bands for their own protection. This mistake was easily made, since the mule drivers were armed almost like soldiers and could not be distinguished from such, on account of the dust raised round them, except at close quarters, when it would be seen they rode mules, not horses. At Burgos a halt of 3 or 4 days was made, and Madame Hugo took the opportunity these days offered to show her children the cathedral, that wonderful pile of Gothic architecture, the gate of Charles V, and the tomb of the Cid. Of the tomb of the Cid, the soldiers had made a rifle target. The child left Burgos dazed and breathless with wonder. Young as he was, he already possessed a passionate admiration for the chefs d'oeuvre of architecture. And the Cathedral of Burgos, with its 60 or 80 bell towers, is indeed a masterpiece of its kind. By a strange coincidence, General Hugo, who was in command of the Spanish retreat in 1813, knocked down 3 of these bell towers when he blew up the citadel of the town of Burgos, of which he was the last governor. The farther they advanced, the more frequent did traces of destruction become apparent. After Burgos, they stopped at a village which had once been Celladas. It was a heap of ruins from one end to the other, and, as though it had been feared that the place might revive, the ruins had been thoroughly set fire to. Nothing could be sadder than to see that fire-destroyed village in the middle of the sunburnt plains. A few wall sides stood crumbling and roofless, and of these, the children belonging to the caravan made a fortress, soon dividing their small party into besiegers and besieged. War, which was, in those days, the trade of the fathers, was the play of the children. Little Victor and his two brothers formed part of the besieging party, just when they were scaling a breach to enter the town, and Victor, who always loved high places, was running along the top of a wall, doubtless to make a diversion during the attack. He lost his footing and fell head foremost from the top of the wall into an uncovered cellar, and his head struck against the corner of a stone with such violence that he was stunned and lay where he fell. No one had seen him fall. His descent had been effected too rapidly for him to cry out, so the assault was carried on as though the besiegers had not lost one of their number. When the town was taken, vanquishers and vanquished counted their numbers, and only then did they discover that one of them, young Victor Hugo, was left gloriously on the field of battle. They began to search for him, Abel and Eugene at the head, and so carefully did they hunt into every nook and corner that they soon discovered the wounded victim in the depths of a cellar. They thought he was dead, as he did not give any signs of life, and they rushed off with him amidst great lamentations to Madame Hugo, who soon saw he was still alive. We have forgotten to mention that there were specimens of all kinds of humanity in the convoy, including 6 or 8 counselors of state, whom Napoleon was sending ready-made to his brother. So a doctor was easily found. The doctor attended to the child, and luckily, the shock had been worse than the actual blow. The wound was therefore more terrifying to look at than dangerous, and, although the mark of the cut can even today be plainly seen, where Hugo parts his hair, by the next day the child had forgotten all about it. And like Kleber after the capture of Alexandria, he was ready to take part in besieging a fresh town. So far, nothing serious had disturbed the march of the caravan. Occasionally, a bullet from a hidden guerrillero would bury itself in the thickness of the panels of one of the carriages, or break the glass of a door. And Colonel Montfort would send a score of hussars to search among the undergrowth from whence the stray shot had come. But it was easy enough in that part of the country, through which the travelers were then passing for the culprit, to slip down the sides of a ravine or gain a mountain gorge and put himself beyond reach. One night, however, they had a genuine alarm and expected this time that they were really face to face with a formidable enemy. They had traversed nearly 2/3 of their way and had reached the small town of Valverde, a collection of somber-looking houses with high walls and no windows, looking like a nest of fortresses of the time of Louis Roman XIII. As usual, the escort had set up its camp at the entrance to the town, sentinels had been posted in all directions, and the travelers and officers had received their billeting papers for the houses of the principal inhabitants. Madame Hugo, as usual, lodged with the alcalde. As he left her, the Duc de Cottadilla said, "Be on your guard, madame. We are in the heart of the insurrection, and your host has not only a very bad reputation, but also a very evil-looking face." Madame Hugo could only judge of the face, and her opinion thereon entirely coincided with that of the Duc de Cottadilla. Moreover, the inside of the house accorded with the appearance of the town and with her host. Doors were barred with iron and lined with sheet lead. There were severe-looking vestibules as dark as the passages in a convent, huge bare-walled rooms with only the earth for flooring on the ground floor and bricks on the first floor, and the furniture was composed of wooden benches and leather armchairs. When Madame Hugo had seen over the whole house to select the rooms that suited her best, she decided on an immense low room on the ground floor, lighted by a branch of pine wood burning in an iron hand which was attached to the wall. She drew on her bed from the immense portmanteau which enclosed it during the day, and put the children to sleep on a dozen sheepskins, placed them due salient in a recess adjoining the large room, and when night fell, awaited what might happen. The outlook was not a cheerful one. The events that might be expected were terrible to contemplate, for the Spanish had been steadily gaining a reputation for ferocity since the beginning of the war, and the tortures they invented for the wretched Frenchmen who fell into their hands were unmentionably horrible among primitive peoples who are wholly savage like the Turks. For instance, you know what to expect. It will be one of their 3 methods of torture and execution: chopping off heads, strangulation, or impalement, and the imagination of the executioners does not exceed those 3 ways of killing. But with a civilized people like the Spanish, who had their Charles V, Philip Roman II, and the Inquisition, it is another matter. The miserable man under sentence of death may be roasted over a slow fire, sawed between 2 planks, put on the rack, hung by the feet, or have his entrails unraveled like a skein of cotton, or his body slashed in slices like a 16th-century doublet, or his eyes put out, his nose, his tongue, or his hands cut off. Spanish executioners are men of resource. Besides, if they had exhausted their own imagination, there remained the resources of the Inquisition, for it should be borne in mind that the men who fought against us were Catholics first and foremost, priests and saints. In spite of reflections like these, dispiriting enough to a mother who is answerable to her husband for the safety of herself and their three children, Madame Hugo began to fall asleep, envying the tranquility of Colonel Du Salient, who had been asleep a long time in the recess they had discovered adjoining this low room, when, suddenly, the cry to arms and the noise of sharp firing roused her. She had gone to bed with very few clothes off, especially after the warning she had received, and she was up in an instant. The fusillade went on continuously, though somewhat irregularly directed, and the cries to arms redoubled. In the midst of these cries, someone knocked on the outside shutters of the large low room, loud enough to be heard but meant evidently to be reassuring. Madame Hugo opened the shutter. It was Colonel Montfort, who had knocked on the shutters with the hilt of his sword. "It is I, madame," he said, "Colonel Montfort, who have the honor to address you. The enemy has attacked us, but we have taken measures to give it a warm reception, therefore be tranquil. In any case, please barricade yourself in here, and only open to the Duc de Cottadilla or to myself." Madame Hugo thanked Colonel Montfort for his attentive care. M. du Salient went out to him, and she shut the door fast behind him, barricaded it with every available precaution, and waited further developments. The firing continued for some time, and even occasionally seemed to increase. Finally it decreased and gradually died out. Which had been victorious? French or Spaniards? She did not know as yet, but she had good hopes that the French had won, and soon there came a fresh rapping on the shutters, and amidst shouts of laughter, which Madame Hugo recognized as coming from the Duc de Cottadilla, Colonel Montfort and her husband's aide-de-camp, she was asked to open the great door. This done, the three officers entered. A trumpeter of the hussars had discovered, just outside the town, a bit of meadow where he thought that his horse, to which he was greatly attached, could find a little fresh grass when the sentinels had been placed. He had picketed his horse in this tiny oasis. A peasant had noticed and wondered at this confidence, and when night fell, he had slipped from bush to bush, in order to steal the horse. The animal had allowed him to approach until he felt the picket detached, when, with a violent shake, he freed himself from his thief and rushed off neighing and rearing back to the French camp. The sentinel advanced shouting, "Who goes there?" And the horse, of course, went past him without replying. The sentinel fired and fell back on the first outpost, crying, "To arms." The first outpost fired and cried, "To arms." And then the soldiers in their turn had run to their piled and loaded muskets, fired and shouted, "To arms." Hence the alarm, the firing, the fearful tumult, which for an hour had filled the little town of Valverde with fire, smoke, and noise. Nobody dreamt of trying to sleep again for the remainder of that night, so Madame Hugo and the three officers spent it together, and next morning, at daybreak, they continued their march. The following day, another scene almost as grotesque as the alarming incident of the previous night was in preparation for the travelers, under the rays of the hot noontide sun. They were halting at that hour in the middle of a great plain. The soldiers were covered with dust and streaming with perspiration, under a sun of 35 degrees centigrade, having finished their meal, when a courier arrived for the Duc de Cottadilla, to announce that the Queen, who was also on her way under an escort to rejoin her husband, would soon pass by the cortege. The Duc de Cottadilla thanked the courier for his information, and, when he had learnt the time that they were likely to meet the Queen, and found they could still count on nearly an hour, he sent the courier on his way. Then he went to the door of Madame Hugo's coach, where, we know, he was accustomed to hold converse. "Madame," he said, "I venture to ask you to lower your blinds, first on account of the sun, and next because of the sights you would see going on among the escort. The Queen is going to pass by in an hour's time, and I desire to show her due deference by making my men dress themselves in parade attire. And, to do this, they will have to change everything, from their collars to their leggings. During this transformation, which will be even more extensive than I have described, there will be evolutions which may be all right for a general or a colonel to see, but which are more unseemly for a lady to look upon. I have warned you, madame, and I am now going to warn the Duchesse de Villahermosa and the other ladies." And, with his usual politeness, the Duc de Cottadilla took leave of Madame Hugo and issued his commands. Madame Hugo drew down her blinds. The orders of the Duc de Cottadilla were that the men should at once put on parade dress to line the route for the Queen. The men quickly formed single line along the whole of the roadside, piled arms, opened knapsacks, and began their toilet. They had just reached the most delicate part of their toilet, on account of which the Duc de Cottadilla had cautioned the ladies to lower their carriage blinds, when a huge cloud of dust appeared on the top of a mountain 500 feet off, and cries of the Queen, rang through the air. The Queen had come half an hour sooner than the courier had announced. A stronger head than that of the Duc de Cottadilla might have been upset by such an accident as this. Moreover, in no book on the art of warfare had provision been made for such a contingency. So he kept silence, and, left to their own inspiration, the drums beat the call to arms, the soldiers shouldered their weapons, and the non-commissioned officers yelled, "Fall in." Thus it fell on that the Queen of Spain held a review such as no other queen or empress, were she even Marguerite of Burgundy or Catherine Roman II, had ever held. And, as she learnt later that M. de Cottadilla had been forewarned of her arrival, nothing removed the idea from her mind that the nakedness of those 3,000 men was a joke, which the illustrious Duke had prepared for her. The Queen went by, and, as the parade dress was of no further use, they resumed their everyday uniform, restored their fine clothes to their knapsacks. The signal for starting was given, and the journey was resumed. Chapter 8. Segovia. M. de Tilly, the Alcazar, the doubloons, the castle of M. de la Calprenède and that of a Spanish grandee, the Bertelau Otero, the Dutchman again, the Guadarrama arrival at Madrid, the palace of Masserano, the Comet, the college Don Manuel and Don Basilio, Tacitus and Plautus, Lillo, the winter of 1812 to 1813, the Empecinado, the glass of eau sucré, the army of Merinos, returned to Paris. At length they reached Valladolid. Then, after a few days' stay there, they proceeded from Valladolid to Segovia across steep mountains, sometimes sharp-peaked, sometimes leading by gentler slopes to high summits from which they could see vast plains basking in the June sunshine. The Count of Tilly was governor of Segovia. He belonged to the old court, was page to Louis Roman XVI, and left memoirs which are not wanting in a certain picturesqueness of their own, a much rarer quality at that epoch than the quality of arousing interest. He came to the door of Madame Hugo's carriage to welcome her, installed her in a palace, and looked after her and her children during their stoppage at Segovia. The event that struck the young poet most, and remained most vividly in his memory during his sojourn in this town, was his visit to the Alcazar, that splendid fairy palace, less famous but as beautiful as those of Granada and Seville, with its gallery containing portraits of all the Moorish kings painted in the trefoils and on backgrounds of gold. We need not explain to our readers that these pictures are later than Arabian times, the religion of the Arabs forbidding them to paint images. The Alcazar at that time was also used as the mint. M. de Tilly took Madame Hugo and her children into the coining room, where he had a doubloon struck specially for each child to keep. One of the greatest of Hugo's youthful troubles was the losing of his coin in Madrid by letting it fall through the crack of a carriage door. They waited 8 days for reinforcements, for they dared not risk setting out for Madrid without a fresh escort. When this new escort arrived, they resumed their journey to rejoin the convoy party on the Madrid road. At Segovia, Madame Hugo, as we know, had, through the intervention of Count Tilly, been lodged in the palace of a Spanish grandee. As in M. de la Calprenède's palace, everything was of silver, chandeliers, plates, basins, washing bowls, everything, even to the chamber articles. One of the pieces of furniture that especially charmed Madame Hugo with its beauty and originality of shape was a delightful little Bertelau. Here I shall be pulled up and asked why a night commode should have been associated with the name of the celebrated pupil of the Jesuits, and why a chamber utensil should have been named after a preacher. I will explain, after I have done with Madame Hugo's fascination for this little article of furniture and the consequences that ensued. Well, Madame Hugo was so delighted with the form of the charming Bertelau that she asked the master of the house in which she was staying if she might buy it of him. But, like a true Spaniard, the old Castilian was an implacable enemy to our nation, so he replied that Madame Hugo could have the coveted object if she wished, but that he never sold anything to the French. As, in this case, to take it was equivalent to stealing it, Madame Hugo refrained, supposing the Bertelau to form part of a collection which it would be a pity to spoil. Now let us explain why those little elongated vessels are called Bertelaus. The famous preacher gave such interminably long sermons that ladies were compelled to take certain precautions against their length, which we think we need not explain more fully. More happy than Christopher Columbus, who gave his name to a new continent, the pillar of Christian eloquence gave his name to a new article of furniture, made especially because of his doings, an article which from its long and narrow shape was easily carried about. Now that we think we have cleared up this historical question to the satisfaction of our readers, we will rejoin the convoy on its journey to Madrid. It had reached within a league of Otero, where they were to pass the night and whose towers they could already discern, when, because one of the spokes of a back wheel of Madame Hugo's gigantic coach snapped in two, they had to make an enforced halt on the high road, which was paved with enormous pieces of rock. Faithful to his courteous habits, the Duc de Cottadilla had ordered a general halt, causing an outburst of objections. A general halt at 7 in the evening. A halt which might last a couple of hours and allow the convoy to be overtaken by nightfall. The Duke could hardly have done more even if the accident had happened to one of the wagons containing the treasure. And he was exceeding his duties altogether when it was only for the wife of a French general, a lady who had been a member of the Spanish aristocracy for barely 3 years. So there was a great clamor throughout the convoy. There had been precedents in similar cases, and the unfortunate carriage had been left behind bag and baggage to the mercy of Providence. The Duc de Cottadilla wished to keep his word, but he had to give way before the chorus of complaints. The convoy meant to continue its way to Otero, but help on which she had not counted was to be given to Madame Hugo and her poor abandoned coach. The 40 Dutch grenadiers asked to be allowed the favor of remaining by her coach as escort until the wheel could be mended and it was possible to continue the journey. This favor was granted them. The convoy moved off and gradually, like a receding tide, left the coach stranded on the highway. But never did shipwrecked people alone on a desert island set themselves to work with greater energy to construct a raft than did the 40 Dutch grenadiers to the mending of the wheel. It was completed in an hour or so. When they set off again, the rear of the convoy had long been lost to sight and darkness had begun to fall. However, in spite of all these adverse circumstances, the coach with Madame Hugo, her 3 children, the servant, the chambermaid, the 40 Dutch grenadiers, entered Otero by 10 that night, without having had to pay toll to the guerrilleros. A most unusual stroke of good luck. During the night, owing to the efforts of a local wheelwright, whom they compelled by force to undertake the job, with 2 army blacksmiths superintending his labors, the coach was mended, and next day it was ready to take its place at the head of the file of carriages. They reached the chain of the Guadarrama Mountains and began to climb them. Ascending the highest summit, they made a halt at the foot of the gigantic lion which turns its back on Old Castile, and with one paw on the scutcheon of the Spains, looks to New Castile. Then they descended towards the Campagna round Madrid. The Campagna of Rome is bare and gloomy, but flecked with glorious sunshine, and looks alive, if one may so put it, in spite of its loneliness. The Campagna of Madrid is bare, arid, and gray, and like a cemetery, and the Escurial rises up at the end of the plain like a tomb. This, indeed, was the impression it left on me, and also the impression it left on Hugo, who visited it 35 years before I did. 50 Espagni Immaculate Livria la Conquite. G. Franchise la Burger o Mugit la Tempit. De loin y por antamo, G. Pris el Escurial. Et le triple aqueduc, vit esincliner matit. Devant sun front imperial. La, G. Vois les few des halts militaires. Noircir les murs croulants des villes solitaires. La tente de l'église envahissait le ciel. Les rieurs des soldats, dans les saints monasters. Par el hecho repeats, semblant des Christ de duel. The convoy wound over the plain from the Escurial to Madrid like a long snake. They only slept once on the road at Gallipagher. Next day, by 6 in the evening, they had reached Madrid. They had scarcely entered its streets before everybody disbanded, overjoyed at being no longer under the restraint of military discipline. Madame Hugo bade farewell to the Duc de Cottadilla, of Colonel Montfort and her 40 Dutchmen. Then Colonel du Salient took her to the palace of the princes of Macerano, which was prepared for her reception. The general was at his governorship in Guadalajara. We shall see later what he was doing there. The palace of Macerano was in the Cal de la Reina. It was a vast building of the 17th century, in all the splendor and severity of that period. It had no garden, but a multitude of little square courtyards paved with marble, each with a fountain in the center. These courtyards could only be entered through a kind of postern gateway. The sun never reached down into them, for the walls enclosing them were some 40 to 50 feet high, and they were only just large enough for a wolf to walk round the fountain. In fact, they were simply store places of shade and coolness. So far as Victor's memory carried him, the interior of the palace was of incredible magnificence. Especially the dining room, which had large glass windows on each of its 4 sides, the light through which showed up in all their glory splendid paintings by Fra Bartolomeo, Velázquez, Murillo, Sebastian del Piombo, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael and Michelangelo. This dining room led into a large salon, upholstered in red damask, which led into another salon upholstered in blue damask, which in its turn led to what was called the princess's room, an immense chamber, upholstered and furnished in blue figured silk and silver. On the other side of the dining room, through an anteroom, ornamented solely with oak chests which were meant to serve as seats for attendants, you entered a large gallery which contained a collection of full-length portraits of the Counts of Macerano, in court dress, also of princes of the same name. The principality, by the way, only dated back as far as the middle of the 17th century. It was in these great galleries that the children played hide-and-seek with the sons of General Lucat, in rooms 150 feet long, and among Chinese vases and porcelain ornaments 6 feet in height. Their evenings were spent on a large balcony, from whence they could see the comet, in which they could distinguish the Virgin giving her hand to Ferdinand Roman VII. So said the Spanish priests. One morning, an escort of Westphalian cavalry arrived, accompanying a messenger bearing a letter from General Hugo. The general was unable to come to Madrid, being busily engaged in warfare on the banks of the Tagus. The main purpose of the letter was to recommend the best college for the education of the 3 children. They were to be placed in the Seminaire des Nobles, where they would be prepared as pages of the king. It was not usual to take boys under 13, but although Abel was only 12, Eugene but 10, and Victor only 8, an exception was made in their favor, and a license from the king provided for their immediate admission. They had to leave the splendid Macerano Palace, with its beautiful paintings by old masters, its splendid tapestries, its interminable galleries decorated with Chinese vases, and the walls whereon 3 generations of counts and princes seemed to come to life again in their state costumes, or in their trappings of war, for the gloomy seminary in the Cal San Isidro. The Seminaire des Nobles was, indeed, a formidable and severe-looking edifice, with its great treeless courts, and one might almost go so far as to say its vast schoolrooms without scholars. There were 25 pupils, not including the 3 newcomers in this seminary, which had contained 300 before the French invasion. This was, approximately, the proportion of the aristocracy of Spain that had rallied round Joseph Bonaparte. And besides the 25 scholars there was, as we have said, the 3 sons of General Hugo and a Spanish prisoner. The seminary looked indeed a gloomy place to the poor children when they entered it. Imagine those schoolrooms and dormitories and lavatories and refectories intended to meet the needs of 300 pupils, now containing but 25 unhappy scholars, who looked lost therein. Virgil's phrase, rari nant, seemed entirely to meet the case. The establishment was kept by 2 Jesuits who controlled the college with apparently equal strictness. These 2 Jesuits each represented opposite types of their order. One was named Don Manuel and the other Don Basilio. Don Basilio was tall and nearly 55 years of age. His forehead was bare and bald, and his nose was like a vulture's beak. His mouth was large and firm, and his chin protruded. He was hard and severe in character and never forgave. But at the same time, he was just and never punished unless punishment was deserved. The other, Don Manuel, was plump and very broad. His figure was thick-set. He had a smiling, almost a gay, face, and his manner towards newcomers was gentle and gracious and caressing. Judging from his appearance, he was always ready to excuse, or at any rate to make allowance for faults. He was extremely false, very deceitful, and utterly mischievous. He directed the college alone, in spite of the pretended collaboration of Don Basilio, doubtless, by order of his superiors. When the first edge of his appearance of sympathy had worn off, Don Manuel became unbearable. Lads began by detesting Don Basilio, but, as he was just in spite of his severity, this hatred gradually passed away, whilst, on the other hand, people began by liking Don Manuel and ended by detesting him. But when the latter feeling was aroused, it went on increasing crescendo. The studies which these 2 Jesuits set their pupils were ridiculous. They were so feeble that, in a college composed of young people of 18 to 20 years of age, a special class had to be started for the new arrivals of whom the oldest was but 12. They actually judged of the children's capacities by their size when they began to examine them, and gave Abel a Quintus Curtius, and Eugene de Verus, and little Victor an epitome. But at sight of this book, with which he had finished a long time before, the child rebelled and boldly asked for Tacitus. The fathers looked at one another in stupefaction, and, refraining from punishing the audacious boy who had delivered himself of this ill-timed jest, they brought him the book. Victor opened it and immediately translated the paragraph about Cocceius Nerva on which he had alighted at haphazard. The 2 other brothers took up Tacitus in their turn, and gave an equal, if a not superior, proof of skill. They brought them Persius and Juvenal. The children were familiar with both these satirists, and could not merely interpret them, but even offered to recite whole satires by heart. Thus the children fresh from France made light of these three authors, who were looked upon at the Séminaire des Nobles as beyond the reach of rhetoricians of 20. The two Jesuits put their heads together, decided that they must make a special class for the three newcomers, and settled that they would expound Plautus to them. Don Manel it was, a true Jesuit, who chose an author full of ellipses, bristling with idioms, crammed with Roman patois, like that which Molière puts into the mouths of his peasant folk, and forever alluding to customs that had disappeared even in Cicero's time. But Don Manel's end was accomplished. The children's brains grew dull over Plautus, and this was exactly what he wished to break their pride. The 22 other pupils were Spaniards, sons of Spanish grandees who had thrown in their lot with Joseph. Among them were two sons of high birth to whom Victor dedicated different souvenirs in his works. One, the Count of Belverana, whom he put in his Lucrece Borgia, and Raymond de Benavent, to whom he addressed, in 1823, the ode that begins with this stanza. Hellas, jadei compris tun saurire. Semblable oris du condamni. Quand le mot qui doit le prescrire. A son orate a raison. En present ta main convulsive. Jai compris ta douleur pensive. Et tun regard morne et profond. Qui peril a l'éclair des news. Brill sur des mers in canoes. Mais ni pute en montre le fond. The young poet noticed one custom peculiar to Spanish manners. Namely, these children, whose ages varied from 13 and every year up to 20, all used the familiar form of address among themselves, as became sons of Spanish grandees, and never addressed one another by their baptismal or family names, but only by their titles of prince, duke, marquis, count, or baron. They called Victor Baron, which filled him with pride. Among these young folk, and to be exact in our figures, we ought to reduce the number of these juvenile nobilities to 21, was one who was neither knight, baron, count, marquis, duke nor prince, and who nevertheless was not the least remarkable. Inmate of the college. This was a young Spanish officer named Lillo, aged 15, who had been taken prisoner at the siege of Badajoz. He had fought like a demon, had killed a French grenadier with his own hand, and had been taken only after a heroic defense. They were about to shoot him when Marshal Soult happened to pass by, and, having inquired and been informed what was being done, had him dispatched to Madrid, with orders that he should be placed in the college. The order was carried out, and Lillo was sent to the college, but in the twofold capacity of pupil and prisoner. The lad, who had borne the rank of second lieutenant, had commanded grown men, had faced battle in open field, equipped as a soldier, took badly to the college discipline full of Jesuitical chicaneries, to which he had to submit like all the others, save in the matter of the common dormitory, where, however, each pupil had his own cubicle. He therefore, as far as he was permitted, kept to himself in solitude, rage burning at his heart's core, and in his relations with the other young lads he was cold, melancholy, and haughty. Of course, the three French boys were the object of his particular aversion, and he was constantly picking quarrels with one, and sometimes with all three of the sons of the general attached to Joseph, he a soldier of Ferdinand Roman VII. Once he called Napoleon Napoleon before Eugene. True, nearly every Spaniard called the conqueror of Austerlitz by that nickname, but Eugene was none the less sensitive to the insult on that account, and he retorted that Lillo had been taken prisoner between the legs of a French grenadier. Lillo had a pair of compasses in his hand. He did not wait for any other weapon, but threw himself on Eugene and stabbed him brutally with it on the cheek. The wound, or rather the tear, was 1.5 inches in length. Eugene wished to fight a duel, and Lillo was willing enough, but the professors intervened and separated the youth and the lad. Lillo disappeared the next day, and neither Victor nor his brother ever heard what became of him. I can still hear Victor's grave voice when he told me the anecdote, saying, "And the young fellow was right, he was standing up for his country, but children do not understand that." The living at the Séminaire des Nobles was cloistral. Probably no monastery throughout Spain kept severe rules. Once a fortnight they went for a walk, but even this was restricted, and they might not even go to the Délices, corresponding to our Champs-Élysées, for fear of guerrilla bands. These 20 or 25 lads would have been a great prize, and worth a good ransom, belonging, as they did, not only to the first families in Madrid, but also to the families which had thrown in their lot with the brother of Napoleon, as Lillo had called him. From time to time, the boys would look up at the sound of an opening door, and they would see a vision out of the 17th century appear in the beginning of the 19th. One day, when in the refectory, eating their meal in silence, while a junior master, seated on a raised chair in the midst of an immense hall, was reading to them in Spanish out of a pious book. Suddenly, the door opened after a couple of knocks, as though a prince, cardinal, or Spanish grandee were outside. The four little Benevent boys had not seen their mother for over a year, and it was the Princess of Benevent. She advanced a few steps into the room and waited. Then her four sons rose, ranged themselves according to their age, eldest first, second next, and so on, and without taking one step faster than another, advanced ceremoniously and kissed their mother's hand in turn from the tallest to the smallest. The three young French lads were greatly astonished at the proceeding, and at a loss to understand such etiquette as this, for they were accustomed to rush to their mother and fling themselves on her neck when they caught sight of her. At the end of 6 months' sojourn at the Seminaire des Nobles, Abel attained his 12th year and was allowed by special privilege to enter as a page at that age. Then came the winter and famine. It was cold everywhere during the fatal winter of 1812-1813, although it was nothing compared with the severity experienced in Russia. It was the fate of Napoleon to attract and concentrate the attention of the world upon him during his reverses as during his victories. The 25 pupils buried in that vast Seminaire des Nobles, in the dormitories, schoolrooms, and refectories intended for 300 inmates, were perished with cold. Nothing could warm those great rooms wherein there was not a single fireplace. Braziers placed in the middle of the rooms only served to emphasize winter's triumph. Besides this, the children were not only perishing of cold, but, worse still, were dying of starvation. The wealthiest in Madrid could not get bread in 1812, and King Joseph himself, probably to set a good example, ordered that nothing but soldiers' bread should be served at his table. People were constantly found in the streets who had not even as much warmth as the braziers at the Seminaire des Nobles, or King Joseph's army bread, lying down on the thresholds of the great in tattered cloaks and dying of hunger and cold. If they were still alive, every effort was made to feed and warm them. If they were dead, they were removed and buried. Bread was as scarce at the Seminaire des Nobles as elsewhere, and the lads complained bitterly of hunger. To the less patient, Father Manel would say, "Make the sign of the cross on your stomachs, and that will feed you." The boys made many crosses, and, although the action warmed them a little, it certainly did not nourish them. But they suspected Don Manel, who kept fat amongst all the sad and emaciated faces, to have an illicit intimacy with the kitchen, which he hid even from Don Basilio. All this while, General Hugo was waging war along the banks of the Tagus against the famous Juan Martin, nicknamed the Empecinado, as he had against Chirret in the Vendee, and against Fra Diavolo in Calabria. He has himself given a modest and learned account of the strategic movements of that fine campaign, which concluded with the capture and execution of the captain of the guerrilla hordes which he combated. We will select a few only of the picturesque accounts of dangers incurred, those fragments which history drops from her robe, and which chroniclers carefully collect for their memoirs. One day, General Hugo and 100 men came to a village situated on one of the many little streams that run into the Tagus. In order to avoid rousing needless alarm, he entered the village with only his two aides-de-camp, to obtain from the inhabitants some information of which he stood in need. He came from his camp, which included some 5,000 to 6,000 men, who were a league lower down the river. To obtain the desired information, he applied to the proprietor of a large sugar refining factory, who, seeing him accompanied by only two aides-de-camp, said never a word. General Hugo was thirsty. Unable to get his information, he thought he might at any rate get some refreshment and asked for a glass of water. "Water," said the proprietor of the sugar refinery, "there is plenty in the river." And he shut the door in the general's face. The general waited a moment to see if the door would be reopened. Instead of the door, it was a window that was opened, the muzzle of a gun slyly protruded, fired, and a bullet whizzed past. At the sound of the gunshot, the detachment which had remained outside the town rushed in, and when the soldiers learnt what had just happened, they wanted to demolish the sugar factory and burn the village. General Hugo stopped them and said to his orderly, "Go back to the camp, and invite the whole of the 6,000 men who form it, in my name, to come and drink some eau sucrée. It will be a treat for them. It is a long time since the poor devils tasted any." It was one of the special virtues of the imperial epoch to be quick to understand when one wished to understand. The aide-de-camp understood and set off at a gallop. The soldiers also understood. They burst open the doors of the sugar factory, threw 2,000 or 3,000 sugar loaves into the river, and for the rest of that day General Hugo's 6,000 men had as much eau sucrée to drink as they wanted. This was the only revenge he took on the refusal of a glass of water, and the gun fired at him. The deed has remained in the annals of the army of Spain as one of the most toothsome jokes a general ever cracked with his men. On another occasion, also when they were marching by the banks of the Tagus, in the place where I will tell the story in due course, sojourned 30 years later, one wretched night, on the great plains of Old Castile between Toledo and Aranjuez, and it was just such a burning sun as made Sancho bitterly regret he had not an excellent curd cheese at hand. Suddenly, the scouts fell back at full gallop on the advance guard to warn General Hugo that what appeared to be an army corps of the enemy, of considerable number, was marching to encounter the French army. And indeed, so great a cloud of dust was to be seen on the horizon as only a great body of men, or the simoom, could produce. This dust shone like those clouds of crimson and gold which appear in the atmosphere during the hottest of the dog days. General Hugo gave orders for a halt. He then rode on in advance with 100 men to examine the enemy's position himself, and if possible to divine its intentions. There was no doubt about it. It was an immense troop to judge by the space it occupied and the dust it raised, and it was marching towards him with one of its wings on the right bank of the Tagus. The infantry instantly received orders to prepare for battle, the artillery to plant their batteries on a small hillock, and the cavalry to take up a position on the right wing. Then they dispatched a few men on horseback in front, under the command of an orderly officer. But both officer and men returned at a gallop a few moments later. General Hugo thought his men must have been driven back, and as not a single shot had been fired, he was just preparing to give the fugitives a good wigging, when on nearer approach he detected unequivocal signs of hilarity on the countenances of both officer and men. "Well, what is it?" asked the general. "Who is our enemy?" "General," replied the aide-de-camp, "our enemy is a flock of 300,000 merino sheep being driven by 200 dogs, conducted by a dozen shepherds, and belonging to M. Quatrecenteberger." "What tomfoolery is this, monsieur?" said the general, frowning. "I am not joking, general," said the officer, "and in 10 minutes you will see that I have had the honor to tell you the precise truth. A flock of 300,000 sheep. It made the mouths of the soldiers water. What a suitable aftermath to the barrels of eau sucrée which the general had provided for them. The army corps consisted of 4,000 men. Each soldier could have at least a sheep to himself, and each began considering what kind of sauce he would serve to his own dish. At the announcement of this strange news, M. Hugo advanced to the front, and there he saw through the dust first a dozen men on horseback, armed with long sticks studded with nails, like lances. Behind these came the impenetrable front of 300,000 sheep. And upon the heels of these 300,000 sheep 200 barking, biting dogs darting hither and thither. It looked like the migration of a great Arab tribe in the time of Abraham. The story was quite correct, except the name of the owner, which the officer had taken the liberty of mispronouncing slightly to suit the occasion. The proprietor's name was not Quatrecenteberger, 400 shepherds, but Katzenberger. It will be seen that the difference in pronunciation was so slight that the officer may be forgiven his appropriate pun. M. Katzenberger was a wealthy Alsatian speculator who had risked almost the whole of his fortune in a speculation in merino sheep. A great melancholy spread throughout the troops when it became known that the flock belonged to a compatriot. It was utterly unlikely that M. Hugo would allow M. Katzenberger's flock to be impounded, whether of 300,000 or even of 400,000 beasts. And, as a matter of fact, the chief shepherd, who had trembled for a moment at the prospective ruin of his master, received from General Hugo a promise that not only should every single hair of his merinos go scot-free, but that he should have a passport requesting all the French Army Corps to treat M. Katzenberger's shepherds, dogs, and sheep with the utmost respect. It was an odd incident. The flock reached France without any serious accident, and by this almost unexpected good fortune M. Katzenberger doubled, trebled, and quadrupled his fortune. His first action was to offer General Hugo a sum of money proportionate to the service he had rendered him. General Hugo's first and final decision was to decline the offered sum. I believe it was 300,000 francs, a franc per sheep. And here let us state that General Hugo, who held a high position for 4 years during the wars in Spain, who was given the charge of conducting the retreat from Madrid to Bayonne, a position which always allowed a general great facilities for enriching himself, died without any picture gallery, or a single Murillo or Velázquez or Zurbaran, possessing no other fortune but his retiring pension. It seems incredible, does it not? And yet so it was. But the directors of the Musée will ask me, or those millionaire collectors who bought pictures for 600,000, 200,000, 50,000, and even 25,000 francs. At the sale after the decease of the late Marshal Soult, what benefit did he derive from his disinterested conduct towards M. Katzenberger? He was the gainer by an annual dinner, which M. Katzenberger came from Strasbourg on purpose to give him and all the members of his family in Paris, on the anniversary of the great event that made his fortune. And this dinner was on a splendid scale. It must have cost the grateful Strasbourgeon at least 50 louis. During the winter of 1812 and the early months of 1813, in consequence of our misfortunes in Russia, matters began to assume such a threatening aspect in Spain that General Hugo felt it was dangerous to keep his wife and children at Madrid. Therefore, Madame Hugo and her two youngest sons were put under the protection of quite as strong an escort as the one we have described, and they made the return journey from Madrid to Bayonne on their way to Paris, as successfully as they had traveled between Bayonne and Madrid. Madame Hugo had thought it best to keep the convent of the Feuillantines, so the two children returned to their old nest with its light and shade, its recollections of work and of play, and, furthermore, the Abbé Larivière and his Tacitus. Abel Hugo, a soldier boy of 13, remained with his father. Chapter 9. The College and the Garden of the Feuillantines, Grenadier or General, Victor Hugo's first appearance in public. He obtains honorable mention at the Academy examination. He carries off 3 prizes in the Jeu Florox, Hand Island, The Poet and the Bodyguard, Hugo's Marriage, the Odes et Ballads, proposition made by Cousin Cornet. That wretched year 1813 was a strange period of introspection, un jour, but we will let the poet himself describe matters in the verses below. Jus dans ma blonde enfance Hellas trop éphémère. Trois maters, un jardin, un vie portrait ma mère. Le jardin était grand, profond mystérieux. Ferme par de hautes murs aux regards curieux. Cime de fleurs, assouvrant ainsi que des paupières. Et d'insectes vermels qui courient sur les pieds. Plein de bourdonnements et de confuses voix. Au milieu presqu'un champ, dans le fond presqu'un bois. Le portrait, tout nourri de Tacite et de Homer. Edate un duvia, mamir edate mamir. Ainsi, G grandissate sous un triple rayon. Un jour, oh, si gothier me pratate sun crayon. G vous de scénarise d'un trait une figure. Qui, chez mamir, un soir entra fachu augure. Un dacturo front pover, o mansion solinal. Et G verais éclore a vos bouches sans feel. Ports de vader quoiqu'un sauce ni mine. Si rire éblouissant qui parfois emillumine. Lorsque cet homme entre G, joyeux au jardin. Et rien quen le voyant G, émérite soudain. 100, edate le principal d'un college quelconque. Les tritons qu'équipel groupe autour d'une conque. Les fonds que wado dans les bois fervoya. Les sorciers de Rembrandt, les gnomes de Goya. Les diables varies, vrais coquimers de Moine. Don't calot en riant taquin Saint Antoine. Sant lades mais sant charmant, difforms mais remplis. 500 un fuqui, de leur face, animatus les plies. Et parfois dans leurs yeux, jet un éclair rapide. Notter hom edate fort laid, mais il edate stupid. Pardon, jn parle encore commet un franc éclair. 100 est mal, si que j'ai dit tâches de l'oublier. Car de vader h euro, quan pedin embarrass. J.I. gardit la colère et J.I. perdu la grâce. Cet homme chauve et noir, très effrayant pour moi. Et don't ma mir aussi, de bord ut quelque effray. Tout en multipliant les humbles attitudes. Apportate des avis et des sollicitudes. Que l'enfant en edate pas dirige, que parfois. Chapter 49. Importate son liver en revant dans les bois. Quil croisate au hasard dans cette solitude. Quan devate y songer, quella severe etude. Edate fil de l'ombre, et des cloiters profonds. Qu'une lampe pendu à de sombres plafonds. Qui descent éclairs guide la plume agile. Éclairate mia Horace et cattle et Virgil. Et versate à l'esprit des rayons bien meilleurs. quella solo qui jau, a travers l'arbre en fleurs. Et quenfin, il fallait aux enfants, loin des murs. Le jaug, le dur travail, et les larmes amures. La disuse le college, aimable et triomphant. Avec un du sourire, offrait au jeune enfant. Iver de libert, d'air, de joie de roses. 16 banks de chine noir, 16 longs dortoirs moroses. Les sols quan veruil, et quatus lures piliers. Sculpt avec un via clou, l'ennui des écoliers. Les magisters qui font, parmi les paperasses. Manger el hura, du par les pensums voraces. Et sans eau, sans gazon, sans arbors, sans fruits murs. Sa grand curpavi, intrequater grands murs. Here I would fain break off the quotation and continue in prose, but to tell the truth, I have not the courage to do so. Oh, what fine lines yours are, my friend, and what a joy it is to me, not simply to cause them to be read. All the world has read them. But to cause them to be reread by the 100,000 readers whose eyes will travel over this chapter and who will sigh, with looks turned towards England. Soupir qui vavers toi sur la brise du soir. Fate d'un quart de tristesse et de trois quarts d'espoir. Let us pick up the thread of Hugo's lines, into the middle of which I had the temerity to venture to put a couple of my own. 50 hom congedi, de ses discours frappi. Ma mir demura triste et preoccupi. Que faire, que vouloir, qui donc avait racin. O le morne college, o el hirus mason. Qui sate mia de la vie, accomplir el over austere. 50 écolier turbulent, o el infant solitaire. Problems, questions, el hesitate beaucoup. 50 affaire edate bien grave, humble femme après tout. Aim par le destin, non pas les livres fate. De quel front repouser si tragique profit? Autant si magistral, aux gestes si certains. Qui lui parlait, aux noms des Grecs et des Latins. Le putre edate savant, sans doubt, mais que sais-je? Apprendant par le maître, ou bien par le college. Et puis enfin, souvent ainsi nous triomphans. 50 hom le plus, vulgaire de grands mots profonds. Chapter 2, ESD indispensable, ill convenient, ill import. Qui trouble quelquefois, la femme la plus forte. Pauvre mire, lequel choisir des du chemins. Tout le sort de son fils, si passate dans ses mains. Tremblante, elle tenait cette lourde balance. Et croit bien la voir, par moment, en silence. Pencher vers le college hellas, en opposant. Mon benhur avenir, a mon benhur present. El songiat ainsi, sans sommel sans treve. 100 edate, elite vers el hura, o la lune si leve. Par un de ces beaux soirs qui ressemblant au jour. Avec moins de clarté, mais avec plus d'amour. Dans son parc, au joyant le rayon et la brise. El errate tauders triste et tauders indécis. Questionant tout has elo, le ciel la forte. Écoutant au hasard les voix quel intendrate. 100 est dans, ces moments la quelle jardin paisible. La broussaille au remue un insect invisible. Le scarabée, ami des fuels, le lézard. Courant au clair de lune, au fond du via puissard. La fayence à fleur bleue, au vite la plante grasse. Le dôme oriental du sombre val de Grace. Le cloître du couvent, brise mais du encore. Les marronniers, la vertili aux boutons d'or. La statue sans brute, si mute, el ombre des branches. Les pales licerons, les paquerettes blanches. Les cent fleurs du buisson, de el arbre, du roseau. Qui rendent en parfum les chansons à l'oiseau. Si myrent dans, la mer aussi cache sous el herbe. O qui, de el ébénir chargent le front superbe. Au bord des clairs étangs, si mellant au bouleau. Tremblant en grappes, door dans les moires de elo. Et le ciel, scintillant derrière les ramis. Et les toits, repandant de charmantes fumes. 100 est dans ces moments là, comédie vous le dis. Quetout si beau jardin, radia parodies. Tous ces via mers cruelants, tout ces junes roses. Tous ces objets pensifs, tout ces douces choses. Parlerint a mamir avec eland et levent. Et lui dirent tout has, lace news cet enfant. Lace news cet enfant, pauvre mere troubli. Set prenel ardent, ingenu etali. Set tit au front per quoiqu'un duel n'y voilà. Set aim nu vincour, mere, lace news la. N'y va pas la jeter au hasard dans la foule. La foule est un torrent qui brise si quil roule. Ainsi quelles oiseaux, les enfants ont leurs pours. Laisse not air limpide, a nose moits vapors. A nose supers ledgers commet elle dun songe. Set boucho jamais ena pas le mensonge. Si sourire naïf, quessa condor defend. O miro cur profond, lace nous cet enfant. Nous ni lui donnerons qued bons pensies. Nous changerons en jours les lunes commences. Dia deviendra visible a see you in chance. Car nous sommes les fleurs, les rameaux les clarts. Nous sommes la nature, et la source éternelle. O tout soif essetinch, aussi lave tout ale. Et les boys et les champs, du sage sul compris. Font l'éducation de tous les grands esprits. Les croiter l'enfant parmi nos brutes sublimes. Nous le pénétrerons de ces parfum in times. Nes du souffle celeste épars dans tout beau lieu. Qui font sortir de elham et monter jusquidia. Comme le chant d'un luth, comme l'incense d'un vase. 50 espérance, l'amour, la prière et l'extase. Nous pencherons ces you vers, l'ombre dice bas. Vers le secret de tout introuvert sous ces pas. 500 enfant nous ferons hum, et de hum poet. Pour former de ces, sens la carl inquiet. 100 est nous quil faut choisir, et nous lui monterons. Comment de elabossoir, du chinox moucherins. Implicit tout, reflets, couleurs, brooms, halines. La vie aux mille aspects rit dans les verts plains. Nous ti le rendrons simple et descia ébloui. Et nous ferons germer de tout part en lui. Pour elham triste defit, perdusus tant de causes. Set pity qui nate du spectacle des choses. Laisse nous cet enfant, nous lui ferons un cœur. Qui comprendre la femme, un esprit non moqueur. O natrant aisement le songe et la chimer. Qui prendre dia pour liver, et les champs pour grammaire. Un aim pour foyer de secrets favors. Qui luire adoucement sur tous les fronts revors. Et, comme le solo dans les fleurs fécondies. Jetera des rayons sur toutes les idées. Ainsi parliant, a el hura o la ville citate. 50 estre la plante et l'arbre, et ma miracotate. Enfant, ontils tenulur promis sacri. Geni size, mais G size que ma miradori. Les crut et m epargnant deniuses prisons. Confia ma, June aim allure deuces leckens. We see from what the poet tells us himself, what a struggle his mother had to keep up, having for ally the beautiful garden of the Feuillantines, against a master of the college, sent by M. de Fontaines, who was uneasy, after the fashion of Napoleon, that a child should grow up wild in the depths of an old cloister, thus escaping the university training which, in all ages and in every reign, has had for its object the breaking in of high-stepping colts. Thus, at 15, the old convent of the Feuillantines had fulfilled its promises, and made the child a poet. We shall see more of this presently, but for the moment let us go back to General Hugo, who, at the very time when the mother and son conflict was proceeding, was assisting at the retreat from Spain, after the two great battles of Salamanca and Vittoria, the Leipzig and Waterloo of the South. He had with him, as aide-de-camp, his son Abel, who, when only 14, had already been present at and taken part in 3 pitched battles and 17 skirmishes. He had no need to envy his old schoolfellow Lillo, of the Seminaire des Nobles, who was an officer at 15 years of age. When the remnant of the army of Spain returned to France, they found a French corps d'observation, awaiting them with imperial orders to incorporate the Spanish army with the French army. But those 4 years of service in Spain, that arduous campaign during which they had had to struggle not only against two armies, but also against the entire population. Those dreadful sieges rivaled only in ancient warfare, when women and children defended every corner of the ramparts, every home and every stone, with musket and poignard. Hand, those sierras, recalling the wars of the Titans, when fires were lit on every high peak, those jagged mountains taken by charges of cavalry, those rock fortresses defended and carried one after another, those scores of passes, each like another Thermopylae, that butchery in which torture and death awaited anyone taken prisoner, all went for nothing, was forgotten, had ceased to exist, had never existed directly Spain was evacuated. It might have been asked of Napoleon why he evacuated Russia, but it had taken a very god to bend the invincible one beneath him. Like Thor, son of Odin, he had struggled with death itself. He had not been vanquished like Xerxes, he had been crushed like Cambyses. The distinction is subtle, but one no more dreamt of disputing with the conqueror of Austerlitz than with the hero vanquished at Beresina. So the services of the French in Spain were regarded as of naught, and except the 200,000 men left upon the battlefields of Talavera, Saragossa, Bailou, Salamanca, and Vitoria, all was as though nothing had occurred. Consequently, General Hugo found this order addressed to himself at Bayonne. Major Hugo will at once put himself under the command of General Belliard. On the following day, General Hugo presented himself at the house of General Belliard in the uniform of an ordinary grenadier with woolen epaulets. Belliard did not recognize him. General Hugo gave his name. "What does this private soldier's uniform mean?" Belliard inquired. "Grenadier or general," was Hugo's response. And Belliard flung his arms round him. That very day, he sent back the order to the emperor. It was returned with this correction in the margin in Napoleon's handwriting: General Hugo will immediately take up the command at Thionville. History has related the details of that siege in which General Hugo defended the citadel and governed the town. The citadel of Thionville was one of the latest to float the tricolored flag, but it had to yield, though to the Bourbons, not to the enemy. General Hugo could not stop in Paris. There were too many heartbreaking scenes for the old soldier in the capital, where women strewed flowers in front of the Cossacks, where the people shouted, "Vivent les Allies," and where the statue of the emperor was dragged through the gutters. He bought the chateau of Saint Lazare at Blois and retired there. Means did not allow of the beautiful convent of the Feuillantines being kept any longer. Madame Hugo remained at Paris in modest apartments, to look after her children, Eugene and Victor being placed in the Abbé Courtier's boarding school, Rue Sainte Marguerite No. 41. Abel, an officer exempt from these things, was left free. Eugene and Victor were destined for the École Polytechnique. We have already pointed out that the convent of the Feuillantines had kept its word and turned Victor into a poet. Now let us hear about the boy's first attempts. How grateful would I have been today to any contemporary of Dante, Shakespeare, or Corneille who would give me similar details of their lives, that 20 years of friendship with Victor Hugo enables me to give here. It was just at the height of the Restoration. The Academy had announced as the subject for its annual prize, to be awarded on 25 August, St. Louis' Day, the happiness that study brings in all situations of life. Victor went in for the competition without saying a word to anyone about it. He put his name down, according to the rules of the competition, in a sealed paper together with his piece of verse. But after his name, he added his age, 14 and a half. Besides giving his age thus, there were these lines in the course of the poem: Moi qui, taugers fiant les sites et les cœurs. De toi, lustres a peine ai vous finir le cœurs. Think of this future philosopher, who, at 14, had fled from cities and courts. What delicious childish naivete! But strange to relate, it was this admission of 14 years of age that condemned the poet and prevented him from winning the prize. M. Rainwad, the rapporteur, declared that the competitor, by allowing himself 3 lustres a peine, this was the method of counting in 1817 and is still used by the Academy, had intended to make game of the Academy. And, as though it were not a customary thing for the Academy to be made fun of, the prize was divided between Saintine and Lebrun. However, they read the whole piece composed by the impudent person who made fun of the Academy by speaking of his 14 years and a half. The Assembly, which enjoyed the Academy being thus made game of, highly applauded the lines of the young poet, who at the very moment he was being praised at the academy was playing prisoner's base in the college courtyard. The following stanza was specially applauded, and would have been encored if encores were allowed at the academy. Mon Virgil la main, bocages verts et sombres. Quod aim a emegerer sus vos paisables ombres. Quod aim en parcurrent vos gracia detours. A plurer sur didun, a plainder says amours. La mon aim, tranquil et sans inquietude. Essuver avec plus de verve, aux charms de l'étude. La mon cœur est plus tender et sate mia compadir. A des mox que puditre il doit un jour sentir. It had been a remarkable contest, for among the competitors, besides those we have named who won the prize, Saintine and Lebrun, were Casimir de Lavine, Loyson, who has since acquired a certain popularity which has been interrupted by death, and Victor Hugo. Loyson obtained the accessit, and Victor Hugo, in spite of M. Rainwad's contention that he had made game of the Académie, was the first to have honorable mention. Casimir de Lavine, who had really committed the crime of poking fun at the Académie by treating the subject in exactly the opposite way, had a separate honorable mention apart from the competition. Victor was playing at prisoner's base, as we have said, whilst he was being applauded at the Académie. The first news he heard of his success was brought him by Abel and by Malatorn, who came rushing in, leapt on him and told him what had just happened, and that he would in all probability have obtained the prize if the Académie had been ready to admit that a poet of 14 could have written the lines. The supposition, not that he had wished to mock the Académie, but that he could lie, hurt the child exceedingly, and he procured his birth certificate and sent it the Académie. Vidi pedis, vidi latus. They then had to believe it, and the indignation of that worthy grandmother changed to admiration. M. Rainwad, the perpetual secretary, sent the honored poet a characteristic letter. There was a deliciously fine mistake in spelling in the letter sent by the perpetual secretary. He told Victor Hugo that he should be pleased to make Ferrate his acquaintance. Two other members of the Académie wrote to the young poet without suggestion from outside. These were François de Neufchâteau and Campion. Tender ami des neuf sowers, mes bras vous sont ouverts. Venez, j'ai aimé taugers les vers. Wrote François de Neufchâteau. 50 esprits et le bon gout nous ont racisses. J'ai rencontre des cœurs de glace. Pour des vers pleins de charme, et de verve et de grace. Que malfilater eut envies. Wrote Campion. And Chateaubriand called Hugo l'enfant sublime. The appellation stuck to him. From that moment, the youth was no longer his own master, but was given over to that consuming tyrant we call poetry. In those days, people still went in for the Jew Florox, and Hugo competed in 2 successive years, 1818, and he won 3 prizes. The successful pieces were Moise sur le Nil, the Vierges de Verdun, and the Statue to Henry Roman IV. Besides these, he published 2 satires and an ode. The satires were the Telegraph and the Racler Politique. The ode was the Ode sur la Vendée. He published these 3 things at his own expense, and strange to relate, they brought him in 800 francs. Poetry sold in those days. Society was greedy for novelties, and when anything new was offered it, eagerly put its lips to the cup. Meanwhile, 2 years of rhetoric in Latin, 2 years of philosophy, and 4 years of mathematics had prepared the student for entrance at the École Polytechnique. He now began to face the future seriously, for the first time, and it terrified him. The vocation for which he was being educated was not the one for which he was fitted. Just when he was about to take the leap and present himself for examination, he wrote to his father that he had found a profession. He was a poet and did not wish to enter the école. He would do without his allowance of 1,200 francs. General Hugo was a man of decision himself, and he realized that the boy had made up his mind. There was no time to be lost. Victor had 18 months yet to study. He suppressed the allowance and abandoned the poet to his own resources. Victor possessed within himself as inexhaustible a treasure as those in the 1001 Nights, and he had the 800 francs from his satires and the ode. On these 800 francs he lived for 13 months, and during these 13 months he composed Hand Island. That curious book was the work of a youth of 19. While he was writing Hand Island, Victor's mother died, an event that influenced the somber tone of his work considerably. This was his first sorrow, and he never forgot it. From the day that deep sorrow settled on his life, Victor never wore anything but black clothes or a black coat, and he never sealed his letters with aught but black sealing wax. And indeed, we who have seen him grow up, from his childish days at the Feuillantines, at Avellino, and at the Seminaire des Nobles, can guess how much his mother was to him. One day, in one of those moments of profound grief when the sorrowful heart seeks for surroundings in harmony with its own mourning, the youth went to Versailles, that most sorrowful and mournful of all places. He breakfasted at the café, holding a paper in his hand which he was not reading, for he was deep in thought. A life guardsman, who was not given to thought and wanted to read, took the paper out of his hands. Victor at 19 was fair and delicate of complexion, and he looked only 15. The life guardsman thought he was dealing with a boy, but he had insulted a man who was in one of the dark crises of life, when danger often comes as a blessing. So the young man accepted the quarrel that was thrust upon him, coarse and foolish though it was. They fought with swords, almost there and Victor received a slash in the arm. This contretemps hindered the appearance of Han Dyland for a fortnight. Happily, his grief-stricken heart had its star as every dark night has, and its flower as has every precipice. He was in love. He was passionately in love with Mademoiselle Foucher, a maiden of 15 with whom he had been brought up. He married this young girl, and she is today the devoted wife who followed the poet into exile. Han Dyland, sold for 1,000 francs, was the dowry of the wedded pair, who between them could only add up 35 years. The witnesses of the marriage were Alexander Dumas and Alfred de Vigny, both poets just starting out in life and in art themselves. This 1,000 francs had to be used for housekeeping. The first volume of poetry Victor published at this time was printed by Girodet, number 335 Rue Saint-Honor, and sold by Pellissier, Place du Palais Royal. It brought him in 900 francs, which were to be spent on luxuries. And out of these 900 francs, the poet bought the first shawl he gave his young wife. Other women, wives of bankers and princes, have had more beautiful cashmere shawls than yours, Madame Hugo, but none were woven out of more precious and valuable tissue. This first volume was an immense success. I remember hearing about it when I was in the provinces. Lamartine's first volume, Meditations Poétiques, had appeared in 1820. It had an enormous and deserved success, and sooner or later it was destined to be superseded by another successful rival. It chanced this time that the rival proved equally successful, and the two successes kept pace with one another, hand in hand supporting each other. Nothing happened that could set the poets at variance. Their styles were so unlike. Nor did politics, 30 years later, succeed in severing the two men, no matter how different their opinions were. The wedding took place at the house of M. Foucher, the father of the bride, who lived at the War Office. The wedding feast took place in the very hall where, by a strange coincidence to which we shall presently return, General Lahori, Victor's godfather, was sentenced. Han Dyland, which we have most unfairly deserted, achieved, by reason of its curious originality, quite as great a success as its admired sisters the Fair and Fresh Odes. But it did not bear its author's name, and it was impossible to guess that that bunch of lilies and lilacs and roses called Odes et Ballads grew under the shade of the rugged and dark oak tree called Han Dyland. Nodier read and marveled at the latter production. Good and worthy Nodier. He was always to be found feeding his mind on everything that could nourish it and on everything that could expand his intellect. He announced that Byron and Mathurin were surpassed and that the unknown author of Han Dyland had attained the ideal of a nightmare. He, the man who was to write Smara, was, upon my word, very modest. Nodier was not the sort of man from whom an author could long conceal his anonymity, no matter in what disguise he masqueraded. The great bibliomaniac who had made so many discoveries of this kind, quite as difficult to detect, discovered that Victor Hugo was the author of Han Dyland. But who was Victor Hugo? Was he a misanthrope like Timon, a cynic like Diogenes, or a mourner like Democritus? He raised the veil and found, as we are aware, a fair-complexioned youth who had only just reached his 20th year and looked but 16. He recoiled in amazement. It was incredible. He expected to find the distorted countenance of an aged pessimist. He found the youthful, open, hopeful smile of a budding poet. The very first time they met each other, the foundations of a friendship were laid that nothing ever changed. Nodier always loved, and was loved in return after this fashion. Meanwhile, a competence amounting almost to a fortune had come to the young housekeepers. The first edition of Han Dyland, which was sold for 1,000 francs, had run out, and just when Thiers was making his literary debut, under cover of the name of Félix Baudin, with his Histoire de la Révolution, Victor was selling his second edition of Hand Island for 10,000 francs. Lecanter and Dury were the publishers who thus showered gold upon the nuptial bed of the young people. Honors now knocked at their door. We have spoken before of Cousin Cornet, who had been made a senator and count under the Empire, and a peer of France under the Restoration. Victor's growing fame pleased the family pride of the old depute of Nantes and member of the Cinque Cents. He had no child of his own to whom to bequeath his coat of arms of azure with its 3 cornets argent and his peer's robes, so he proposed to throw the mantle over the young poet's shoulders on one condition. True, the condition was a severe one. In order that the giver's name should not be forgotten, the young poet was to call himself Victor Hugo Cornet. The proposition was transmitted by General Hugo to the author of Hand Island and of the Odes et Ballads. The author of Hand Island and of the Odes et Ballads replied that he preferred to call himself simply Victor Hugo, and if he wanted to become a peer of France at some future period, he did not require the assistance of another, but would become so through his own unaided efforts. So Comte Cornet's offer was declined. He had another cousin, Comte Volney, who nearly made him a similar proposal to become his heir. But unluckily, he discovered that Hand Island had been written by the same hand as the Odes et Ballads, so he shook his head and buttoned his peer's robes over his own shoulders more tightly than before. Chapter 10. Leopoldine, the opinions of the son of the Vendine, the Delon conspiracy. Hugo offers Delon shelter, Louis Roman 18. Bestows a pension of 1,200 francs on the author of the Odes et Ballads, the poet at the office of the Director General des Postes, how he learns the existence of the Cabinet Noir. He is made a Chevalier of the Legion d'Honneur, Beauchesne, Bugjargle, the ambassador of Austria's Soir, Ode la Colonne, Cromwell, how Marion Delorme was writ. In 1824, at the same time as the appearance of a fresh volume of odes, delightful little Leopoldine was born, whose death he witnessed later under such sad circumstances in front of the Chateau de Villequier, drowned with her husband, on a fine day, by a sudden gust of wind. It was a cruel stroke of destiny, perhaps intended to prove the temper of the father's heart, which was to be severely tried during the days of civil strife that were in preparation for him. All these odes bore the impress of royalist opinions. The young man, scarcely past childhood, was the son of his Vendine mother, that saintly woman who saved the lives of 19 priests in the Civil War of 1793. General Hugo's friends, who held what were called at that time liberal opinions, without openly belonging to the opposition, were yet often concerned at these ultramonarchical tendencies, but the general shook his head and answered them smilingly. "Leave things to time," he said. "The boy holds his mother's opinions, the man will hold his father's." Here is a statement of the poet himself, which sets forth the promise made by his father, not only to a friend, but to France, to the future, and to the whole world. December 1820. The callow youths who succeed nowadays to political ideas are in a strange predicament. Our fathers are generally Bonapartists and our mothers royalists. Our fathers only see in Napoleon the man who bestowed epaulets upon them. Our mothers only see in Bonaparte the man who took their sons away from them. Our fathers see in the Revolution the grandest result that the genius of a national assembly could produce. The empire, the greatest thing that the genius of a man could devise. To our mothers, the Revolution only meant the guillotine, and the empire a sword. We children who were born under the consulate have all been brought up at our mothers' knees. Our fathers were in camp, and since they were often deprived of their husbands and brothers through the vagaries of the conquering man, they riveted their hopes on us, young schoolboys of 8 and 10 years of age, and their gentle motherly eyes would fill with tears at the thought that by 1820 we should be 18, and by 1825 be either colonels or else killed. The acclamation that greeted Louis Roman 18. In 1814 was the delighted cry of our mothers. There are very few adolescents of our generation but have sucked in, with their mother's milk, a hatred of the 2 periods of violent upheaval which preceded the Restoration. Robespierre was the bogey that frightened the children of 1803, and Bonaparte the bogey that terrified the children of 1815. I was lately strongly upholding my Vendine opinions in my father's presence. He listened to me in silence, then he turned to General 50, who was with him, and remarked, "Leave things to time. The child holds his mother's opinions, the man will follow his father's." This prophecy set me to thinking, whatever the case may be, and even admitting that, up to a certain point, experience modifies the impressions that we receive during our early years, the honest-minded man is sure not to be led astray if he submits all these modifications to the severe criticism of his conscience. A good conscience kept ever awake saves him from all the devious pitfalls wherein his honesty might go astray. In the Middle Ages, people believed that any liquid in which a sapphire had rested was a preservative against plague, carbuncles, leprosy, and every kind of disease. Jean-Baptiste de Rockles said, "Conscience is a similar sapphire." These few lines completely explain Victor's political conduct at different periods of his life. Meantime, the royalist opinions which he revealed in his beautiful verses to those who looked upon such opinions as heresy were absolved by good deeds. Let us mention a fact that will also serve to show the poet's life from an original aspect. In 1822, the Burton conspiracy burst forth, and all eyes were turned towards Sommer. Among the conspirators, besides Burton, who died bravely, and Café, who opened his veins like a hero of old with a scrap of broken glass, was a young man called Delon. I had caught occasional glimpses of this young man at the house of M. de Villaine, to whom he was related, either carrying little Victor on his shoulder or jumping the future poet up and down on his knees. He was the son of an old officer who had served under General Hugo's orders. In the famous trial of the chauffeurs, this officer was the captain rapporteur. In the equally famous trial of Mallet, he was major rapporteur, and, in both trials, without making any distinction between the accused, he had pronounced sentence of death on them. So General Lahorie, Victor's godfather, of whom mention has been already made, was shot by Delon's orders. It was a strange coincidence that the son of the man who had pronounced sentence of death on others for conspiracy should be doomed to death for the same cause. Since the day on which Major Delon had delivered sentence on General Lahorie, instead of declining to adjudicate in the case, there had been a complete rupture between the Hugo and Delon family. But although intercourse between the fathers was broken off, there had not been any rupture between the children. Victor lived then at number 10, Rue de Mézières. One morning, he read in the papers the terrible story of the conspiracy of Sommer. Nearly all those concerned were arrested, with the exception of Delon, who had escaped. Very soon, childish recollections, strong and indelible, rose to the poet's mind. He seized his writing materials and, forgetting the family hatreds and the difference of opinion, he wrote to Madame Delon at Saint Denis. "Madame, I learn that your son is proscribed and a fugitive. We hold different opinions, but that is only another reason why he would not be looked for at my house. I shall expect him. At whatever hour of day or night he comes, he will be welcome. I am sure that no other place of refuge can be safer for him than the share of my room which I offer him. I live in a house without a porter's lodge, in the Rue de Mézières number 10, on the 5th floor. I will take care that the door shall be kept unlocked day and night. Accept my most respectful greetings, dear Madame, and believe me, yours, Victor Hugo." When this letter was written, with the guilelessness of a child, the poet entrusted it to the post. To the post? A letter addressed to the mother of a man for whom the whole police force was in search. Well, when it was posted, Victor crept out every night at twilight to explore the neighborhood, expecting to find Delon in each man who was leaning against a wall. Delon never appeared. But something else appeared, to the immense surprise of the poet, who had not made any move towards it whatever, namely, a pension of 1,200 francs which the author of Odes et Ballads received one morning in his small room in the Rue de Mézières, the grant being signed by Louis Roman XVIII. It could not have arrived at a more opportune time, for the poet had just married. On 13 April, Hugo went to the Hotel des Postes to engage 3 places on the mail coach for himself, his wife, and a servant. They were going to Blois. He was anxious to secure these 3 seats in advance, but, unfortunately, this was not an easy thing. The mail went as far as Bordeaux, and to save places as far as Blois meant risking the emptiness of the seats from Blois to Bordeaux. However, the favor which Victor required could be granted by one man, and that man was M. Roger, the Postmaster General. M. Roger was by way of being a literary man. He belonged to the Academy and might possibly grant Victor Hugo his desire. So Victor decided to go to the Postmaster General's house. The usher announced the poet, and at Victor Hugo's name, which at that time was already well known, especially by reason of the ode which had appeared on the death of Louis Roman XVIII. The ode we have already partly quoted. M. Roger rose and approached the poet with demonstrations of the greatest friendliness. Needless to relate, the request for reserved places on the mail coach to Blois was at once accorded. But M. Roger, having the good fortune to have secured a visit from the poet, would not let him go easily. He made him sit down, and they talked together. By the way, M. Roger suddenly burst out in the middle of the conversation. "Do you know to what you owe your pension of 1,200 francs, my dear poet?" "Why, I probably owe it to my small efforts in literature," Victor answered laughingly. "Yes, of course," replied the Postmaster General, But would you like me to tell you exactly how you got it? Certainly, I should be glad to know, I must confess. Do you remember the conspiracy of Sommer? Of course. Do you recollect a young man, named Delon, who compromised himself in that conspiracy? Perfectly well. You remember writing to him, or rather to his mother, offering the outlaw half your room at number 10 Rue de Mézières. Victor made no answer this time. He stared at the postmaster general with startled eyes, not amazed at the magnificence of the worthy M. Roger, but at his powers of penetration. He had written that letter alone, between his own four walls. He had not told a single soul about it. Not even his own nightcap, that confidant which Louise I thought ought to be burned, since it had been the recipient of certain secrets, knew anything about it, seeing he never wore a nightcap. Well, continued the postmaster general, that letter was laid before King Louis Roman XVIII, who already knew you as a poet. Ah, ah, said the king, he possesses great talents and a good heart. That young man must be rewarded, and he ordered a pension of 1,200 francs to be settled on you. But, Victor finally stammered out, how did my letter get to the notice of King Louis Roman XVIII? The postmaster general burst into shouts of Homeric laughter, and, simple-minded though the poet was, at last he understood. But, he exclaimed, what became of the letter? Why, naturally, it was replaced in the post. And reached its destination. Probably. But if Delon had accepted my offer and had come to me, what would have happened? He would have been arrested, tried, and probably executed, my dear poet. So that my letter would have been regarded as a death trap for him, and if he had been arrested, tried, and executed, the pension I have received would have been blood money? Oh. Victor uttered a cry of horror at what might have happened, clapped his hands to his head, and rushed out into the antechamber, where M. Roger followed him, laughing greatly, telling him he had left his hat behind him and saying, remember that the mail coach is entirely at your service, for the day after tomorrow, Apra. His horror at what might have happened gradually subsided into calmness, and Hugo breathed again when he realized that Delon was in safety in England. But he began to believe in the existence of that famous black cabinet that he had looked on as a fable, and he vowed never again to offer an outlaw shelter through the medium of the ordinary post. When the day of departure for Blois arrived, he and Madame Hugo and her lady's maid went to the Hotel des Postes, and, just as he was about to enter the coach, an orderly officer, who was very nearly too late, rode up at full gallop and placed a letter in his hand which bore the king's seal. It contained a commission making him a Chevalier of the Legion d'Honneur, signed by Charles X. Hugo was only 23 at the time, and that is an age when such things cause immense delight, especially if they are bestowed graciously. In the general promotion, Hugo and Lamartine had at first been mixed up together in what is popularly termed a batch, and King Charles X had struck off both their names. M. de la Rochefoucauld, who approved of the list and was particularly glad of the inclusion of the two young poets, ventured to inquire of His Majesty why he had cancelled two such celebrated names as theirs. Precisely because they are so famous, monsieur, replied Charles X, in order that they may not be confounded with other names. You must present me with a separate report from Lamartine and Hugo. The warrant was accompanied by an official letter from M. le Comte Sosthene de la Rochefoucauld and by a friendly letter from his secretary, M. de Beauchesnay. M. de Beauchesnay, or rather Beauchesnay, was a true guide to M. de la Rochefoucauld in every piece of good work he did, and it should be mentioned that the director of the fine arts, who was greatly taunted by the opposition papers at that time, I am not referring to political matters, did excellent work in the way of encouraging literary efforts. Let me repeat, however, that Beauchesnay was his guide in these matters. Beauchesnay was then a charming fellow of 24 or 25, and has since developed into a charming poet. So loyal a heart was his that he seemed to have taken for his motto, video nec in video. And, indeed, what more could he have wanted? All who were great called him brother, and all who were good called him friend. A free and loyal Breton when the true monarchy fell, but Beauchesnay remained faithful to its ruins. I shall relate in its proper place how once we very nearly had a duel over politics, and I shall maintain that we were never better friends than then, when we faced each other sword in hand. Dear Beauchesnay? He disappeared quite suddenly. It was 10 or 15 years before I saw him again, but one morning he came to see me as though he had only left the previous day, and we embraced heartily. He brought with him a charming tragedy or drama, I forget which now, a fantasy taken from one of our ancient fabliaux, the Épreuves de la Belle Griseldes, which in all probability will be read, received, played, and applauded at the Theatre Francais. He had a bewitching little mansion in the Bois de Boulogne which he sold. Ivy has no time to grow over the homes of poets. I remember when he had just built his house, he sent me his album to write a few lines in, and I wrote these. Beauchesney, vous avez une douce retraite. Moi, je suis sans abri pour les jours de malheur. Que votre beau castel, pour reposer sa tête. Garde dans son grenier, une place au poète. Qui vous garde en échange une place en son cœur. I lost sight of Beauchesney a second time. A catastrophe happened to me which left me indifferent, but which most people look upon as a great misfortune. I opened a letter full of tender sympathy. It was from Beauchesney. I did not answer it then. I will answer it today. As this is by no means the last time I shall mention dear Beauchesney, I will not bid him adieu but au revoir. So Hugo received his brevet of Chevalier, and M. de la Rochefoucauld's official letter, with Beauchesney's friendly one, at the same time. He buttoned them all three next to his heart, climbed upon the coach, and composed the whole of the ballad of the Jew archers during the drive between Paris and Blois. When he arrived at Blois, he joyfully laid his brevet in his father's hands. The old soldier took off from an ancient coat that had received the dust of many lands, one of his old decorations that had faced the fire of many battles, and tied it to his son's buttonhole, wiping away a tear. I strongly suspect that every father's eye is capable of that weakness. During this visit to Blois, the poet received a private letter from Charles X, inviting him to be present at his coronation at Reims, and Hugo set out in company with Nodier. At Reims he found Lamartine, with whom he became acquainted. They each acknowledged the king's hospitality, Lamartine by his chant du Sacre, Hugo by his ode a Charles X. In 1826, Bugjargle appeared. Just as Christine had been composed before Henry Roman III, so Bugjargle had been finished before Hand Island. I do not know why this chronological transposition was made in the publication. In 1827, the Austrian ambassador gave a grand soirée, to which he invited all the most illustrious persons in France, and all the most illustrious persons in France, who are always eager to attend soirées, went to that of the ambassador. The marshals were there among the rest of the people, and a singular thing happened at this particular soirée. At the door of the salon was the customary lackey to announce the names of the visitors who had been deemed worthy of an invitation. When Marshal Soult arrived, the lackey asked him, "What name shall I announce?" "The Duc de Dalmatie," replied the marshal. "M. le Marechal Soult," announced the lackey, who had received his orders. This might very well have been thought to be a mistake. So the illustre Epi, as he had been called since the time of Louis Philippe, who, probably, did not care to call him the Duc de Dalmatie any more than did the Austrian ambassador, paid no attention to the matter. Marshal Mortier came next. "What name shall I give?" asked the lackey. "The Duc de Trevise." "M. le Marechal Mortier," called out the lackey. The eyes of the two old comrades of the emperor flashed lightnings of interrogation across at one another, but they did not know what to reply, for it was not yet quite clear what would be the best course to take. Marshal Marmont came third. "What name shall I announce?" asked the lackey. "The Duc de Ragueuse." "M. le Marechal Marmont," announced the lackey. This time there could not be any mistake about it, so the two first arrivals joined the third and told him of their difficulty. But they all three decided to wait a while longer. The Duc de Reggio, the Duc de Tarrant, and all the other dukes of the imperial creation came, one after another, and, although they all gave their ducal titles, they were only announced by their family names. The insult was open and pat, and offered publicly, and yet the insulted men silently withdrew, to nurse the insult they had endured. Not one of them thought of striking the insulter. But a poet was ready to demand redress and to obtain it on their behalf. 3 days after this insult had been offered to the whole of the army, in the person of its chiefs, the Ode à la Colonne appeared. Ode à la Colonne. O monument vengeur, trophy indélébile. Bronze qui, tournant sur ta base immobile. Sembles porter au ciel ta gloire et ton nint. Et de tout si, qua fait une main colossale. Seul is resté debout, ruin triomphale. De l'édifice du géant. Débris du grand empire et de la grande armée. Colonne du si haut par la renommée. GTAIM, l'étranger t admire avec effroi. J'aime tes via heroes sculpts par la victoire. Et tous ces phantoms de gloire. Qui si present auto erditoi. J'aime avoir sur tes flancs, colonne et insolente. Reviver ces soldats quen leur ensanglant. Ant rules le Danube, et le Rhine, et le Po. Tu mets comme un guerrier, lapide sur ta conquête. J'aime ton pedestal d'armures et tatit. Don't le panache est un drapeau. Au bronze de Henry, mon orgueil t Marie. J'aime à vous voir tous dieux, honor de la patrie. Immortals, dominant knows troubles passengers. Sortir, signs jumeaux de mort et de colère. Lui de l'épargne populaire. Toi des arsenox étrangers. Que de fois tu le sais, quand la nuit sous ses voiles. Fate fure la blanche lune, au trembler les étoiles. G vins triste, evoquer tes faces devant moi. Et d'un oil in flamme, devorant ton histoire. Prender, convive obscur, ma part détente de gloire. Comet un pater au banquet d'un roi. Que de fois j'ai crouvoir, au colon francaise. Ton erin ennemi rugir dans la fournaise. Que de fois raniment des combattants épars. Huitant sur tes perwa leurs armies derwillies. Ji ressuscite ces melees. Qui es assigent de touts parts. Jamais, o monument, meme ivers de leur nombre. Les étrangers sans pour, enant pas sur ton ombre. Leurs pas en ébranlant point ton bronze souverain. Quand le sort une fois, les pausavers nos rives. Ils en oscant écaler leurs parades oisives. Devant tes battles daring. Mais quoi, en entengi point, avec de sowards murmurs. De ta base a ton front brugger les armures. Colon, il m'assemble quebluisant mes yeux. Tes bagalans cuivers churchiant a redescender. Que tes demi-dia, noirs d'une heroic sender. Interrompant soudain leur marque vers les sia. Leurs voix meligant des noms a leur ville devise. Tarrant, regio, dalmatiat travaise. Et leurs aigles, sortant de leur puissant sommeil. Suivant d'un bec ardent cet aigle, a double teat. Don't eloil, ami de elombro sun esserit. Si base a leur regard comet au feu de solil. Questi donc et pourquoi, bronze envie de Rome. Voisgi tes legions fremir comet un seul ham. Quel impossible outrage a ta hauteur attaint. Qui donc a reveli ces ombres immortels. Ces aigles qui, battent ta base de leurs ailes. Dans leur angle captif present leur fouder éteint. G comprends, l'étranger qui nous croit sans memoir. Vieux, fulet par fulet, de notre histoire. Écrit avec du sang, à la pointe du fer. Au style, imprudent, huter tant de trophies. De si bronze, forged de fouders et du phase. Chaque étincelle est un éclair. ESTC Napoleon quil frappe en notre army. Vieux-il, de cette gloire en tant lucemi. Disputer el heritage, a nos via generox. Pour un fardeau peril, il a la main de bile. 50 Empire d'Alexander et les armes de Killy. Ni si part agent quox heroes. Mais non, elatrician dan safirt quil dompt. Est content si leurs noms, ni descent que sa haunt. Chapter 49, Fate de sa defate untiter a nos guerriers. Et, cranent des vainqueurs moins que des feudataires. Ils pardon aux fleurons de nos dux militaires. Si ni sont que des lauriers. Bronze, il en a donc jamais, fear pour une victoire. Subit de tes splendeurs, l'aspect expiatoire. 500 au 20 tant de courage a cet Odyssea. Croit-il impunement toucher a nos annals? Et comment donc lit-il ces pages triomphales? Que tu derils dans la sia? ESDC, un langage obscura ses regards timides. A. Quil sn fas instruger opi des pyramids. A Vienne, o via Kremlin, o mornis curial. Quil en parle a ces rois, cur doriet nombrus. Qui negra puplant, d'une tent paudrus. Le vestibule imperial. A qua penstil donc, el étranger qui nous brave. En aviens nous pas hirer, el Europe pour esclave. Nous, suber de sun jaug elendine talion. Non, au champ du combat nous pouvons reparator. On nous amutals, mais le temps a putitre. Fate croiter el ongle du lion. De quel droit vienentils de coroner nos gloires. Les Bourbons ont taugers adopt des victoires. Nos rois tiant defendu d'un ennemi tremblant. O trophy, allure pides tes palms si deposant. Et si tes quater aigles reposant. 100 est a l'ombre du drapeau blanc. Qua, le globe est emu de volcans électriques. Derrière l'ocean, grandent les Amériques. Stamboul rugit, hel remont aux jours anciens. Lisbonne si debat aux mains de l'Angleterre. Seul, la via pupil franc escendine quelater. Tremble a daughters pas quelles scenes. Prenez garde étrangers, nous ni savons quoi faire. La paix nous burst en vain dans son oisive sphere. 50 Aaron de la guerre, a pour nous tant de trait. Nous froissons dans nos mains hellas, inoccupes. Des liars a defaut depis. Nous chantons comme on combatrait. Prenez garde, la France, au grandit un autre age. En est pas si mort incor, quel souffre un outrage. Les parties pour un temps voileront leur drapeau. Contre une injure, ici, tout grandi tout si leave. Tout esarm, et la vendi égaisera son glaive. Sur la pierre de Waterloo. Vous dérobez des noms, quoi donc faut-il quan ale? Lever sur tous vos champs des titters de bacil. Faut-il, quittant ces noms par la valeur trouves. Pour nos gloires chez vous churcher daughters baptêmes. Sur l'airain de vos canons memes. Ni sont-ils point à ces graves. 50 étranger, briserate le blason de la France. On verrate, en hardy par notre indifference. Sur nos fears ecassens tomer son vil mardo. Ah, comme si ramen qui remute la terre. Vous portez, o franchise, et la paix et la guerre. Dans les plies de votre mento. Votre ale en si moment touché, a sa fantaisie. 50 Afrique par Cadix et par Moscou LAC. Vous chassez en courant anglais, Russes, Germans. Les tours croulant devant vos trompettes fatals. Et de touts les capitals. Vos drapeaux savant les chemins. Quand leur destin si pise avec vos destins. Touts les nations, esinclinant de tronies. La gloire pour vos noms, en a point à ses de brute. Sans ces auteur de vous, les edat si déplacent. Quand votre estrapariat tous, les auteurs s'effacent. Quand vous marchez, el univers suit. Que l'autriche en rampant, de nodes vous environ. Les du gens de France, ont foul sa couronne. 50 Histoire, qui des temps ouvre le pension. Monter, imprints aux du fronts du votre de l'Emigny. Las Sandil de Charlemagne. 50 Éperon de Napoleon. Allez, vous en avez plus l'égal qui, de son air. Surtout les fronts trop hauts pour date votre tonera. Mais il vous reste encore l'oriflamme et le lies. Mais c'est le coq galwa qui réveille le monde. Et son cry pute, prompter a votre nuit profonde. 50 Ob du solil d'Austerlitz. 100 est moi qui m'iteres, moi quenevrai negra. Mon nom Saxon mille parmi des Christ de guerre. Moi qui suivais le val d'un drapeau triomphant. Qui, joignant aux clarons ma voix entrecoupée. Use pour premier hatchet le noad d'or d'une épée. Moi qui fus un soldat quand j'étais un enfant. Non friers, non franchise de cet age detent. Nous avons tous grandi sur la suelle de la tent. Condamnes à la paix, aiglons bannis dacia. Sachans du moins, valent aux gloires paternelles. Garder de tout affront, jalouses sentinelles. Les armures de nos era. This was the first sign of opposition against the government of the Bourbons of the older branch that Hugo had given. In the course of that same year, 1827, Cromwell was published. The poem itself did not raise so much discussion as the preface, which was a novelty in the poetic world. In 1828 appeared the Orientals and the Dernier Jour d'un Condamné. Finally, on 16 February 1829, as I have said, Henry Roman III was played. Hugo and Lamartine were almost entirely responsible for the revolution in the poetical world, but the revolutionizing of the whole of the drama had yet to come. Happily, Henry Roman III began the work with its bold and new style. Besides this representation, the full details of which I have already given delighted Hugo and gave him much encouragement. We saw each other after the play, and he held out his hand to me. "Ah," I cried, "at last I have the chance of grasping your hand." I was very happy over my success, but the right to clasp those hands was the most precious thing I had won. "Now," said Hugo, "it will be my turn next. When the day comes, don't forget me. You shall be at the first reading." "Is that a promise?" "It is a definite engagement." With that we parted. And indeed, the very next day Hugo chose the drama of Marion Delorme from among the different subjects that were already in his mind. For, just as a mother carries her babe within her until it is ripe for birth, so we mental creators carry our subjects in our brains before they are brought forth. Then, one day, he said to himself, "On 1 June 1829 I will begin my drama." And on that date, he did actually set to work upon it. On the 19th, he had completed the first 3 acts. On the 20th, at break of day, as the sun rose and filled his window with its golden rays, lighting up his room in the Rue Notre Dame des Champs, he composed the first lines of his 4th act. Le Duc de Bellegarde. Condamné. Le Marquis de Nangis. Condamné. Le Duc de Bellegarde. Bien, mais Leroy fate grace. Next day, just 24 hours later, when the sun was again paying his accustomed visit, he wrote the last line. On pute bien, une fois etreroy par megad. During those 24 hours, he had neither eaten, nor drunk, nor slept, but he had written an act containing nearly 600 lines, an act which I take to be a masterpiece. 600 lines which to my thinking are among the finest in the French language. On 27 June Marion Delorme was finished. Chapter 11. Reading of Marion Delorme at the House of Deveria, steeplechase of directors. Marion Delorme is stopped by the censorship. Hugo obtains an audience with Charles X. His drama is definitely interdicted. They send him the brevet of a pension, which he declines. He sets to work on Hernani and completes it in 24 days. Hugo had no need to write to Nodier as I had done, and to wait for an appointment with Taylor. He was already as famous before Marion Delorme as I was unknown before Henry Roman III. As I have already mentioned, Hugo notified me of a reading at Deveria's house and invited Taylor to this reading, together with de Vigny, Émile Deschamps, Sainte-Beuve, Salmet, Boulanger, and Beauchesnay, in fact, the whole Pleiades, and so the reading began. The first act of Marion Delorme is a masterpiece. There is nothing in it to which one can take exception, apart from Hugo's mania for making his characters enter by windows instead of by doors, which here betrayed itself for the first time. No one could be more free from envious feelings than I am, so I listened to this first act with the profoundest admiration, intermingled, however, with some sadness. I felt how far behind his style I was, and how long it would be before I attained to it, if I ever should at all. Then came the second and the last 3 acts successively. I was seated next to Taylor, and at the last line of the play he leant over to me and said, "Well, what do you think of that?" I replied that I would be hanged if Victor had not shown us his finest piece of work, and I added, "I am certain he has." "Why do you think so?" "Because Marion Delorme shows all the qualities of the work of a mature man, and none of the faults of a young one. Progress is impossible to one who begins by perfect work, or work very nearly perfect." I am interested to find I was right, whether from conceit or not. I still believe that Marion Delorme is, if not quite his best piece of work, yet one of his best. I congratulated him very heartily and very sincerely. I had never heard anything to compare with the lines of Marion Delorme. I was overwhelmed by the splendor of their style, I who lacked style throughout my work. If I had been asked to exchange 10 years of my life in return for some day attaining such a style as that, I should not have hesitated for one moment. I should have given them instantly. One thing offended me greatly in the fifth act. Didier goes to his death without forgiving Marion. I entreated Hugo to substitute a more humane spirit for that inflexible character. Saint Beuve agreed with me, and between us, we obtained poor Marion's pardon. Now came the question of the censorship. None of us believed that it would pass the character of Louis Roman XIII, though admirably drawn, simply because of its accurate drawing and the vividness of its coloring. True, the act which contained Louis Roman XIII could have been taken out without in any way spoiling the interest of the piece, and Crosnier many times omitted it at the theatre of the Porte Saint Martin, without the public perceiving the omission. It was what critics of petty words and petty things call a superfetation, a hors d'oeuvre. What a magnificent hors d'oeuvre it was. What a sublime superfetation. I would allow anyone to take their choice among my dramas, if I might but have written the fourth act of Marion Delorme. For that matter, it was a great failing with Victor Hugo, for a time, to compose his fourth acts so that they could be taken out like separate episodes. The fourth act of Hernani, which contains the stupendous monologue of Charles V, can be taken out without injury to the play, and it is the same with the fourth act of Ruy Blas. But because this fourth act was not an integral part of the play, does it follow that a marvelous conception ought to be suppressed? Because a woman is beautiful, is it absolutely necessary to throw her jewels into the water, especially if they be worth thousands? Reports of the reading leaked out in Paris, and there was quite a steeplechase of theatrical managers to the Rue Notre Dame des Champs to obtain Marion Delorme. Harrel came first. Directly he entered, he seized hold of the manuscript, and regardless of everything, began writing on it below the title. Received by the Odeon Theatre, 14 July 1829. It was the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille, and Harrel thought he would take Marion Delorme by surprise as the Bastille had been taken by our fathers. Harrel was repulsed with loss, but as his name was on the manuscript, he stuck to it that he had taken possession of it. A day or two after Harrel's attempt, M. Crosnier was announced and introduced into the drawing room. Hugo was reading a newspaper. He rose and showed M. Crosnier to a seat. When M. Crosnier took it, Hugo himself resumed his seat and waited. But as M. Crosnier kept silence, Hugo took up his paper again, which course decided M. Crosnier to open his mouth. "Monsieur," he said, addressing Hugo, "I have come to see your father. I was told he lived here. If it is not taking too much advantage of your kindness, would you be so good as to tell him I am here?" "Alas, I, monsieur," Hugo replied. "My father died a year ago, and I presume it is with me you desire to speak." "I wish to speak to M. Victor Hugo." "I am he, monsieur." Crosnier could not believe that this slightly built, fresh-colored young man, who looked nothing but a boy of 20, could be the man about whom there had already been so much stir for the past 5 or 6 years. However, he revealed the object of his visit. He had come to ask Marion Delorme for the theatre of the Porte Saint Martin. Hugo smiled and gave him the same answer that Harrel had received, namely, that the Theatre Francais had been promised the first refusal. Crosnier smiled in his turn, with the fine-edged smile that is peculiarly his own, then taking up a pen. "Monsieur Hugo," he said, "allow me to inscribe my acceptance under that of my conferrer." "Write what you please, monsieur," said Hugo, "but you must remember that there are already 2 acceptances before yours." "No matter, monsieur, I wish to take my place. For, bless me, who knows, I may be the one to bring out your play in spite of its having been already accepted twice." And he wrote under Harrel's acceptance. Received by the Porte Saint Martin Theatre, 16 July 1829. Supported by this twofold acceptance, Marion Delorme was presented to the Theatre Francais and was received with unanimous applause. I recollect that as we were leaving the reading, full of enthusiasm over what we had all heard, Émile Deschamps pointed to a bill which announced the evening's play, and shrugging his shoulders, exclaimed compassionately at the sight of Racine's chef d'oeuvre. "And they are going to play Britannicus." None of us today, not even Émile Deschamps, would confess to having given utterance to the above mot. I am certain that we should all have said it in 1829, and more than one who has since paid his visit to the 39 academicians envied him the phrase at the moment. Play was distributed, and immediately after its reception began to be rehearsed. Mademoiselle Mars played Marion, Firmin, Didier, Joanny, Nanges, Menjod, Saverny, etc. But one morning the dreadful news spread abroad that the play had been stopped by the censor. The same thing had happened to Henry Roman III. The censor always stopped everything. It was his business, and then the sentence could afterwards be relaxed if the work justified its existence or the author clamored loudly enough. I had remonstrated, and Henry Roman III had escaped safe and sound out of his claws, thanks to M. de Martignac, who had come to my aid. So Hugo applied to M. de Martignac, but well-meaning, cultured, and even literary as was this model of ministers past, present, and future, he confessed himself powerless. It was a question that did not merely affect a Valois but a Bourbon, not merely a predecessor but the grandfather of Charles X. No one but Charles X could pronounce judgment on this family question. Hugo decided to ask an audience of Charles X, and it was granted him. In those days, persons who approached the kings of France had to wear court dress à la Francaise and a sword. Hugo raised great objections at having to submit to this disguise, but Taylor undertook to collect the necessary articles of apparel. He set great store by Marion Delorme, and to gain permission to produce it, he would have dressed up Hugo as a Turk or a Chinaman. The day of the audience came, and Hugo went to St. Cloud, where he found the antechamber crowded. Among those in attendance were Madame Duquesne, who had just put the finishing touch to the Polignac ministry, and Michaud of the Académie, who was going to Palestine. Michaud was reader to the king. He was covered with as much gold braid as the coats of 4 generals all put together. Nevertheless, he was a man of much genius. Hugo was busily talking to him when the 2 doors opened, and His Royal Highness Monseigneur the Dauphin was announced. Hugo had never seen the being for whom he had wished the Arc de Triomphe to be raised, except at a distance. Quelle gente de notre gloire. Put y passer sans si baisser. He saw what looked like a monkey, yet without a monkey's grace. A kind of mummy, with its face perpetually contorted with neuralgia, crossing the hall, responding to all the bows and greetings and homage with a deep growl, from which you could not make out one single word clearly. And that was the conqueror of the Trocadero, the pacificator of Spain. He took no more notice of Madame Duquesne than of the rest. Perhaps, if some courtier had whispered to him that a great poet was present, he might have stopped to see what sort of an animal a poet was. No courtier informed Monseigneur le Dauphin, and he passed without stopping. Soon afterwards, King Charles X passed through with as gracious and smiling a presence as his son's was grotesque and ill-tempered. He greeted Madame Duquesne with a word, shook hands with Michaud and Victor, bowed to others, and entered his audience chamber. A moment later, Madame la Comtesse Duquesne was summoned. Without troubling himself concerning the length of time she had been waiting, or whether she had come before the other visitors, the last king of the line of chivalrous kings sent for her first, because she was a woman. Madame Duquesne remained nearly an hour with the king. This was not too long wherein to give birth to a ministry which itself a year later was to give birth to the Revolution of July. Then, when Madame Duquesne withdrew, the poet was called. Charles X first recollected that he was the successor of François I, and then that he was the descendant of Louis Roman XIV. The poet went in, and we will let him relate what took place at that remarkable interview in his own words. 108 Le Sept Arat, ô sombre destiny. 108 Le premier jour de leur dernière année. Seuls dans un lieu royal, côte à côte marchant. Dieu homs, par endroits du caud si touchant. Conscient, grand souvenir qui dans mon cœur si grave. Le premier avait l'air fatigue, triste et grave. Comme un trop faible front qui porte un lourd projet. Une double épaulet à couronne chargiet. Son uniforme vert gants purpurine. Et l'ordre et la toison facient, sur sa poitrine. Prise du large, cordon noir de bleu changeant. Du foyers luminux, l'un d'or, l'autre d'argent. 108 unroy, violetit blanchi. Penche du poids des enzet de la monarchy. 50 otter et un june homatranger chez les rois. Un poet, un passant, une inutile voix. Dans un coin, une table, un fauteuil de velours. Mergant dans le parquet, leurs pieds d'ors et lourds. Par une porte en vitre, au dehors, l'oil en foul. Apercevate, au loin des armoires de boule. Des vases du Japon, des lacs, des amox. Et des chandeliers, d'orox immenses ramox. Un salon rouge orne de glaces divinis. Plein de ces bronzes grecs que l'esprit divinis. Multipliate sans fin ses lustres de cristal. Et comme une statue lames de metal. Envoyate casco front luder dans l'incognure. Unguard argent et bleu d'une fière tournure. Or, entre le poète et le via roy curbs. De quoi s'agissait-il? 500 un pauvre ange tom. Don't l'amour refacate l'aime avec son haline. De Marion, la vie ainsi que Madeleine. Qui boydate et trainate son pas estropai. La censure, serpent, elayant morduo pied. Le poet voulait faire, un soir apparator. Louis Treize, si roisar qui regnate un portrait. Tout un siècle, marquis burro fus bait lures. Et que la foule vint, et que traverse les pleurs. Par moments, dans un drame étincelant et sombre. Du pale cardinal, on crut voir passer l'ombre. La vie ya hesitate, que cert de mettre à nu. Louis Treize si roy, chedif et malvenu. A quoi bon remuer un mort dans un tom. Que vuton, au courton, Satan bien au elan tom. Tout en estil pas déjà croulant de tout cote. Tout ni essen va-t-il pas dans trop delibert. En estil pas temps plutot, après quinsens deprouve. De relever la digue et de redder la fleuve. Cert, un roi put reprender alors quilladon. Quanto theatre, il faut le trône etant mine. Edoufer des Dumains, sa flamme trop hardy. Car la foule est le pupil, et d'une comédie. Put jailer l'étincelle aux livides rayons. Qui met le feu dans l'ombre aux revolutions. Puis il niait l'histoire, et quoiqu'il en puisse très. Ainsi June revor disputate son ancêtre. 50 acculant bien de leurs bon royal gracia. Et le questionant sur ses propres ayants. Tout en laissant aux rois les noms, don't on les noms. Le poète ludate ferment, commet un homme. Epris delibert passion pour l'art. Respect to apportant pour si noble via. Chapter 49, Desate, tout est grave en si siècle tout penche. 50 art tranquil et puissant, vut une allure franche. Les rois morts sont saproi, il faut la lui laisser. Chapter 49, En est pas ennemi pourquoi le cœur Et le livre, dans l'ombre à des tortionnaires. Lui dont la main fermi est plein de tonneras. Cette main est-il l'ouvrate, redoutable en voix. Sur la France éblouie et le Louvre effray. On s'épouvanterait trop tard, est-il faut le dire. 500 y voir subitement tant de fouters reluder. Oh, les tyrants den has nuisant au roi den hout. Le pupil est taugers, la qui prend la muse au mot. Quand l'indignation, jusqu'au roi quan revere. Monty du front pensif de l'artiste sévère. Sire, a qui chancel est en bien appui. La censure est un toit mauvaise mal aidé. Taugers predatomer sur les noms quilibrate. Sire, un souffle imprudent, loin de l'étendre, irate. Le foyer tout a coup terrible et tournant. Et d'un art luminux fate un art flamboyant. 500 allures, ni church eton quella splendeur real. Pour cette nation macus mais loyal. Au lieu des grands tableaux, coiffret le grand Louis. Roy solil fecundant les épanouis. Qui, tenant sous son sceptre un monde en équilibre. Facet racine hero, laissat Molière libre. Quel spectacle grandia, qu'un groupe de censeurs. Arms et parlant has, vils esclaves chasseurs. A plat venter couches, epien el hura au renter. Le drame, fear lion, dans el histoire son enter. Chapter 100, Voyant vers Louis d'un front plus incline. See tourner d'ausement la vie à eton. Chapter 49, Hasardate plus loin sa pensée inquiet. Et, laissant de cote le drame et le poète. Attentif, il sonde le dessin, vaste et noir. Qual fan de si roy triste, il venait d'entrevoir. Si pourrait-il, quelqu'un aurait cette espérance. Briser le droit de tous, retrancher la France. Comment on haute un jouet à l'enfant de pite. De l'air, de la lumière et de la liberté. Le roi n'y vaudrait pas lui, roi sage et roi just. Puis, choisissant les mots pour cet oreille auguste. Chapter 49, Dissate quelles temps ont des flots souverains. Querine, ni ponts hardis, ni canox souterrains. Jamais acceptia, rien enerit et ni dompt. Le pupil qui grandit, o l'ocean qui monti. Quella plus fort vaso, sombre et seepard souvent. Qui viewt romper de front, et la vague et le vent. Et que pour assi briser, dans la lut insensi. On a derrière soi, roch partout dressy. Tout son siècle, les moeurs, l'esprit quan vut braver. Le port mime, o la nef aurait poussi sauver. Charles Dix sourient répondit, o poet. Le soir, tout rayonnant de lumière et de fête. Regorgent de soldats, de princes de valets. Saint Cloud joyet vert, odor du fir pale. Don't la scène, enfiant, reflete les beaux marbers. Semblate avec amour presser sautouf darbers. 50 arcs de triomphe, orne de victoires daring. Le Louvre, étincellant, fleur de lis serine. Lui répondient de loin, du milieu de la ville. Tout si royal ensemble, avait un air tranquille. Et, dans le commis aspect d'un repos solennel. Genie size quad grand qui semblate eternal. The day after this interview and the refusal, for Charles X refused to allow Marion Delorme to be played, Victor Hugo's pension, which had been 2,400 francs, was raised to 6,000 livres in compensation. Everybody knows how the poet refused, we will not say scornfully, but with dignity, this increase of his pension. A great deal of discussion has since raged round this refusal. Certain Puritans even now hold to the opinion of the senator of M. Louis Bonaparte, and blame the poet for keeping his original pension of 2,400 francs after the interdiction of Marion Delorme by Charles X. God have mercy on them. They are now in the halls of Elysium, and the finest poet of France, and therefore of the world, is in Jersey. I ask Lamartine's forgiveness for speaking of Hugo as the first poet of France and of the world. Hugo is exiled, and Lamartine is too generous not to yield the palm to him. If Lamartine were banished like Hugo, and for the sake of his fame, I am sorry that he is not, I would have said, the first two poets of France and of the world. One day, in a club, I was speaking of Prince Louis Bonaparte, and I called him Monseigneur. It was at the time of Prince Louis Bonaparte's exile. A voice shouted to me, "There is no longer any Monseigneur." "I always speak of those who are exiled by that title," I replied. And my voice was drowned by applause. When Hugo returned from St. Cloud, he found Taylor awaiting him. The news he brought back was bad enough, like the news of Madame Malbrouck's page. Taylor was in despair. "We have nothing else in our portfolios," he repeated. At that time, the Comédie Française had 10 plays of M. Viennet, 4 or 5 of M. Delrieux, 2 or 3 of M. Lemercier, without reckoning M. Arnault's Pertinax and M. de Jouy's Julian, etc., etc. And that was what Taylor called having nothing in his portfolios. "We were building on Marion Delorme for the winter season," he said, "and now our winter season will be ruined." Hugo let him go on lamenting, and then asked, "When did you hope to play Marion Delorme?" "Why, either in January or February." "Ah, good, then we shall have a margin." "Very well," and he fell to making a calculation. "This is the 7th of August, come back to me on the 1st of October." Taylor returned on the 1st of October. Hugo picked up a manuscript and gave it to him. It was Hernani. Hugo had begun this second work on 17 September and had finished it on the 25th of the same month. He had taken 3 days less over its composition than in the case of Marion Delorme. Let us, however, hasten to explain that the plots of both plays had been matured beforehand in the poet's head. Chapter 12. The Invasion of Barbarians, Rehearsals of Hernani, Mademoiselle Mars and the Lines about the Lion, the Scene over the Portraits. Hugo takes away from Mademoiselle Mars the part of Dona Sol, Michelot's flattering complaisance to the public, the quatrain about the cupboard, Joanie. There was this time nothing to fear from the censorship. Unless it were on the ground of modesty, there was nothing in Hernani to which it could take exception. I really believe I have spoken of the modesty of the censorship. Upon my word, how shocking of me! But since I have said it, let it stay. The piece naturally took the place of his firstborn, Marion Delorme. It was read for form's sake, received with shouts of hurrahs and acclamation. Hugo read very well, especially his own works. The parts were allotted and the rehearsals started at once. I do not state the fact of Hugo's fine reading here, because I think his manner of reading had any influence either way on the enthusiasm of his reception. But because, never having heard him speak at the Tribune, I cannot form any idea of the style of his public speaking from the very different opinions I have heard expressed concerning his oratorical style. I can only say that his speeches, when read, always seem to me to be masterpieces of language and logic. With the rehearsals began the worries. No one at the Theatre Francais felt much real sympathy with the romantic school save old Joanny. The rest, and Mademoiselle Mars was first among their number. In spite of the splendid success she had just achieved in the Duchesse de Guise, really looked upon the encroachment as a species of invasion by barbarians, to which they were laughingly obliged to submit. Underneath the flattery paid us by Mademoiselle Mars, there was always the mental reservation of an outraged woman. Michelat, professor at the Conservatoire, a man of the world with finished manners, showed us his most gracious and agreeable side, but at heart he loathed us. And as to Furman, whose talent was so essential to us, a real talent, although it had nothing to do with the highest reaches of form, namely, the plastic side of art, well, his literary judgment was worthless. He merely possessed a kind of dramatic instinct, which served in lieu of art and gave movement and life to his acting. He liked us well enough because we supplied him with means to exercise his qualities of action and life. But he was terribly in fear of the older school, and accordingly remained neutral in all the literary quarrels, rarely appearing at a reading, so that he might avoid being obliged to give his opinion. He was not a stumbling block, but, on the other hand, he was certainly not a support. The play, by which we mean the leading parts, was distributed between the four principal actors of the Theatre Francais whom we have just mentioned. Mademoiselle Mars played Dona Sol, Joanny, Rai Gomez, Michelat, Charles V., and Furman, Hernani. I have said that Mademoiselle Mars felt no sympathy with our style of literature. But I ought to add, or, rather, to repeat that, in her theatrical dealings, she was strictly honorable, and, when she had gone through her first representation of a part and endured the fire of applause or of hissings that had greeted the fall of the curtain, no matter what the play was in which she was acting, she would have died rather than give in. She would submit to a martyrdom rather than, we will not say deny her faith, because our school was not included in her creed, break her word. But before this point was reached, there were between 50 and 60 rehearsals to be gone through, at which an incalculable number of observations were hazarded at the expense of the author, faces were made, and pinpricks given him. And of course it often happened that these pinpricks penetrated through the skin and stabbed to the heart. I have recounted my own sufferings from Mademoiselle Mars during the rehearsals of Henry Roman III. The discussions, quarrels, disputes even which I had with her, the passionate scenes which, in spite of my obscurity, I was unable to refrain from causing, no matter what I risked in the future. The same thing was just as likely to happen to Hugo, and did happen. But Hugo and I were two absolutely different characters. He was cold and calm and polished and severe, and harbored the remembrance of good or ill done him, whilst I am open and quick and demonstrative, and make game of things, forgetful of ill and sometimes of good. So the arguments between Mademoiselle Mars and Hugo were entirely different from mine. And remember that on the stage, dialogues between actor and author usually take place before the footlights. That is to say, between the stage and the orchestra, so that not a word is lost by all the 30 to 40 actors, musicians, managers, supernumeraries, callboys, lighters-up, and firemen present at rehearsals. This audience, as will be understood, always does its best to catch any episode likely to distract the ennui of the daily work, the rehearsal itself. This fact considerably adds to the nervous irritability of the interlocutors, and, in consequence, tends to introduce a certain amount of tartness in the telephonic communications which take place between the orchestra and the stage. Things happened somewhat after this fashion. In the middle of the rehearsal, Mademoiselle Mars would suddenly stop. "Excuse me, my friend," she would say to Furman or Michelat or Joanny, "I want a word with the author." The actor to whom she addressed her remark would bow his assent and stand motionless and silent where he happened to be. Mademoiselle Mars would come up close to the footlights, with her hand shading her eyes, although she knew well enough in what part of the orchestra to look for the author whom she was pretending to find. This was her little curtain raiser. M. Hugo, she would ask, is M. Hugo here? I am here, madame, Hugo would reply as he rose from his seat. Ah, that is all right, thanks. Will you please tell me, M. Hugo? Madame, I have this line to say. Vous êtes mon lion, superbiet généreux. Yes, madame, Hernani says to you. Hellas, j important d'une bien profonde. Ni pleure pas, merens pludat, que nig un monde. Gt la donnerais, G sois bien malheureux. And you reply to him. Vous êtes mon lion, superbiet généreux. Do you like that phrase, M. Hugo? Which? Vous êtes mon lion. That was how I wrote it, madame, so I think it is all right. Then you stick to your lion. I may or may not, madame. If you can find something better, I will insert it instead. It is not my place to do so, I am not the author. Very well then, madame, if that be so, leave what is written exactly as you find it. Really, it does sound to me very comic to call M. Furman mon lion. Oh, that is because while acting the part of Dona Sol you think of yourself as Mademoiselle Mars. If you were a true pupil of Ruy Gomez de Silva, a noble Castilian of the 16th century, you would only see Hernani in M. Furman. You would look upon him as a terrible robber chief, who made even Charles V. tremble in his capital. Then you would comprehend how such a woman could call such a man son lion, and you would no longer look upon it as comic. Very well, if you stick to your lion, we will say no more. It is my duty to say what is written, and as the manuscript has Mon Lion, I will say Mon Lion. Of course, it is all one to me. Let us go on, Furman. Vous êtes mon lion, superbiet généreux. And the rehearsal would be resumed. But the next day, when Mademoiselle Mars reached the same place, she stopped as on the day before, and, as on the day before, she approached the footlights, again going through the pretense of looking for the author with her hands shading her eyes. M. Hugo, she would say in her harsh voice, the voice of Mademoiselle Mars and not of Cell, I mean. Is M. Hugo there? Here I am, madame, Hugo would reply with the same placidity. Oh, that is all right, I am glad you are here. I had the honor of presenting you my compliments before the rehearsal, madame. True, well, have you thought over it? Over what, madame? Over what I said to you yesterday. You did me the honor of saying a great many things to me yesterday. Yes, that was so, but I mean about that famous hemistich. Which? Oh, good gracious, you know quite well the one I mean. I swear I do not, madame. You make so many neat and valuable suggestions that I confuse one with the other. I mean the line about the lion. Ah yes, vous êtes mon lion, I remember. Well, have you found another line? I confess I have not tried to think of one. You do not then think the line risky? What do you mean by risky? Anything that is likely to be hissed. I have never presumed to claim exemption from being hissed. That may be, but you should avoid being hissed as much as possible. So you think the lion phrase will be hissed? I am certain of it. Then, madame, it will be because you have not rendered it with your usual talent. I shall say it as well as I can, all the same I should prefer. What? To say something different. What? To have it altered altogether. For what? To say, and Mademoiselle Mars made a show of trying to find the word which she had really been turning over in her mind for 3 days. To say, for instance, say, Vous êtes, monseigneur, superbiet généreux. Monseigneur enables the line to be scanned just the same as mon lion, does it not? Quite so, madame, only mon lion lightens the line, and monseigneur makes it heavy. I would much rather be hissed for a good line than applauded for a bad one. Very well, very well. We will not bother any longer about it. I will say your good line without changing anything in it. Come, Furman, my friend, let us go on. Vous eats mon lion, superbiet genereux. It is a well-known fact that, on the day of the first representation, Mademoiselle Mars said, Vous eats monseigneur, instead of Vous eats mon lion. The line was neither applauded nor hissed. It was not worth either notice. A little farther on, Rai Gomez, after having surprised Hernani and Dona Sol in one another's arms, at the announcement of the king's coming hides Hernani in a room, the door of which is hidden by a picture. Then begins the famous scene known by the title of the Scene des Portraits, which is composed of 76 lines and takes place between Don Carlos and Rai Gomez, the scene in which Dona Sol listens as mute and motionless as a statue, in which she only takes part when the king wishes to have the duke arrested, when she tears off her veil and flings herself between the duke and the guards, exclaiming, Roy Don Carlos vous eats. Un mauvais Roy. This long silence and absence of movement had always been an offense to Mademoiselle Mars. The theatre franchise was used to the traditions of Molière's comedies or the tragedies of Corneille, and was up in arms against the mise en scene of the modern drama, neither understanding, as a whole, the passion of action nor the poetry of stillness. The consequence was that poor Dona Sol did not know what to do with herself during these 76 lines. One day she decided to have the matter out with the author. You know her way of interrupting the rehearsals and of advancing to the footlights. The author was in front of the orchestra, and Mademoiselle Mars was behind the footlights. Are you there, M. Hugo? Yes, madame. Ah, good, do me a service. With the greatest pleasure, what is it? Tell me what I am to do here. Where? On the stage, while M. Michelat and M. Joanny are holding their dialogue. You are to listen, madame. Yes, I am to listen. I know that, but I find listening rather tedious. Yet you know the scene was originally much longer, and I have already cut it down by 20 lines. Yes, but could you not cut out another 20 lines? Impossible, madame. Or, at all events, arrange that I take some sort of part in it. But you naturally take part by your very presence. It is a question of the man you love whose life or death is being debated. It seems to me that the situation is sufficiently moving and strong to enable you to wait in patient silence to the close. All the same, it is long. I do not feel it so, madame. Very good, then we will say no more about it. But the public are certain to ask, what is Mademoiselle Mars supposed to be doing with her hand upon her breast? It was not necessary to give her a part just to remain standing still, with a veil over her eyes, without saying a word for half an act. The public will say that under the hand of Dona Sol, not of Mademoiselle Mars, her heart is beating, that beneath the veil of Dona Sol, not of Mademoiselle Mars, her face is crimsoning with hope or turning pale with terror, that during the silence, not of Mademoiselle Mars, but of Dona Sol, Hernani's lover, the tempest is gathering in her heart which bursts forth in these words, none too respectful from a subject to her sovereign. Roy Don Carlos vous eats. Un mauvais Roy. And believe me, madame, it will be sufficient for the public. If that is your idea, well and good. It is not on my account I am troubling myself about it. If they hiss during the scene, it will not be at me they are hissing, as I do not speak one word. Come on, Michelat, come on, Joanny, let us proceed. Roy Don Carlos vous eats. Un mauvais Roy. There, does that satisfy you, M. Hugo? Perfectly, madame. And Hugo bowed and sat down with his imperturbable serenity. The next day, Mademoiselle Mars stopped the rehearsal at the same place, came up to the footlights, and, shading her eyes with her hand, said, in exactly the same voice as that of the day before, Are you there, M. Hugo? I am here, madame. Well, have you found me something to say? Where? Why, you know where. In the famous scene where these gentlemen say 150 lines while I stare at them and do not utter a word. I know they are charming to contemplate, but 150 lines take a long time to say. In the first place, madame, the scene is not 150 lines in length. It is only 76, for I have counted them. Then, I did not make you any promise to put in something for you to say, since, on the contrary, I tried to prove to you that your silence and immobility, from which you emerge with terrible éclat, is one of the beauties of the whole scene. Beauties, beauties? I am much afraid the public will not agree with you. We shall see. Yes, but you may see a little too late. So, you definitely mean to have your way and not giving me anything to say through the whole scene. I do. It is all one to me. I will go to the back of the stage and let these gentlemen talk over their business in the front of it. You can retire to the back of the stage if you wish, madame, but as the affairs under discussion are as much yours as theirs, you will spoil the scene. When it suits you, madame, the rehearsal shall be proceeded with. And the rehearsal was continued. But every day there were some interruptions of the kind to which we have just drawn attention. This annoyed Hugo greatly, for he was still only at the outset of his dramatic career, and imagined that the greatest difficulty was the creation of the play and the most vexatious that of putting it into proper form. He now discovered that all this was child's play compared with the rehearsals. At last, one day, he lost patience, and, when the rehearsal was over, he went on the stage and, approaching Mademoiselle Mars, he said, Madame, may I be allowed the honor of a few words with you? With me? Replied Mademoiselle Mars in astonishment at this solemn beginning. With you? Where? Where you will. Come this way, then. And walking first, Mademoiselle Mars led Hugo into what in those days was called the petit foyer, small green room, which was, I believe, situated where nowadays is the salon belonging to the manager's box. Louise Despraux was seated in a corner by herself. We have mentioned that Louise Despraux was one of the pet aversions of Mademoiselle Mars, Madame Menjod being her favorite. I have described, in due course, the scene I had with Mademoiselle Mars over Louise Despraux concerning the distribution of the part of page to the Duchesse de Guise. When she saw Mademoiselle Mars and Hugo enter, she discreetly rose and left the room, although I have strong suspicions that, with the inquisitiveness of 17 years of age, she glued her ear and her rosy young face to the keyhole. Mademoiselle Mars leant against the mantelpiece, holding her part in her hand. Well, what do you wish to say to me? She asked. I wish to tell you, madame, that I have just made a resolution. What is it, monsieur? To ask you to give up your part. My part, which? The one you asked for in my drama, to my great honor. What, the part of Dona Sol? Exclaimed Mademoiselle Mars, astounded. Do you mean this part? And she pointed to the roll of paper which she held in her hand, frowning her black eyebrows over those eyes which could on occasion assume an incredibly hard expression. Hugo bowed. Yes, he said, the part of Dona Sol which you hold in your hand. Ah, that is it? Said Mademoiselle Mars, and she struck the marble chimney-piece with the roll and stamped on the floor with her foot. This is the first time an author has ever asked me to give up my part. Very well, madame, I think it is time an example should be set, and I will set it. But why do you want to take it from me? Because I believe I am right in saying, madame, that when you honor me with your remarks, you appear totally to forget to whom you are speaking. In what way, monsieur? Oh, I am aware that you are a highly talented lady. But there is one point, I repeat, upon which you seem to be ignorant, to which I ought to call your attention. Namely, that I also, madame, am a talented person. Take this fact into consideration, I beg of you, and treat me accordingly. You think, then, that I shall act your part badly. I know that you will play it admirably well, madame, but I also know that, from the beginning of the rehearsals, you have been extremely rude to me, conduct that is unworthy both of Mademoiselle Mars and of M. Victor Hugo. Oh, she muttered, biting her pale lips, you do indeed deserve to have your part given back to you. Hugo held out his hand. I am ready to take it, madame, he said. And if I do not play it, who will? Oh, upon my word, madame, the first person that comes to hand? Why, Mademoiselle Despraux, for instance. She, of course, does not possess your talent, but she is young and she is pretty, and so will fulfill 2 out of the 3 conditions the part demands. Then, too, she will yield me the deference to which I am entitled, of the lack of which, on your part, I have had to complain. And Hugo stood with his arm stretched out and his hand open, waiting for Mademoiselle Mars to give him back the part. Mademoiselle Despraux, muttered Mademoiselle Mars. Ah, indeed that is a good joke. So it seems you are paying attentions to Mademoiselle Despraux. I have never spoken a word to her in my life. And you definitely and formally ask me to give you back my part. Formally and definitely, I ask you to give me back the part. Very well, I shall keep the role. I shall play it, and as no one else would play it in Paris, I swear. So be it, keep the role, only, do not forget what I have said to you with regard to the courtesy that should obtain between people of our distinction. And Hugo bowed to Mademoiselle Mars, and left her utterly overcome by that haughty dignity to which the authors of the Empire had not accustomed her. They had groveled before her talent, conscious that, without her, their plays would not bring them in a halfpenny. From that day, Mademoiselle Mars was cold but polite to Hugo, and, as she had promised him, when the night of the first representation came, she played the part to perfection. Michelat, a very different person from Mademoiselle Mars, was polite almost to the verge of sycophancy. But as he detested us in his heart of hearts, when the hour of the struggle came, instead of fighting loyally and valiantly, as Mademoiselle Mars did, he slyly went over to the enemy and gave the sharpshooters in the pit the hint where, at the most opportune moments, they might find our weakest places. Many liberties were taken with Michelat's part, which an actor who had cared less for popular opinion would never have allowed himself to take. As a matter of fact, before the representation, we had waged rude warfare against the risky passages in the part of Don Carlos. I remember among others having very regretfully made Hugo cut out a quatrain to which Michelat seemed to cling tenaciously. I have since discovered why. These 4 lines were of that charmingly quaint turn which is natural to Hugo and to no one else. When Ruy Gomez de Silva goes back to his niece's house and is on the point of taking Don Carlos and Hernani by surprise, the latter, fearful for the reputation of Dona Sol, wishes to hide the king and himself in the very narrow cupboard which Don Carlos was about to vacate, wherein he was sufficiently uncomfortable by himself. But the king rebelled against the suggestion. Is it, indeed, he says. Estc donc une game et metter discretions. Nous pressens un peu, vous huitaines ji tines. Le duc intre et essen 20 vers l'armoire au nous sommes. Pour y prender un cigare, il y trouve du hams. For these lines to have their comic effect, they ought to be flung off with the lightheartedness and easy bearing of a king who numbers only 19 years, and who is in the heyday of prosperity. Notice that Charles V was but 19 when he was made Emperor of Germany. Well, they were declaimed in the same tones as Mahomet saying, Si j'avais a répondre a daughters quetapier. G ni ferais parler quelladia qui em inspire. Le glaive et l'alcoran, dans mes terribles mains. Imposerient silence au rested des humains. It was perfectly idioty. So, on my persuasion, and in spite of Michelat's objections, who privately hoped those lines would produce their effect, the erasure was decided on and pitilessly adhered to. I have said that it was very different with Joanny. He was an old soldier, the soul of honor and openness, who came to the 4th rehearsal without his manuscript, for he already knew his part thoroughly. So if one had to find any fault with him at all, it was that he became blasé by the 30 to 40 general rehearsals before the first public performance of the piece. This first representation was an important affair for our party. I had won the Valmy of the literary revolution. Hugo must win the Gemapes in order that the new school might be well on the way to victory. So, when the time comes to speak of the first reproduction of Hernani, we will give it the full attention it deserves. But for the moment, we must be slaves to chronology and pass from Victor Hugo to de Vigny, from Hernani to Othello. Chapter 13. Alfred de Vigny, The Man and His Works, Harrel, the manager at the Odeon, Downfall of Sully's Christine, parenthesis about lastly, letter of Harrel, with preface by myself and postscript by Sully. I read my Christine at the Odeon. Harrel asks me to put it into prose. First representation of the Mort de Venise, the actors and the papers. Whilst the Theatre Francais was waiting for the famous 1st of October, on which Hugo had engaged to provide the unnamed drama at which he was working, in place of Marion Delorme, they decided to rehearse Shakespeare's Othello, translated by Alfred de Vigny, which, in common with Henry Roman III, and Marion Delorme, had been received with enthusiastic acclamation at its reading before the committee. Alfred de Vigny completed the poetic trinity of the period, although his work was of a lower order. People talked of Hugo and Lamartine, or Lamartine and Hugo, and spoke of Alfred de Vigny as of the next rank. Alfred de Vigny possessed very little imagination, but he had a fine and correct style. He was known by his romance Cinq-Mars, which would only have met with a medium success had it appeared nowadays, but coming as it did at a time of dearth in literature, it had a great run. When Hugo read Marion Delorme de Vigny had whispered to his friends, this sort of thing is always said to one's friends, that Didier and Saverny, the two principal characters in the drama, were an imitation of Cinq-Mars and de Thou. But I am convinced that, when Hugo wrote his play, he never even thought of de Vigny's romance. Besides the novel Cinq-Mars, de Vigny had composed several dainty little poems in the then current manner. Byron had set the fashion for this kind of poem. Among these 5 or 6 charming little poems were Eloa and Dolorita. Finally, he had just published an extremely touching elegy on 2 unhappy young people who had committed suicide at Montmorency, under cover of the noise of the music of a ball. De Vigny was a very singular man. He was polite and affable and gentle in all his dealings, but he affected the most utter unworldliness. An affectation, moreover, that accorded perfectly with his charming face, its delicate and refined features, encased in long, fair, curly hair, making him look like a brother of the cherubim. De Vigny never descended to earthly things if he could avoid it. If perchance he folded his wings and rested on the peak of a mountain, it was a concession which he made to humanity, because, after all, it was useful to him when he held his brief intercourse with us. Hugo and I used to marvel greatly at his utter unconsciousness of the material needs of our nature, which many of us, Hugo and I among the number, satisfied not only without any feeling of shame, but with a certain sensual enjoyment. None of us had ever surprised de Vigny at table. Dorval, who for 7 years of her life had passed several hours a day with him, declared to us with an astonishment almost amounting to terror that she had never even seen him eat a radish. Now even Proserpine, a goddess, was not so abstemious as that. Carried off by Pluto to the lower regions, she had from the first, in spite of the preoccupation of mind to which her unappetizing sojourn had naturally disposed her, managed to eat 7 pomegranate seeds. Nevertheless, these characteristics did not prevent de Vigny from being an agreeable companion, a gentleman to his fingertips, always ready to do you a kindness and totally incapable of doing you a bad turn. Nobody exactly knew de Vigny's age, but, judging approximately, as it was known that de Vigny had served in the Guards on the return of Louis Roman 18, and supposing he was 18 at the time he entered the service, say in 1815, he must have been 32 in 1829. It will be observed that all these great revolutionaries were very young, and that the revolutionary poets were very much like the 3 generals of the Revolution of whom I have, I believe, spoken, who commanded the army of Sambaret Muse, and whose combined ages reckoned 70 years. Hotch, Marceau, and my father. The coming representation of Othello made a great stir. We all knew de Vigny's translation, and although we should have preferred to have been supported by national troops and a French general, rather than by this poetical condottieri, we realized that we must accept all the arms we could against our enemies, especially when such arms came from the arsenal of the great master of us all, Shakespeare. Mademoiselle Mars and Joanny were allotted the principal parts. They were powerful auxiliaries, but they were not precisely the kind we wanted. Mademoiselle Mars and Joanny looked a little awkward in the habiliments which, dramatically speaking, were not suitable to their figures. Mademoiselle Mars was a charming woman of the Empire period, refined, light, delicate, graceful, satirical, possessing none of the gentle, innocent melancholy of the Moor's mistress. And Joanny, with his retrousse nose, et la Audrey and his gestures with no grandeur or majesty in them, did not recall the gloomy and terrible lover of Desdemona. The part of Ego that Ducis had replaced by that of Pesar, as one replaces a flesh and bone leg by a wooden one, fell to the lot of Perrier, and was to make its appearance in full daylight for the first time. So the representation was looked forward to with much impatience. But whilst awaiting this solemn occasion, which, as we have mentioned, was to take place at the Theatre Francais, another production was being prepared at the Odeon which was of special importance to me, namely, the Christine of Fontainebleau by Frederick Soli. M. Brault's Christine died a few days after its birth, as I have said in due course, and had disappeared without leaving any trace. The Odeon had been recently reorganized on new lines. Harrel, whom we have seen attempting to seize Marion Delorme at Hugo's house by surprise, formerly secretary to Cambyses, formerly sous-prefect of the department of L'Aisne, formerly prefect of the lands, a political refugee in 1815, editor of the Nain Jaune in Belgium, in short, one of the most versatile men who ever lived, had just been appointed director of the Odeon, I believe in place of Eric Bernard. He had opened the theater with Lucien Arnault's Etats de Blois, which did not meet with a great success, in spite of the sumptuous manner in which the piece had been mounted. And being a good journalist and clever at handling the triple element which comprises the feuilleton, the short paragraph, and the puff, Harrel knew how to set the drums sounding in favor of my friend Frédéric Soli's Christine à Fontainebleau. I had not seen Frédéric since the night upon which we had parted with feelings of coldness towards one another, and had each decided to go on with our own Christines. Henry Roman III. And its success and all the renown it had brought with it had passed without my hearing mention of Soli's name. His Christine was finished, and that was the last I heard of him. He had sent me 2 seats in the gallery for his Juliet, and I had sent him 2 balcony tickets for my Henry Roman III, and that was the extent of our exchange of politeness. I expected seats to be sent me for Christine, but to my great astonishment, I did not receive them. Later, I found out that this was due to Harrel, who feared I should do the play an ill turn, and so opposed tickets being sent me. As I had no seat for the first production, I made no effort to procure one for myself, and I went to bed quite satisfied that I should hear first thing next morning whether the play had been received with applause or hissed at. As a matter of fact, one of my good friends, a lad who had done nothing then beyond showing promise of talent, but who has since made his mark, Achille Kant, came to my room at 7 next morning. Poor Christine had fallen quite flat. Soli, apparently, had conceived the notion of introducing an Italian bandit in the forest of Fontainebleau, and this had produced the most grotesque effect imaginable. The day before, I should have thought that this news would have delighted me after Soli's treatment of me, but on the contrary, it made me feel wretchedly miserable. The innocent and primitive friendships of our youth are the only real friendships. The reading of Marian had not only impressed me deeply, but it had done me immense service. It had opened out to me hitherto undreamed of poetic suggestions. It had revealed to me possibilities in the way of treating poetry of which I had never thought. Finally, it had given me my first idea for Antony. The day after the reading of Marian Delorme, I set to work with unusual courage. Before the music of the lines I had listened to the previous night had ceased ringing in my ears, I had started, inspired by the harmony of their dying strains. And the new Christine opened its eyes to the strains of the distant and melodious echo which still lived in my spirit, although the sound itself had ceased. I must be allowed a brief digression on the subject of Christine. I give it as a study in manners and customs, and I hope it will not be mistaken for boasting. There was in those days, outside the literary world, a big fellow who was half an idiot, with a long, crooked nose and legs like Seringuinos in the Pilules du Diable. He was, I believe, the son of an Orleans apothecary, and he played the young Don Juan to chambermaids and daughters of the porter, whom he transformed into baronesses and duchesses in his elegies and sonnets. He wrote a novel which was published, but, I am certain, was never read. This novel was entitled The Roueries de Triomphe. His name was Lascelles. There are certain people who acquire the odd privilege of introducing the grotesque into the most mournful and heartrending of scenes, and Lastly was one of the most highly favored of these purveyors of the ridiculous. Once, I had gone to bed, and was writing the first scene between Paula and Monaldeschi, and had got to these lines. O garde-moi, gi serai ta servante. Tout si qu'un amour pur au delirante invent. De benheurs, oui, portoi, gi les inventerai. Quan tu mi maudiras, moi, gi ti benere. J'aurai des mots d'amour qui guerrent ton âme. Garde-moi, gi consens qu'un autre soit ta femme. Gi promets de l'aimer, d'ober à sa loi. Mais, parle de vivant, garde-moi, garde-moi. Suddenly I heard the door of my sitting room open, and a howling being of some sort or other approached my bedroom. Next I saw my bedroom door open, and Lastly entered, flinging himself on the carpet and tearing his hair. The apparition was so unexpected, so strange, and even so terrifying that I stretched out my hand for the double-barreled pistols I kept in a recess at the head of my bed. When I saw that it was Lastly, I pushed the pistols back and awaited an explanation of this exhibition of buffoonery. The explanation was sad enough. The poor devil's father had thrown himself into the river, and Lastly had just learned both that his father had been drowned, and that his body, after having been taken out of the water, was exposed at the Orleans morgue, whence it could not be taken away without the payment of a certain sum of money. Lastly had not a halfpenny towards this sum, and he had come to ask it of me. At the sight of the son weeping for his father, who had met with his death in this deplorable manner, I could only visualize one mental picture. I was not so much impressed by the son's grief, which, however extravagant in expression, to the point of grotesqueness, was still, perhaps, sincere at bottom, but by the thought of the real, unforeseen, and irreparable misery of the poor wretch that had been drawn from the waters of the Loire, pale and streaming, and sad, with eyes dimmed by death, and face smeared with river weeds, now laid on the damp stones of the morgue. I did not attempt to console Lassily. One does not offer comfort unless people ask for it. Rachel weeping for her children in Ramah and filling the air with her lamentations would not be comforted because they were not. My friend, I said, let us get to the most pressing part of the business. You want to go to Orleans, do you not, to bury your father? You say it will cost you 100 francs. I think it will cost you more than that, and I would like to offer you as much as you will need, but I can only offer you as much as I possess. Open that chiffonier drawer, which contains 135 francs, take 130 and leave me 5. Lastly tried to throw himself into my arms, made an attempt to embrace me, and called me his savior. But I gently pushed him away, pointed with my hand to the drawer, and repeated, there, there, take it. Take 130 francs and leave me 5. He took the sum and left, and when he had gone I resumed and finished my scene between Paula and Monaldeschi. A fortnight later, the first, and to be accurate also the last, number of a little paper was brought to me. A critic announced in a prefatory article that it meant to tell the truth for the first time about the various high-flown false reputations that sprang up in a night. The article went on to say that it meant at last to put men and things in the places God had intended them to occupy. This series of the Avengers of Justice, these literary executions, began with Alexandre Dumas. The article was signed Lassily and had brought him in 100 francs. The man who brought me the paper was acquainted with what I had done for Lassily a fortnight before. Well, he asked, what do you say to that? Poor boy, I replied, he has perhaps had to bury his mother. And I stuffed the journal into the chiffonier drawer from whence he had taken the 130 francs which he never paid back. Lastly has since died, and the paper was never resuscitated. Let us now return to the two Christines. Directly, as I have said, I learnt the failure of Solis. I finished mine within a month almost, and it then had the form it now bears. I went that same day to find the manager of the Theatre Francais, whose name I have forgotten. He was a kind of mulatto with big eyes and yellow skin, and with the letter of the committee in my hand, M. Brault's Christine having been played, I asked that mine should be put in rehearsal. There was, indeed, to be a committee the next day, and the manager replied that he would lay the matter before them. The committee decided that, as it was a matter of common knowledge that I had altered my work, I ought to submit to a second reading. But as this second reading was, in reality, a third reading, I declined the proposal outright. And with this struggle with the Comédie Francaise began a lasting series of friendly dealings between us. In the middle of the conflict, I received a letter from Harold Couched in the following terms. My dear Dumas, what do you think of this idea of Mademoiselle Georges? To play your Christine immediately, on the same stage, and with the same actors as those who played Solis' Christine? The conditions to be settled by yourself. You need not trouble your head with the idea that you will strangle a friend's work, because it yesterday died a natural death. Yours ever, Harold. I called my servant, and on the epistle which I have above transcribed I wrote the words. My dear Frederick, read this letter. What a rascal your friend Harold is. Yours, Alex Dumas. My servant took the letter to the sawmill at La Guerre, and, an hour later, he brought me back this answer at the bottom of the same letter. Frederick had written. My dear Dumas, Harold is not my friend, he is a manager. Harold is not a rascal, only a speculator. I would not do what he is doing, but I would advise him to accept. Gather up the fragments of my Christine, and I warn you there are plenty of them, throw them into the basket of the first rag and bone man that passes your way, and get your own piece played. Yours ever, F. Soli. It will be admitted that Harold's letter was a very curious document, with its preface and its postscript. With this authorization, I did not see any difficulty in the way of accepting Harold's offers. My sole stipulation was that, whether my play were received or not at the reading of the committee, it should be proceeded with within 6 weeks of the date of the agreement. The reading before the committee was fixed for the following Saturday, and the reading before the actors for Sunday night. I had my reasons for being suspicious of the committee. It had received me under reservation of correction, and, as the committee of the Theatre Francais had given me Samson as revisor, the committee of the Odeon appointed Tissot and Saint Beuve as their advisors. As Cave rose to leave, He declared that the play contained some fine passages, but that it was not suitable for acting. And he was the only friend I had on the committee. Harold was completely staggered. For, although he was an able man, he could not distinguish good poetry from bad, and did not know what was great or beautiful. I wish it to be thoroughly understood that I do not mean these remarks to apply to his doubts about Christine, but only to his judgment generally. He worshipped Voltaire, and, before he died, he had the happiness to be decorated for his eulogium on the author of Zaire. While I strongly admired Voltaire as a philosopher and narrator, on the other hand I thought but little of him as a poet, and specially as a dramatic poet. As a dramatist, his methods are ordinary, worn out, and melodramatic. As a writer, his lines are poor, sententious, and badly rhymed. It is unfortunate for the philosopher of Ferney, but it must be confessed that it is only in his infamous poem The Pucelle that he is well nigh unapproachable, and even those who are revolted by the impiety, historical calumny, and patriotic ingratitude of it are compelled to admire the work, for it is a masterpiece. In spite of Cave's opinion and Harold's perturbation, the reading before the actors was still allowed to take place on the following day. It had been agreed upon. I say it had been agreed upon, because, if it had not been, the reading would certainly never have taken place. And Harold asked permission for Jules Janin to be present at the reading. Janin had then made over all his rights to Harold, and although I did not place absolute reliance in the fanciful and capricious taste of the future Prince of Critics, I made no opposition to his presence. I possessed, at that time, the horrifying amount of assurance that always accompanies inexperience and supreme self-satisfaction. It has taken a great deal of success to cure me of my conceit. I read to the actors, that class of people which, taking all things into consideration, is the quickest at judging beforehand of the effect of a piece. Although every actor, in general, listens to the work that is being read to him from his own particular point of view, thinks mainly of the effect of his own part, and does not worry himself over those of his neighbors. The reading was a great success, but Harold was none the less troubled by an idea that he did not reveal until next day. He came to me at break of day to propose to me, in all simplicity, to put Christine into prose. And this was how Harold exhibited himself to me in all his glory at the very outset. Of course I laughed in his face, and after laughing at him, I showed him the door. The following day, the first rehearsal took place, as though no such suggestion had ever been made. The piece was capitally mounted. Georges played Christine, Ligier, Sentinelli, Lacre, Monaldeschi, and Mademoiselle Noblet, whose debut it almost was, played Paula. It had been decreed on high that the person for whom the latter role had been made was not to play it. Man proposes, God disposes. Even the two slight parts of the assassins of Monaldeschi were played by two actors of the very highest merit, Stocklate and Duperret. Just as my rehearsals began, Alfred de Vigny's ended. Our relative partisans were exasperated with us, and with some reason. They demanded loudly that we should not be played, whilst we demanded with even louder outcries that we should be played. The first representation of the Mort de Venise was introduced with every appearance of a battle. Mademoiselle Mars had gone over bag and baggage from the old style of comedy to the new modern school of drama. We had won over Joanny, Perrier, and Firmin, and in short there was not an actor down to the excellent David, who had accepted the small part of Cassio, who would not be acting in the Shakespearean exhibition that was preparing. The rage of the men who for 30 years had monopolized the Theatre Francais had to be seen, before an idea could be conceived of the howls and curses that were flung at us. These gentlemen only seemed acquainted with Shakespeare through what Voltaire had said about him, and Schiller by means of M. Petitot. When M. Lebrun and M. Ancelot had borrowed their Maria Stuart and Fiesque from the German Shakespeare, they decided that Ancelot and Lebrun had done Schiller great honor thereby, and a host of articles had demonstrated that very indifferent works only fit for the stage of a fair, were real classical masterpieces. This time, the public was not going to see Shakespeare corrected, castrated, and docked, but save for the loss he must necessarily sustain from translation. The giant himself, who had kept the crowning place in England during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, if these sacrilegious exhibitions continued, what could Zaire say confronted with Desdemona, Ninnis with Hamlet, or the Jew genders with King Lear? Such pale and sickly counterfeits of nature and truth must fail and come to nothing or suffer by comparison. I opened a paper by chance, and in it I read, "The representation of the Mort de Venise is being prepared for, as though there were going to be a battle to decide some great literary question. It is to settle whether Shakespeare, Schiller and Goethe are to drive Corneille, Racine, and Voltaire from the French stage. This was a delicious lapse from truth and exquisitely spiteful. For, thanks to the notion of the expulsion of the masters, it excited the bourgeois classes, and the question, which was entirely beside the mark by the very form it took, gave justification to those who put it. No, indeed no. These masters of art were no more driven from their time-honored Parnassus than the bourgeoisie drove out the aristocracy from the positions they had occupied since the beginning of the monarchy. No, we did not say to these great masters, retire and give up your places to us. But, allow us to aspire to the same rights with you, if we deserve to do so. The heathen Olympus was large enough to contain 6,000 gods. Make then a little space, ye gods of old France, for the Scandinavian and Teutonic gods. The religion of Molière, of Corneille, and of Racine was ever that of the state, but let liberty for all religions be proclaimed. But they were too narrow and exclusive, and instead of welcoming these new gods, instead of hailing all that was lofty in them, and only criticizing what was unworthy in them, the political exiles of yesterday wanted today to enforce a literary proscription. It seems incredibly strange and mysterious, but nevertheless so it was. In spite of violent opposition, Othello succeeded. The groans of the jealous African were heard for the first time, and people were moved and shivered and trembled under the sobs of that terrible wrath. Giovanni, carried away by his part, was often remarkable in his acting, and once or twice he was sublime. I never saw anything more picturesque than that great African figure as it strode the stage in the darkness of night, draped like a spectre in its large white burnous, whispering in a gloomy voice, with arms extended towards Desdemona's dwelling. Get you to bed on the instant, I will be returned forthwith. Mademoiselle Mars, who was of a much wider discernment in her art than Giovanni, was uniformly excellent. Once she was sublime, namely, where, springing up on her bed, she exclaims, giving the lie in advance to Ego's accusation. He will not say so. I am writing all this from memory, as will be readily guessed, so I quote only the parts that stand out most clearly in my mind after an interval of 22 years. I may therefore be pardoned for not quoting more than these two instances. Well, the strange part of the situation was that the liberal papers, those which cried up movement and progress in politics, were the reactionaries in literature, while the royalist papers, those which took the side of stagnation and conservatism in politics, were the revolutionaries in literature. It was still more difficult to comprehend if one did not know that the Constitutional, the Courier Francais, and the Pandore were edited by J. Jowy, Arnault, Etienne, Viennet, etc., whilst the Quotidian, the Drapeau Blanc, and the Fouder were under the management of Merle, Thollon, Brisset, Martinville, Lassagne, Nodier, and Meligenen. The one set worked for the Theatre Francais, and, having usurped the position, meant to keep it. The others, in general, had only worked for the boulevard theatres, and these were eager to have a breach made in the classical ramparts to give access to themselves. Merle was, besides, the husband of Madame d'Orval, whose talent was just beginning to make a sensation, and who had created with incontestable success the roles of Amélie in Trent, and Olavide Dunjaour, and of Charlotte Corday in Sept Heures, also of Louise in El Incendiaire. We need not mention the part of Helena in Marino Faliero, for the part was poor, and Madame d'Orval was not able to transform a bad part into a good one. I have mentioned that the rehearsals of Christine had begun. Let us leave them to pursue their course and take a peep into the world of city life, which we have deserted for a very long time for the world of the stage. Whilst changing scenes, we will nevertheless conduct our reader to the house of a comedian who was worth quite as much attention as the actors we are leaving. Furthermore, he was not among those who for 50 years had been playing the less conspicuous parts in the great drama, which had attracted all attention and occupied all minds during the conclusion of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. Let us reveal the fact that we are about to speak of Paul-François Jean Nicodème, Comte de Barras. Chapter 14. Citizen General Barras, Dr. Cabarrus introduces me to him. Barras's only two regrets, his dinners, the Princess de Chimé's footman, Fochborel, the Duc de Bordeaux makes a mess, history lesson given to an ambassador, Walter Scott and Barras, the last happiness of the old directeur, his death. I have related how my successful play Henry Roman III had launched me in the world and the curiosity there was excited over its author. Barras was among the number of those who wanted to be introduced to me. The name which I inherited from my father was of special historic significance to the man of the convention, the directoire, 9 Thermidor and Vendemiaire. The history of Barras is known by heart. He was the son of an ancient Provençal family, and he had entered the army early. He had been sent to the Isle of France and to India, where he had valiantly taken part in the defense of Pondicherry. He left the service with the rank of captain, and had come to Paris, where he had led an extremely dissipated life. Taken from this life of pleasure by his fellow citizens of Var, who made him their depute in 1792, he had been a member of the convention amongst the Montagnards. Was charged with a mission, the following year, to suppress both the Federalist and Royalist movement which was agitating the South. Had assisted at the recapture of Toulon from the English, and here had become acquainted with Major Bonaparte, thus being able to judge the advantage such a man would be to any party. On 9 Thermidor, he was made commander of the armed forces of Paris. He it was who seized Robespierre and gave him up to the scaffold. Some days later, he was himself attacked by the sections, called by the convention instead of my father, who could not, as we have seen, respond to the appeal because of his absence. He pushed Bonaparte forward, who was on his side on 13 Vendemiaire and against him on 18 Brumaire. It was said at that time, but this, I think, is one of the calumniating statements that conquerors are only too willing to make, concerning the vanquished with respect to their victories, when not fairly won, that Barras was carrying on negotiations for the return of the Bourbons, and 12 millions were promised to this new General Monk as the price of their restoration. The events on 18 Brumaire having squashed the Bourbon counter-revolution, Barras, being proscribed by his former protector, retired to Brussels and then to Rome. He only returned to France in 1816, settling down at Chaillot, where he had since dwelt, and where, thanks to an income of 200,000 livres which he had saved out of the various shipwrecks of his political career, he kept a charming and very luxurious household waited on by a large retinue of servants. I specially refer to the number of servants, because Barras always had at his sumptuous table as many servants as guests, and several times I have dined there when there were 20 to 25 guests. I was introduced to the old dictator by one of my oldest and best friends, a man whom I was always delighted to see when I was well and still more pleased to see if I were ill, namely, Dr. Cabarrus, son of the handsome Madame Tallien. Cabarrus was then, and indeed still is, a fine, strongly built man, with a sympathetic face and a character to accord. Endowed with a charming nature, sound learning, and untiring observation, Cabarrus had, less by his social position than by his own personal work, been thrown into the midst of all the aristocratic circles, the aristocracies of birth, talent, and science. No one could tell a story better than he, or, rarer gift still, be a better listener than he. He had a fine, delicate, smiling mouth, and showed a lovely set of teeth when he laughed, which lit up his face. Barras was very fond of him, which was not astonishing, because everybody who knew Cabarrus liked him. So it was Cabarrus who took me, one Wednesday morning, to Barras's house. I had been warned that the old dictator was always addressed as Citizen General. There was no compulsion in the matter, of course, but that was the title which pleased him best. Barras received us seated in a great armchair, which he vacated as rarely during the last years of his life as Louis Roman XVIII left his. He remembered my father perfectly well, and the accident that had prevented his taking command of the armed forces on 13 Vendemiaire, and I recollect that several times that day he repeated over to me this sentence which I give word for word. Young man, do not forget what an old Republican says to you. I have but two regrets, I ought rather to call them remorses, which will be the only ones present at my bedside when I come to die. I have the two-edged remorse of having overthrown Robespierre by the 9 Thermidor, and of having raised Bonaparte to power by the 13 Vendemiaire. It will be observed that I have not forgotten what Barras said to me, although on one of the 2 points, I will leave my reader to guess which, I am not entirely of his opinion. Wednesday was Barras's reception day. Cabarrus had chosen it hoping that the Citizen General would keep me to dinner, where I should meet with various representatives of the end of the last century and of the early days of the present one. Representatives who, by the way, whatever they might be, when inside Barras's house, became subdued to the Republican spirit, and were simply citizens, whether male or female. Cabarrus was not disappointed. The old dictator invited us to stay dinner, and if we did not wish to return to Paris, offered us the use of a carriage to take us a drive in the woods until the dinner hour came. Cabarrus had his business to attend to, and I had mine, so we accepted the invitation to dinner, but declined the carriage and took leave of Barras. In 1829, Barras was an extremely fine-looking old man of 74. I can see him now in his armchair on wheels, his head and hands seeming to be the only portions of him which were still alive, but these appeared to contain vitality enough for his whole body. He wore a cap which never left his head and which he never took off for anybody. From time to time, this moral life, if one may use such a phrase, this artificial life, replete with willpower, deserted him, and then he looked like a dying person. We returned to dinner. I have dined with Barras 3 times, and at each dinner I witnessed an unusually odd incident. On the first occasion, the one of which I am speaking, we were between 20 and 25 in number. Among the guests was Madame Tallien, who became the Princess of Chimay. She came accompanied by a footman whose marvelous plumes were the admiration of the whole company. We had been introduced into the salon, where the first comers did the honors of the house to those who arrived later. Barras never appeared except at the dinner table. When the dinner hour arrived, the folding doors were flung open into the dining room, and each guest found the place that had been put for him. The bedroom door was then opened, and Barras was wheeled to the center of the table. Then the guests sat down and attacked the delicate repast with good appetite. Barras's own meal was very odd. A huge leg of mutton was brought to him, and carved in such a fashion as to bring out all the gravy. The joint was then carried back to the kitchen, and the gravy was left in Barras's deep plate. He sopped bread in the gravy, and this concoction formed his meal. I never saw him eat anything else on the 3 occasions I dined with him. On this particular day, in the middle of dinner, a great noise was heard in the kitchen, as though a fight were going on, and we could hear shouts mingled with bursts of laughter. Barras was accustomed to be admirably waited on, and in an unusually silent manner. Not a single one of the servants who waited behind the guests ever breathed a word, or rattled a plate, or jingled the silver. Apart from the luxuriousness of the food with which the table was loaded, one could have imagined oneself in a Pythagorean school. Only one man was allowed to speak when he wished, and that was the valet de chambre, the steward, and better still, the friend of Barras. His name was Courtend. Courtend, Barras asked, frowning, what is all that noise? I do not know, Citizen General, Courtend replied, himself as greatly astonished at this infraction of the rules of the house. I will go and see. Courtend went out and, 5 seconds later, re-entered, every face turning to the door to look at him. Well, asked Barras. Oh, it is nothing, Citizen General, Courtend replied, laughing. But what was it about? The servants belonging to the citizens present, and Courtend pointed towards the guests, who, it should be said, mostly belonged to Republican opinion, are plucking feathers from Citizen Tallien's footman, and the poor devil shrieks because they pinch his skin a bit while they are doing it. And what has he done to deserve to be plucked alive by the other servants? Asked Barras. He called his mistress Madame la Princesse de Chimay. Then he deserves his punishment. His mistress is not called the Princess de Chimay, she is called Citizen Tallien. On another occasion, this too happened at table, one place remained empty. The guest who was late was the famous royalist agent with whom you are acquainted, Fochborel, who, 6 months later, was reduced to misery by the ingratitude of the Bourbons, and committed suicide by throwing himself from a window at Neuchâtel. He was very intimate at Barras's house, and it was said that it was through his mediation that the abortive negotiations were entered into in 1792 between the Bourbons and the old dictator. Well, Fochborel was late. He arrived at the roast course with tear-stained face, holding his handkerchief in his hands. Ah, here you are, my dear Fochborel, Barras exclaimed. Why are you so late as this? Ah, Citizen General, rather ask why I am so upset. Well, my dear fellow, what is the matter? Oh, General, I have seen the most touching, the most moving, the most instructive spectacle. I have just come from the Tuileries. Ah, and was it there you saw this touching, moving, instructive scene? You were very lucky, my friend, to have managed to fall on your feet. Come, tell us what you saw, so that we too may be moved and softened and edified. Well, Citizen General, Le Duc de Bordeaux spilt some water on the floor of the great salon where he was playing. Really? And the Duc de Damas said to him, Monseigneur, you have made a mess on the floor. I am much distressed about it, but you must wipe it up. What? I must wipe it up? The young prince exclaimed. Why are there no servants here? There are, but as the mess was made this time by your highness must wipe it up. Go and fetch a mop, said the duke to a footman, and when the man hesitated, he added, do as I command you. The lackey arrived with a mop 5 minutes later, and his highness shed many tears, but M. de Damas was firm and Monseigneur was himself obliged to mop up the mess he had made. What do you say to that, Citizen General? I should say, Barras replied, in the sarcastic tones that were habitual to him, that the tutor of the Duc de Bordeaux did quite right to teach his pupil a trade, so that when his noble parents depart, he will have something in his hands to take to. Another time, again it happened at table. A famous general, who was an eminent soldier and a man of striking abilities, then ambassador at Constantinople, related with bitter feeling a scene that took place during the Revolution. By chance, Cortend, Barres's valet and steward and a free-spoken friend, stood behind the general's chair. He touched the general on the shoulder in the very middle of his story. General, he said, I must stop you. It did not happen at all as you are telling it. You are slandering the revolution. The general turned indignantly to Barras to call his attention to this familiarity on the part of his lackey. But Barras broke out. Messieurs, Cortend is right. Tell the episode as it happened, Cortend. Re-establish the facts and give a lesson in history to Monsieur the Ambassador. And Cortend related the facts as they had occurred, to the great satisfaction of Barras and the amazed astonishment of the company. When Walter Scott came to Paris to hunt up documents connected with the reign of Napoleon, whose life he was proposing to write, Barras, who had some precious papers to show him, desired to see him and begged Cabarrus, who knew the history of the Revolution as intimately as did Cortend, but could tell it better than he, we mean no offense to the memory of Citizen General Barras, to invite the celebrated romance writer to come and dine with him. Cabarrus began by having a long conversation with Walter Scott, who, knowing that he was in the society of the son of Madame Tallien, talked much of all the events in which Cabarrus's mother had played a part. Finally, the messenger approached the real object of his visit and transmitted Barres's invitation to the Scottish poet. But Walter Scott shook his head. I cannot dine with that man, he replied. I shall write against him, and it would be said, as we say in Scotland, that I have flung his own dinner plates at his head. One afternoon, Cabarrus invited me to spend an hour with him in the afternoon, and I put in my appearance punctual to the time appointed. Barras will die today, he said to me. Would you like to see him for the last time before his death? Certainly, I replied, for I was anxious to be able to say later to people who had only known him by name, I saw Barras on the day of his death. Very well, come with me. I am going literally for the purpose of saying goodbye to him. We got into a carriage and went to Chaillot. We found Corten looking very melancholy, and when Cabarrus asked him how his master was, he only shook his head. He showed Cabarrus into the room of the dying man all the same, and, as I was with Cabarrus, let me go in too. We expected to find Barras sad and pale and weak and depressed, but he was merry and smiling and almost rosy-looking, though this color was but the flush of fever. We began by apologizing for my presence. I had met Cabarrus in the Champs-Élysées, and, learning that he was going to inquire after Barras, I wished to accompany him. Barras made me a little friendly inclination with his head to indicate that I was welcome. But, Cabarrus exclaimed, what did that pessimist of a Corten tell me, General? He made out that you were worse. On the contrary, you look ever so much better. Ah yes, said Barras, because you find me alone and cheerful. That does not alter the fact that I shall be dead tonight, my dear Cabarrus. Do you hear that, Dumas? I am like Leonidas and shall sup tonight with Pluto. I shall be able to tell your father, who would be happy enough to see you, that I have seen you today. But what were you laughing at when we came in? Cabarrus inquired, trying to turn the conversation from talk of death to matters of life. What made me laugh? Barras replied. I will tell you, because I have just played a capital trick on our rulers. As I have been a man of power, they have had their eyes on me. They know I am dying, and they have been watching for the moment of my death to seize hold of my papers. I have therefore, since the morning, been busy attaching my seal to these 30 or 40 boxes. After my death, they will be seized, but I have given directions for counsel to be called in, and the matter will be publicly tried before a court of justice. This may last for 4 or 6 months or a year, after which my heirs will lose, my papers being state property. They will then solemnly open these 40 boxes which you see there, before a council of ministers. And instead of the precious papers which are in a place of safety, do you know what they will find? No, I confess I have not the slightest idea. My laundress's bills for 35 years, and they will take a lot of adding up, for I have sent plenty of dirty linen to the laundries since 9 Thermidor. Barras burst into such a frank and merry peal of laughter that he fell back exhausted, and that evening he died, as he predicted, shortly before the Revolution of 1830. End of vol, Romans 3.